339,000 print there on the May non-farm payrolls report versus 195,000 expected. Again, much higher. Again, guys, if we can go to my screen there. 339,000 versus 195,000 expected. The unemployment rate to the upside, though, 3.7%. Versus 3.5 expected there. Private payrolls also with a monster print, 283,000 versus 165. We were talking about this throughout the week here as we get 3 in a row now. Big prints to the upside with the JOLTS number on Wednesday, ADP number yesterday, and now, yeah, May non-farm payrolls. Wow, 339,000 versus 195,000. Expected their futures downside as a result, but we are bouncing significantly right now. It's going to be an interesting day here, super volatile to kick things off. Let's bring in Neil and Sean, guys. Reactions here, 339 versus 195.
I mean, I think our reaction is very similar to the market, and it didn't do anything.
We didn't do much.
I mean, we're right back to where we were. The market was down. I was watching it. The market was up 0.43 before the release. Now you're up 0.37. So you did dip down to 14.5. Obviously, it found some kind of support, but it's still early in this game. Looks like we're going to get a raise now on June 14th. That's such a strong number. I mean, there's that many that many jobs out there that have been taken. I mean, 339. That's not even close to 180. So I mean, unless they're just way off on what they expect. This is just another huge number, just like we said there. Unemployment rate, as mentioned, 3.7 versus 3.5 estimate. So that's a little bit worse. But hey, man, you know, non-farm payrolls for May, 339 versus 180. So, I mean, once again, we're starting to blast here with the job numbers, and the market just kind of says, hold my beer. So I guess we just still trade these tech names to the long side. I mean, it just not a big mover. I mean, I'm not in anything. I was waiting to see if the market would move one way dramatically and the other. And right now we're flat on that number. So
yeah, I think maybe because the unemployment number came at, like, the actual rate came higher, 3.7. That's tempered it, but you have to expect that you're going to get a hike now, right? So that's a lot stronger in the labor market, I think, was anticipated. That unemployment doesn't look bad. Average hourly earnings was as expected, I think, or just actually maybe slightly lower. If you look at the year over year, the month over month was pretty much as expected. The Qs are starting to, I mean, it slid a little bit, but yeah, you're right. There's just nothing really happening. So let's just stick to what was moving, right? Like, we had so many good tech names that are giving you fantastic price levels and breakouts and resistance levels are out there. Google's in a range that I think is tradable. Obviously, we've been looking at Apple. That 180 level is going to come back into play. It gapped above it. NVIDIA back about 400. It knocked on the door of $1 trillion again. That's a resistance, 405, 406 on NVIDIA. So maybe just stick to some of those and try to keep it simple. I thought it would have been possible with a number like that you could have had the market fall a little bit more, but I suppose it was the rest of the print that kept us calmed down a little bit here. But hey, it should be an exciting Friday regardless. You know, the volatility has been there. It's just usually been in individual names. Oh, and by the way,
congratulations!
To anybody who owns shares of Lululemon, I stunk bid it last night and did not become a shareholder of Lulu because, quite frankly, it's up a bajillion%. So stink bids don't get filled when that happens, but they had a great quarter, man.
Lululemon's a hot fire. I mean, that's the minute my wife was buying those pants 20 years ago.
Oh, Canada.
You know, had to buy some shares. So we're doing pretty good with Lululemon. Not doing so good with Nike, though. Nike continues to make a move down, but obviously it's back up a little bit today off of that $100 level and a good report from Lululemon. All right. I mean, honestly, I wish we could talk a little bit more about this market right now, but you can see it's starting to go back up to the upside. So like I said, as expected, I'm guessing, you know, people, I assume, thought that this number was going to come in a little bit hot like that. So I don't really see much movement here. The market is still where it is, still well within any kind of range here. So yeah, man, just proceed, you know, proceed northbound here, I guess, on the market as we just continue to make. I think we're going to make all-time highs today, and Apple should be really exciting. I have Alibaba here after a big Chinese day yesterday in the Chinese market, up over 3%, Alibaba up over 2%. And now we have $2 away, 183.50 all-time highs here on Apple, and that, I think there's a chance we get that today. But let's just wait to see what happens here. Good one. Debt ceiling. We didn't even mention the debt ceiling yet.
Yeah.
Apparently avoided on any sort of default, and we'll see where that goes now as they pass.
Until the next time.
Until whenever that next time is.
no
when is the next time? Like,
we'll know when they start arguing over
Right,
it again.
yeah,
That's how they roll.
Right, we'll go with that.
Actually, I really don't know the next time it's going to be, but either way, that got averted. But I think that was more procedural when it got through the Senate there. So at the end of the day, looks good. The market, it's right back to where we were
right at
before.
that high from the 29th.
Right back to where we were before.
Let's come to my screen quickly here. I just want to show everybody this because I think we're forgetting this big picture. It's right back to that high on the May 29th. So 14,557. So 14,570 is a number to look at right now if you're watching these markets. All right, over to the desk.
January 2020.
Just discussing a few things here. It's an interesting look. We were talking with Frank, if you're with us, late in the afternoon yesterday, and he brought up a really good point in the sense that when it comes to economic data on this sense, it seems like we're getting to a point where good news is actually good news once again. But overall, there's still a lot of people kind of scratching their heads here going, I thought we were getting a recession. I thought we were getting a slowdown in the overall economy. Let's go to my screen here quickly, guys. 339 for anyone just joining. May non-farm payrolls, absolutely monstrous. 339,000 versus 195,000 expected. I also have seen 190,000 expectation there as well. So, but here are the futures back to session highs.
Yeah, hard to read there. I don't know how you guys read it, but a higher unemployment rate, but double the amount or almost double the amount of jobs that were expected. To me, that signals maybe people are sitting on the sidelines waiting for that perfect gig to come along, not really wanting to jump into anything, maybe with some cash left over, because how does that happen? Higher unemployment rate, double the jobs.
Yeah, interesting movement here overall for the market. I was going to grab the yields. I'll bring those up. But we're seeing both the 10-year and the 2-year. I was just checking on crypto here as well. Did make an initial move, but kind of quiet. The 10-year and the 2-year both with an initial move to the downside on that. So we're back higher, though, right across the board. We'll talk a little bit about yields coming up throughout the morning, but I mean, the stock market overall seems to be liking this. Oh yeah, if you missed it as well, the debt ceiling bill gets passed through the Senate. So next stop, obviously, the president's desk, and that shouldn't take too long to get done.
Yeah, and an interesting little tidbit there. So some leftover COVID money that was being distributed still apparently is being taken off the table here and off government balance sheets. So that will be interesting to see how that affects liquidity in markets.
Let's take a quick look at this just to forecast, I guess, or take a look at it. I think a lot of people are maybe on this site right now. This is the CME Fed Funds tool. We'll let that load, but anyways. I mean, as of late in the day yesterday, better part of 72%, I believe it was, when all was said and done. So yeah, not much of a change here so far this morning. 72.6 on the hold. We'll expect that to maybe go the opposite direction here coming off this number, again, much higher than expected on May jobs. So that's actually a little bit surprising that we haven't seen a bigger move this morning. If you go out to July then, there's 47.5 on a quarter point, 40% on a hold. So a lot of confusion, it would appear, guys, in the market.
It was at 80. It was like 80 earlier. So the fact that it's a little bit down, maybe I would have thought it would be a bit more down. It doesn't matter.
I feel like that's gonna
yeah,
start
that'll
changing.
update. They'll start changing some
I
more.
feel like there's more updates coming on.
There's some names out there. Now that we're
Sleepy.
settling down a little bit here, there's a couple of names that are weak, and I just want to point out that
another run.
Alphabet
I'm gonna go
ran
to
red
Woodbine
just
this
now,
week,
so
and
it's
then
turning
next
around a
week,
little bit
Felix
here.
Mike
Going
is
to the
on.
downside.
Go to Hummer.
Yeah, guys, just 125 has been resistance all week, but this one looks like I'll put it in the weak bucket almost regardless of what happens today. It's got overhead resistance, and you start to think about, okay, well, if we get an inside day or an indecisive day, or just one where you're not sure which way we're going to go, I want to know where I like relative strength and weakness, and I felt like Google is in that bucket of the weakness. It rejected the 125 breakout. It's had the same lower high all week long. The flat bottom support at 122 is available there. So I think that's going to be tradable on some levels for Alphabet here. Just the first of the big tech I noticed getting red. Tesla's still up 1%, even though it's pulling back. Nvidia's pulling back too. That's now down at 401. So the market is sliding just a little bit here. And everyone's favorite, I'm going to get this one out of the way because I think it might get not a lot of coverage. UCAR is, I mean, it's not back to flat, but this was up at $15 like a few minutes ago, all the way down to like 9, bouncing like 12 or something like that. So this one's all over the place again. Trading at 12. There's a lot of dark pool prints coming off here, but it is trading up around like 12, 13. But this did crazy runs yesterday. I expect maybe you could see some halts in UCAR. There's a lot of ridiculous dark pool wicks going off on this right now, so it's kind of messing up the chart, but it is trading in the 12, 13 range here. So I'll have eyeballs on this just in case something ridiculous happens. I've paid for locates on the off chance this goes to 25 or 50. Those are the only two places where I think about shorting it.
UCAR, oh my God. Yeah, so, I mean, a lot of busy names today. I'm trying to write the sticky note right now as we speak. But, you know, debt ceiling talk, obviously, that's hopefully going to be behind us. And then now we have the jobs report. I just think it's going to be a great day to trade. There's lots of names out there that we want to look at. I think Apple's one of the more interesting ones above 180. We have AMD pushing a level here as well. 122 was a level that I really liked on AMD coming through today. Now, I mean, things are starting to fade out a little bit here as the NASDAQ pulls back. So you are getting some downside moves. We're going to wait. Maybe 120 comes into play right now. The biggest and the baddest up 159% this year is NVIDIA. Now over 400, 401.40. We were up to 405 already this morning, and now we're dripping down a little bit. Watch out maybe for this 398 level that we sort of lost money on yesterday going back and forth with. So there could be a lot of trades here today. Tesla, of course, the king of the mountain, up 69% year to date as well. Now up 1.3%. And we were joking, not joking, we were asked last week when this name was at 180 if we could see 200. Well, how about 210? How about 211 is where we're at? And if there's any name that's not dropping right now, I know Neil just talking about UCAR, but Tesla, and a big one, is not dropping at all right now. And some interesting stories coming from Amazon right now. They're looking to get into the mobile, and I just tweeted this out as well. They're going to be offering Prime members, hopefully trying to work with Verizon and T-Mobile to get something offered to Prime members as far as a monthly plan, and trying to get some stuff going on there. The company's negotiating with Verizon, T-Mobile, and Dish Network to get the lowest possible wholesale prices to Prime members. So that's Amazon. If you look at here at Verizon, it initially, where's VZ? How come it's not even an option there? Okay.
It's gotta be.
It's not. There's Verizon right now. It initially went to the downside, and there it goes again. So here's Verizon really getting hit hard on this note. You get Amazon. I know the Amazon's talking about teaming up with them, but you get Amazon coming through with competition in any space is going to be a problem. We saw that for CVS and Walgreens and things like that when they started delivering their own drugs and whatnot and offering some sort of a space there. Look at T-Mobile as well. T-Mobile's been a really wicked stock, though, over the last couple of years. Look at this move to the downside. This is down $8, Brendan and Sharif, on that news. So like T-Mobile was 139. News comes out that Amazon's trying to get into the space, and it's a nice move to the downside. Those are the only stocks that I could think of. They also mentioned Dish Network. For us here, Dish Network's not really here. I don't really know how that would affect anything, but that was just mentioned in the story as well. But look at TMUS, man. Big move to the downside on very, very low volume, 51,000, but that's a pretty nasty candle to the downside right there. Look at this. Right back into some past support. You're all the way back to October now on this name. So it was just at highs. Now you're just at lows. How something can change so fast. But there's the story on Amazon. So as we say, and did we even look at Amazon? Amazon not moving on the numbers.
No,
so
not really.
there's that. But anyways, interesting story there. Get ready to get some cheap Prime Mobile in your inbox soon.
Let's bring in Michael Noss, CMT over at Trade Ideas, get some ideas for you heading into the weekend and tee up what is to come next week, because a great opportunity is just around the corner. Mr. Noss, good to see you as always. We were discussing over the past couple of weeks anchored VWAP. Shout out to our anchored VWAP friend and mutual friend with you, who was on the show last week. We'll touch on a couple of ideas here that you want to talk about as far as individual trade setups. But as far as what is to come next week, let them know the opportunity that is setting up for you. Michael cannot hear me, apparently, so all good. We'll figure out the audio here and come back to Michael when he can maybe hear us. Just come back to us, guys. All right, we'll figure out that audio issue and then get back to Mr. Noss. But it's $11.11. Gets you 2 weeks of the entire platform. So real-time data, charting, anchored VWAP, everything you need to know as far as trade ideas, all the scans. We can help you out with our layouts if you want individual specific scans. So a great opportunity coming up in the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, absolutely. They're set up on the Trade Ideas website, likewise with Brendo's and Sean and Neil's. All you have to do is reach out to them, and they send our proprietary layouts. Michael helped me set up mine when he was here in studio back in February. Shout out to Mike. Hopefully we'll be able to speak to him soon, but something I use on a daily basis, Brendo.
Just seeing a note here, guys, on C3 AI, billionaire Tom Siebel facing a lawsuit, or maybe bringing a lawsuit. I don't think that actually moved on that. I didn't see any volume coming through, but a couple of different angles that we can take here as far as AI is concerned today. Huge move yesterday, back to 37. We're kind of inside the range, but overall, what a week it's been for all things AI.
Lululemon. I saw someone saying, yeah, Lulu breaking 380. I was watching it too. One sell order came in and took it from like 381 to 378. That stock has a wild spread. I don't know if you want to, it's maybe not the best for pre-market trading. There is a big sell order at 378 now sitting on the offer that's kind of pushing it down. So probably a stock we want to wait for it to open up. Very, very dangerous there. Look, C3 AI, it's in the middle right now. I'll say down 2.5%, but quite frankly, that doesn't really tell the whole story. It's like yesterday. Like yesterday, it was down, but really most of the move was to the upside till it got to that 37 area. I still like the 36. That was kind of the dip buy the last couple of days. The wick high was above that 36. I didn't quite get my short at that price because I was looking at other things at the time. Obviously at lunchtime there was a heck of a lot going on. There was so many key levels on big tech, but this one. If we get another pump to the upside, you have to remember that this has faded off pretty big. It was a bit of a, I want to call it a dead cat bounce because it's so far off of those lows that it's still a double up from the bottoms on the daily. So that 36 area is probably the first place I'm looking for potential fade. I don't even know if I paid for locate just yet because I had a couple names I liked more. Rivian was one of them. And then looking back into that 30 level, it was support earlier. I think we can have a quick look-see at that. If you're thinking AI, though, this isn't the #1 place. We all know NVIDIA is the big game in town. And quite frankly, that's a name that I didn't even, look, in the afternoon yesterday, there were a lot of great opportunities. And quite frankly, the 400 on NVIDIA was, I want to say like a muck up. Because if I just stuck with, hey man, until that shows you that it's broken out from that level, just stick with shorting the 400, which was what I was waiting for. Eventually, I kind of almost made top wick, and then you see it flush there. So that really sucked, obviously. Now you have that 405, 406. That area, I forget the exact price, is the $1 trillion mark. That's overhead resistance. The 400 could potentially become support, although I like 94, 95 better. So I'm looking for the shot at that trillion level. I just feel when you get a level of rejection like that, like a 1 trillion mark, or when Apple did 3, it's such a big price area of interest that you want to do your trading at that price. And if it runs away from it, heck, you're wrong if it breaks that dollar away. Like if you go short 0550, let's say, and it's past like 6s and 7s, then you can give it up. But if it rejects that level, I expect you should see it down at that 400. So the risk to reward is going to favor trading up in and around that price. To me, it's resistance till it's not. We haven't really broken back above that on NVIDIA. So I'm unlikely to get into AI unless it makes some kind of parabolic move to the upside or downside. It's trading in the middle of the range for me.
Yeah, so we're going to have, well, when we have Michael Noss back, we'll throw it over to there. I'm just going to look at C3 AI yesterday. I mean, this was a big trade for us. Obviously, we had the report. And then yesterday, we had a great trade off this bottom right there, $31, $32. We talked about it down here at 32, where there'd be some support, and there was. So we took it early, but then it cranked lower, as always happens on earnings. But then, thankfully, didn't take 30. We were going to get out like 29.50-ish, which would have been like a $2 hit. And then it just ripped up to the upside there. And this is where we did not get out at at 37 before getting out at the end of the day. So we had a 30, a 32. We got it out on the way up, and then we got out right at the end of the day here at 34.80, I think it was, right into around here as we didn't take 35. So we got out on the push back in, and now you're doing that same level. So I would say, you know, any kind of a break here, 34, 34.50, something like that into this range makes it exciting opportunity. But I just feel like yesterday they had it going, and then it stopped, and it stopped at 37. So if you're looking at C3AI, it's down today. I look to maybe short it around this 36, 37 area, just to see if there's any sort of a chance that you get a pullback. VWAP right now is pretty low. We'll see if we get an opportunity to go upside here on C3AI. And then for me, I know Neil just talked about NVIDIA. I want to talk about AMD a little bit later because it's going to be on our watch list and everything like that. Well, it's not. I mean, we have big tech, but this is another name right here where I'm looking at this 122 break. We just bounced pretty solidly off the 200 period, but I wrote the sticky note before that. You know, we had this jobs number come through, and now the market's starting to react a little bit to the downside. So maybe we do get a little bit of a reaction to that number now and a possible rate increase here, going a little more aggressive. I actually wanted to, I know Brendan just had this up and we didn't have, okay, and now it's not even loading for me. So hopefully, there it is, this will update. All right, so it's getting a little bit better. Brendan brought it to us at 27%. Now it's 33%, and you can see the market reacting a little bit to that as well. So anyways, as we go, that's the market. We'll see about AMD down here at 120. I like the 122 break, so a couple good AI names there with AI and AMD. So we'll be looking at those names today with some excitement.
All right, let's talk about a few other things here. We'll get to Mr. Nas still working on some technical issues here, but Broadcom, another one that reported, I mean, a huge $700+ stock, but I mean, they also mentioned, yeah, of course they mentioned AI and more AI demand to come, but Broadcom not really doing a heck of a lot here so far this morning. Basically flat. I mean, this is another one that's benefited amazingly over the past couple of weeks.
The guidance was good, Brendo. The guidance wasn't bad, but it was not up to NVIDIA standards. NVIDIA has changed the playing field after their earnings, almost double what the street was expecting in terms of revenue for Q2. Broadcom didn't deliver that, and the street made them pay.
All right, a few analyst moves, meanwhile, for you this morning. Upgrades and downgrades to kick off a Friday here. Nothing terribly exciting on this board, but there was a note on the trade desk that I saw a couple of days ago pointing to, guess what, AI and advertising. And some of these trade desk, if you're wondering, is an online advertising firm. So some of these online advertising-based firms set to benefit even more from all things AI. So Morgan Stanley on the back of that with an upgrade today. DG downgrade 2 days in a row. We saw DLTR as well was down significantly over the last couple of days, but not a terribly exciting board for Friday, guys.
Well, I mean, if you're short Sentinel 1, you're pretty excited about things. They're down 36%. Oh my goodness.
You're not short?
That's ugly. The $13 price target. Well, I guess they're there now. Because this was $20 at the close yesterday, and they slap a $13.50 price target on it when it's already down at $13. So that's pretty ugly for them. Dollar General got woodshedded yesterday too as well.
I'm surprised about that. I thought there would have been some more, you know, love for a Dollar General in this environment, but I guess there's not. The trade desk though continues to work, man. I mean, look at this trade desk stock. I mean, you want to talk about something that's breaking out right now? Look at this. You are actually okay. I'm really, really glad that we talked about the trade desk today. How does this thing trade? I didn't mean that as because, wow, this 77, 76. I mean, where are we today? 75, 60. I mean, this is looking pretty good right now as a monster breakout. I mean, going all the way back. You're talking about August now of 2022, so you're almost back a year, right? Well, a little bit, 10 months of all this garbage down to $38 and $40, and now a double up from the bottom, almost. Anyways, back to $7. This is looking pretty good at $77. Let's find out more about trade desk, but that's looking like a great one. Look at that big middle finger right there to the shorts, and then boom, huge move up there right at the close yesterday. Boom. I don't know what that was about. Wow. Okay. That's during the mark. Oh no, that's was Trade Desk earnings? Did we miss that? Or did I miss that? Because they're to 4 o'clock, straight up to $76. So it must have been something there. So a nice little upgrade by TTD, probably on an earnings report. I must have missed it. Up there to $76. Good day for Trade Desk. 51,000 shares, but wow, monster move right at key level. I think this is the name to watch here based on what I'm seeing on that board, unless you want to trade Sentinel-1, of course.
Amazon, guys, just taking up pre-market highs on that, it seems like a bit of a delayed reaction anyways, on that possible wireless note coming through. So just had a volume spike come through there on Amazon. Verizon, still, yeah, downside as well. So we'll keep an eye on how those play out over the next few minutes here. But heading towards 9 o'clock, we'll get into everything else you need to know as far as what is to come this morning. We had a couple of Chinese ADRs that were moving around this morning. NIO, Li Auto, XPeng, all out with delivery numbers yesterday. Li Auto was really the only one that came across overly positive, but here we are with a huge bounce on all of these today.
Viewers of the Midday show will know how I feel about Li Auto. I'm not really bullish on Chinese ADRs, but I like Li Auto. They guided in Q1 for the rest of a forward year, 2023, almost 80,000 vehicles per quarter, between 50 to 80. I love that, especially in comparison to what XPeng and NIO have been putting out, which is bupkis.
Yeah, 12-15% downside on a quarter on a quarter-over-quarter look for XPeng and NIO, whereas Li Auto was the only one posting positive gains here.
Okay, I do not mean to defend NIO or XPeng, but it's going to sound like that. But Li Auto is like more of a it's a hybrid. Like they have a gas engine for charting. I know it's EV only deliveries, but like if you look at the performance of the stock, I'm talking about like performance of the stock, right? Like we mentioned this the other day. Like the NIO chart and the XPeng chart look ugly, but some of the reason why Li has been performing better is because they have a bit of a mix and a blend. And look, their numbers are fantastic. It doesn't trade as much as NIO. That's why, as a day trader, you know where we usually go to when we're trading the Chinese EV names. It's NIO first, it's XPeng second, and it's Li Auto third. But let's be real, it is the better looking one, and it is breaking out off $30 here. So you have a nice consolidation, gap up, bounce off to 50 and 200. You get a consolidation, which could be breaking now. But with volume this light, to say that it's a clean break at 30, you got to sustain the open. Like it's so like a couple of 100,000 shares for this is completely nothing. You need to see actual trading above that 30 for me to get excited about it. Meanwhile, I mean, NIO bounced off $7 yesterday. Like we can't really crap on it that much. Okay, their delivery numbers weren't as good, but it got down at a low, and XPeng did the same thing. It was like it's so far down that these are turning into spec plays. Where if you're looking long term, they're getting dip bought even when the news isn't good, and that we saw a little bit of that yesterday at the $7 level. I didn't think it would go all the way to $7.60 or wherever it ended up there before getting trailed out. So it was much more aggressive than I would have anticipated. I think if an 8 break happens, it's got to be in play. I'm really more looking at that 50 to 60 area where we close to see if it can hold those gains, like previous resistance turning into support. NIO's the one I'm watching because it does better volume, and that's pretty much always going to be the case. So we get a dip down in that 750 area. I'd be looking for a little bit of a consolidation there, hopefully not just catching a falling sword, where you could do that at 7 because it's big size. I think if it gets down here, you want to make sure you're not just catching that falling sword and allowing it to absorb a bid and then try to go for the long. As far as the 8 breakout goes, I don't want to say I'm automatically taking an $8 break on NIO, but it would be pretty good symmetry that you get $7 yesterday at the bottom, and then you could have an 8 break, which takes you into a bit of a gap up here. So NIO's the one that sets up the more exciting price area, and usually has better volume. It's got 1.8 million shares right now to Li Auto's, I don't know, 100 and something thousand.
I wanted to see about like a wipeout bottom. I know we're talking about Chinese names here, but I wanted to see about a Saudi Arabian name here, Lucid, down to the bottom here of 620.
Might as well.
Yeah, might as well. But that could be a wipeout bottom there on Lucid from yesterday, so we'll see. I mean, there's not enough volume really there, but we still get a nice move to the downside there for Lucid, dropping off to 620 now upside. So that's a new 52-week low and possibly all-time low. I haven't even looked at it yet. But that's 620. That could be a level that will be looked at here again trend. So if we can come into Lucid about 630, 635, that could be an area to start to buy, and then you wait to see if you break that 620. Or if you're really negative on the space, I mean, there's some size on the bid right now, then I think you might want to just short that if we get back to there, and then wait to see what happens at $6. But Lucid, another beat up name here to look at as we go. And I mean, I don't want to even zoom back out. It'll make this chart a nightmare. But there it is right there. 6, I guess it's not all-time low because I'm seeing right now 6.6. So 6 pretty clean back in December, January there. So a level to look at for Lucid. We bounced off it yesterday. Could happen again here today, especially if we bounced off it on such bad report, what they had in the $3 billion share offering there. So I actually like Lucid down there at $6. I might put a stink bid in my own account down there. I can't believe I'm actually saying that, but watch out for Lucid down near $6.
A quick update. We're still working on some audio issues with Michael Moss. We are going to continue to work on that. And once we get it sorted out, we'll bring him back and get some ideas from him on Friday. Let's, in the meantime, get a check of the overall market here. Sharif's going to have a look at the futures.
Yeah, absolutely. Yesterday, the level that we talked about was 4,200. That level quite quickly. Stayed above it for the entire day. So what are we looking at today? I want to see how we trade at 4,250. Do we hold above it? And when we get there, are we rejecting, or are we going to build a position above 4,200, kind of in the same way that we did yesterday? To the low side, I'm looking towards yesterday's close. That's at 42.27, so 42 and a quarter to the low side. The high side, though, if you're looking above 42.50, hard to say. It's a blue sky setup on the contract. You're going to have to get levels off the index, off the SPX.
All right, let's get into everything else you need to know as we head towards the open this morning. If you haven't done so yet, make sure you go to watchlist.tradertv.live or scan that QR code, enter your email address, and then you get that every single morning before we come on, free for you. Shows up before 8:30 in the morning. We'll kick things off with Lulu up huge here, 15.3% all the way back to 380 if you go out to a daily chart. Pretty impressive move here on a beat for Lulu.
Oh, Canada. That's all I got to say about that. No, what a win for this retailer. In the face of tightening margins, we heard yesterday Macy's come out and say that luxury goods are no longer the growth factor that they were in the year prior. And here you have a luxury leisure sport brand maintaining margins, not actually having to have sales to liquidate their prices. So very impressive win for Lulu.
Up a lot, however, to kick things off here, guys. What do we do with Lulu?
Well, I hate to say I want to stink bid it today, but I kind of want to do the same thing. Hindsight's always 20/20, but if you looked at the retailer that was up on their earnings right away, and that was Nordstrom's, they're a high-end brand, and what did they say? They actually said it wasn't the high-end. It was actually their leisure wear that led things for them. So that could have been a hint at what was to come for Lulu. I have my TradeTV account up so I can show you. I have my weekly charts up here on Lulu. So I mean, 390, there's room to 390 if it gets it. That's this little triple top that you see is right around the 390 and 400 level. And then the other eyeball I've got is on the 200 period on the daily, which is going to rest down at 362. So if we get a dip down to 362, and look, the spread on the stock is right now it's 50 cents, but earlier it was trading at 380 and like one sell order. It was a decent size set of sell orders that came through to drag it down $4, but suffice to say it didn't take a lot for this to come back $4. It's just somebody taking profit. So if we do get a dip on this, 362 is the Alamo for me on Lululemon, where if it gets to that price, I'm going to be looking long. Whether it's actually at 62 or at 61 or 63, the stock's going to let me know that, and where it would calm down. That would be a significant drop from here. So obviously you want it to slow down a little bit before I would jump into that trade. Outside of that, it means 380. That break is come and gone, so I don't know if that's going to be interesting off of the open. I'll be patient waiting for a dip buy. I really only want to be long this stock today, but I recognize up 15%. If we do have a turnaround red day, you don't want to get too stubborn about it. So I know the level I like for my Alamo.
Yeah, I was looking at another one here with Nike. I mean, I just think that you're finally getting a little bit of a bid. Unfortunately, I'm trying to find a chart that doesn't have these wicks on it to show you. But I feel like the best thing to look at would be Lululemon today, obviously. But nice little windfall for Nike. Obviously, talking about China, talking about freight costs and whatnot coming down, for freight costs coming down and China sales going up. For Lululemon, probably makes good for Nike. We did have a big Chinese bump yesterday. We have on the sticky note, which should be out right now. We have Alibaba on there. We don't have Nike, but this is a nice move up. But Nike's been beat up a little bit in the past, not a little bit, a lot. I'll show the daily in a minute. I almost think that you could fade Nike off this. I mean, they're completely different. Lulu's not into shoes or anything like that. We know what's running them to the upside. Obviously, a move into the men's side of things. Plus, you got, temperatures changing, people switching out from pants, maybe into the shorts, maybe getting more leggings and whatnot. It's kind of a different game than Nike, but look at what Nike stock has been doing here on the daily chart. It's been an absolute nightmare. We talked about liking this at the beginning of the year, and it was great to start the year. I mean, many names were great to start the year. From 100 back up to 130, so you got a really nice bump from actually 110 up to 130. It's not even that good, about 15, 18%. But now you're right back here at this $100 mark again, where we've bounced off a couple times. So, it's a breakout long there. It's a hold at the 50 period. Then obviously it's trying to hold again right now. So I think Nike's probably worth this. You could get a nice clear runway back up a little bit, at least up to 115, 116, the 50 period right there. So I think Nike's worth it right now to buy it, hold it against this 102, 103, just for a swing trade back upside a little bit here, especially if you get better talk on China, better talk on retail. Let's see if Nike can go. And again, Nike is not just about the stores. You also have their app, which is pretty hot fire. So you can customize your own shoes. I was wearing mine yesterday. And I just really think it's a nice move here for Nike. And hopefully we can respect that 103-ish bottom that we've had support on before. So I probably won't be in Lululemon today, but if it does hit any of those key levels that Neil was mentioning, we'll look at it. But 245,000 shares, and actually a relatively tight spread right now at only 40 cents. But many of the shares going through here are sub lots, so it's not doing a lot of volume. We'll wait to have this thing open. It's only 9:06 right now, so a couple more minutes and we'll see. The NASDAQ has bounced right back again, right back up to the upside. So yeah, a lot of levels there. We just put out AMD on our sticky note as well, bouncing off, I believe, 120 pretty nicely as well, 120.40. So nice upside move. And then there's that Amazon that Brendan was talking about, which, they're going to get into another space here with mobile, apparently. And if that happens, then honestly, man, it's just another trigger that they have that they can pull. So
they win.
They win, exactly. I'm getting much more bullish on Amazon. I had people message me when this thing was like sub 100 saying, when are we getting back to like 140, 150? And I was like, never. But this is happening a lot faster than I think all of us thought there. The Amazon Daily has been a huge windfall here for anybody taking this name. I mean, look at this chart. I mean, you just go back to March. This is March 10th, which I know now it's in June, but that was $90. And I mean, I know there's better names. There's the NVIDIAs of the world, but just as far as this name goes, pretty solid stair step upside there. When of course you have that earnings, which cascaded up, and then AWS sent it right back down. But retail working right now for Amazon as we discuss Lulu and everything like that.
Before we move from Amazon for a second, I know we're going to go to big tech, but you got to see the weekly chart on Amazon too, because this points to something to me that just has room. Every single time we've seen a big tech name start its run, whether it's Meta, whether it's NVIDIA, whether it's Alphabet, whether it's Apple, tell me when it hasn't, at least when it makes the breakout, when has it not gotten to the next key price level, if not exceeded it? So you've got the 200, I mean, give me a break. The 200 period is at 131, that's $7 away. And then your next resistance at 144. So if this extends the rally, look how impressive it's been since the breakout. The hold of 100, the break, that's your 50 period when it got above 107. There's just room. There's air to the upside here. I know it's going to break 125 now. I can't bring myself to take a breakout trade at 908 when the market just had a number that indicated to me that we're going to be raising rates next time. So 125 is right there. It's just, I wouldn't take it at 910, which is what I think it's about to break.
A nice looking chart, definitely. We were just saying it's one of the most frustrating parts about investing or trading in general is catching the right levels, being in the right amount of size at the right time. It's just perfect. Anyways, interesting note here from Bank of America this morning, and their research department comes up with this. So tech stocks saw $8.5 billion in inflows in a week. So that group that they're referring to is Apple, Microsoft, Google, Amazon, Meta, and Tesla, made up $8.5 billion. Stocks in general, $14.8 billion in inflows, which was the largest inflows since February. So it was a heavy volume week, to say the least, for those 5 or 6 specifically, but tech overall.
Yeah, these are some of the players that are going to benefit most from the technological leap, which is AI. Imagine how, like, sad to say, but they're going to lay off incrementally probably large swaths of their workforce that are going to be replaced by AI. They're going to be subject to automation. So a lot of possible productivity gains here, Brendo.
It'd be really interesting to, I'll dig into that a little bit more, but it'd be really interesting in that group, the smaller group, to see which individual one took the largest piece of that pie. But largest inflows ever in a week, guys.
I mean,
There's so much money on the sidelines.
No, that's the other thing. Like, everybody's got money on the sidelines. Whether it's, I mean, you've got all the big hedge funds. It's just, look, there's a ton of money on the sidelines, and it's been shown that when that happens and you start to see something like everyone trying to get a piece of the pie with the AI, like NVIDIA and Microsoft, when they get going, they just don't stop. And when you see an Amazon breakout, it just keeps going. And then the other flip side of that was when you get like a CrowdStrike, which was down 15% or whatever number it was, and people have been looking for opportunity maybe to get into that, it just gets bought up, and then it's right back up at those highs. And that's what happens when there's money on the sidelines. I'm going to look at Microsoft here only because we've talked about Amazon, we've talked about Meta, we've talked about Google, we've talked about most of the big tech, Apple, but we have not mentioned Microsoft. And that was just as impressive as anything else. I mean, it's pretty gorgeous when you're looking at 325 to almost 335, and we're going to be right up on a little bit of a rejection level. That 35 got rejected on Wednesday, and quite frankly, I think we get back there again, or at least that's my initial thought. The market is shrugging this number off. I mean, the ES is headed back to the high. I mean, the NASDAQ's almost at that high. If we break it, I see Microsoft retesting that 335. It broke it and got to 36. If it does something similar, I think there could be a fade up there. I do prefer Google at the 120. It's the 125 level on Alphabet. Does seem like a good resistance level and maybe a better one than Microsoft. But when you have that kind of extension, there's always a chance that you get to that same price level and reject it. I would have loved to be talking about a dip buy at 325. I don't think we see that today. Maybe that afternoon 330 level comes into play. But that's not, kind of when I woke up this morning and I was thinking about what was a really good price that I wasn't even watching. I was like, oh my goodness, that 325 was good on Microsoft. I don't think we see that today, unfortunately.
Yeah, yesterday was a fun day on Apple because we had this 180. If you come to my screen here, I tweeted this out yesterday, and then we're going to go show you what happened. But we just kept shorting off of 180 there, which was really great until it wasn't, right? And I mean, if you're going to look back now, I mean, it was pretty great all day. It's not that nothing didn't really happen. We did break right there at about 3 o'clock. Where was it? Right there, that little wick top there, and look what happened. It was a huge sell candle right after that. So break, then bounce back, then we break it in the aftermarket, and just continue to sort of hang higher. So I'm going to use 180. I mean, you're talking about the largest name in the world here with Apple looking to take out all-time highs of 180, 350. We're $2 away from that. This is the only stock that I'm dip buying right now into. I mean, we're going to look at AMD as well. We talked a little bit about that, but anything around this 180, I think it's definitely worth taking. And then you don't get out until it breaks like 179, in my opinion. Here's the move down, big flush. Forget about that candle. That obviously didn't happen down here. But that's a big flush from 180 down to 179.25 and then the ramp up. So I'm looking for a long right around here, 180. And if I have to do it today, I will break this long at 180, 150. So we're getting close to doing that right now. It's only 9:13. The tech, I was listening to Kramer yesterday, and it's like, it's amazing. And I actually tweeted this out as well here this morning, right from our watch list. But look at this. This is on Twitter here from me. Tech giants Apple, Microsoft, Google, Amazon, NVIDIA, Meta, and Tesla. 10%, right, year to date. 8.8 of that 10%. In the S&P is by these 6 companies, 7 companies. So it's absolutely amazing to see this kind of a move up. So I feel like the market is really being taken by just a few names. I don't have to feel that to know that. It's quite clear here. So what are the 493 other names doing is what I want to know. But right now, hard to say that being in tech is wrong because it's not. It's completely right. And I think you stay in there, especially with this rate environment that we keep talking about. We get a better jobs number today. And it looks like we are going to get that. I mean, now while we're still at 33, I just refreshed it, was expecting to get a little bit higher on that number. But if we get that quarter point raise, that's fine. If we get a hold, that's even better for tech names. It's more like a pause. I think we go back, and we talked about what's going to happen there in the July contract as well. So you could see much more for a quarter point hike in July than even in June. So I still think that this is the right space. It's the right environment, and it's right until it's wrong. I say stay long tech names.
This MMV, which is multi-metaverse holdings, popping up here. I was just going to double check. Yeah, there was a release at 8:37 there. Multi-metaverse term sheet signed to acquire equity stake in TAOMEE. So this one, MMV, up big time on heavy volume here. So we'll keep an eye on that. Let's talk about some Chinese ADRs, because over the past couple of days, we've seen a bit of a bounce right across the board, but they seem to benefit. And I did read as well that the entire Chinese market last night benefited when that news came out that the Senate had passed the debt ceiling bill. So pick one. There's a ton on this page, but all of them higher so far.
Did they ever? The Hang Seng had its best day in almost 3 months yesterday with Baidu, Baba, and JD.com leading the way on the Hang Seng there. Apparently, it's because the Americans got their ducks in a row with the debt ceiling being passed yesterday in the Senate, liking that as well, and some more dovish tones coming out of the Federal Reserve with respect to interest rate hikes.
Just quickly on this MMV, guys, 6.5 million share float on that. It's a 31.5 million market cap as well. So 6.5 million float on MMV.
MMV is the best way to think about it.
Go
Watch
to
out for that
single
one.
shot.
Yeah, so we're going to have PDD there. Sean's so excited about Alibaba that he just went right to the exchange to buy some shares. No, just kidding. But look, Pinduoduo, for me, I took 3 shots at it, at least all in the right places for the sell side trade, but it was just a buy every single time. What's interesting is sometimes you get the key price areas right, but it's just the other way. It was breakout. It was breakout consolidation. That was the area I liked for a short. And then when you got up top about that 70 area, that was eventually where it turned around. What you now see on PDD is a little bit of a different tone, because you rejected the 200 period before. You're in a heavy downtrend, rejecting the 50 period. You've broken out above that 50. You still have the 200 at 74, so I suppose that should still be resistance. I would take a swing at it for the south side there. But anything back into the 50 period, I'm going to look for that to be some support at 68. I don't know how much I love 70, the 70 area, just because we closed at 69. So if it does dip back in, you could be thinking about $2 worth or maybe even $3 worth of a dip. But yeah, got to start thinking about that 50 period at 68 being some support down there for PDD. Alibaba's the other one that was on an absolute tear. I've already talked about NEO. So, that $8 level on NEO could be breaking out early this morning. But Alibaba holding the gap pretty nicely. This is in a little bit more sort of rarefied air, if you want to call it that. I just have to zoom out for the 200 to show up there. You still have the 50 at like $89. So there's room to go on Alibaba as I zoom out further for the 200 period to load. There you go. It's double barrel action here. So 89. I just feel like if you keep this trend happening, I don't know if it's a real short until it crosses that barrier, gets to the 89.90 level. That kind of really sets up to just look for the long where you can find it. Now, when Baba tends to gap like this and it gets all bullish, I tend to think it sometimes gives you that nasty dip where it's almost impossible to buy that dip accurately without letting it settle down first. So that's the setup, because 85 is the level, and it's already broken 85 like 3 times this morning. It's been up and above that price 3 times, so there's no 85 break to be played. It's more of a, do we hold the open and get a chance to go long off that level? I just see a better opportunity maybe around 70 on Pinduoduo could be cleaner. If we do dip in BABA, my only goal if I look for a long and a dip buy in BABA is not to be sitting on the bid in the first 5 minutes. I say that, but it's like, no, but
No, that's how I got killed.
I've done it too. Like all of my worst Alibaba trades have been exactly the same thing. It's been, oh, well, it's bullish, but it probably is going to fill in part of this gap. And then I bid it way too early. And all of a sudden it's like it's $1 against you, but you still like the long. And then it's $2. And then you've averaged it in. And I don't know. BABA does that to you. I just want to make sure it's showing a bounce and showing support. Whereas Pinduoduo has some levels I think could set up better.
Yeah, we have Alibaba written here on our sticky note today, and I feel like it's going to be a good one. 84 long, great move yesterday in the market, in the Chinese market last night. We're still waiting on some news from the IPO, but we already know what's going to be happening. They're trying to spin off 6 divisions there. I'm excited for Ant Financial. We'll see if that comes, but I feel like this is a very undervalued name here, right? Based on everything that they have, if we can get past international worries, this name could honestly fly right back to, I mean, not highs. I mean, you're talking about highs in the 300s here for Alibaba. But, you know, in a tech name that I think is a little bit undervalued right now, like, I don't know who to compare it to. But, like, if you're going to go,
Amazon?
You can, but the price earnings ratio on Amazon has never made any sense. So that's 300, right? So Alibaba, for some reason, it still shows this. We've already seen Alibaba's PE is only 20. So I'm not sure what's up with that. But, you know, you could just get right back into it. And I think that Alibaba is definitely worth it. Like, its market cap is 1.76 trillion. Okay, that's not right either, I don't think, is it?
It's BABA, 21 PE, 9 forward PE.
Okay, so 21 PE for Alibaba, so on FinViz, I guess, there. So much, much better than that. I feel like, you know, you're getting some good value. Not only that, you also have $84 coming into play. I think we could come back to that level from yesterday. It was sort of yesterday's high before we went down there. So let's see if we can hold $84 on good market in China, up 2.5%, leading the way in tech names today. So why not trade something that's strong in the morning? And I think it's going to be Alibaba, unless Amazon. Neil talked about, and I said I had FOMO on that 125 break, but this is why you don't really want to take it. I mean, it rips up there, 125.20, now falls right back in, giving us more opportunity to get into this name again. So we'll have to watch out for Amazon right now, but it's Alibaba. I mean, what's NVIDIA up? I just want to see if Alibaba's up the most. Yeah, so only up nothing. So Alibaba up 2.5% seems to be leading the way here on these tech names. So we'll trade Alibaba to the north side. Are we done?
On C3 AI, a little bit here, no additional news, but coming off that report forecast that was a little bit worse than expected. We also got that short seller note randomly in the middle of the day yesterday. Didn't turn out to be very much of a big deal, but we're inside the range, which is going to be a bit of a problem, I feel, for any kind of price movement today. Down 3%, though, for AI. Is there a trade?
Look, Brendo, it's got a great ticker, but it's also got
the ticker.
The ticker. It's also got a negative 14 PE ratio. So guidance wasn't what we were looking for. We were looking for something upbeat. We wanted to see demand go through the roof here. It didn't happen. I think the market made them pay. Technically, we had a 37 rejection yesterday with most of these 5-minute candles closing below 36.5. So I'll be looking for that as a ceiling.
This MMV still pretty impressive. Just remember, guys, 6.5 million shares on that. AI, though, any opportunities, guys, you see for AI today?
Kind of in the middle here. 30 at the bottom, that sets up pretty nicely. 30, if you're going to short it, if you short it here, thinking it's going to continue the last couple of days, what is soft downtrend there? I guess it's not really soft when it's down $13, but you know it probably has to at least get to 36, 37 until you're wrong. So let it get to that price. I didn't trade it to the short side when it got to 36. Said I would. Again, just was in other places. But I just want to make one note on MMV here. Like, this is when something goes this far, chasing it is a little bit dangerous. So you can see a lot of times where you'll get like that next move up or something else happen after the open. You go to like a daily and say, okay, well, it could get to like 420. There's another like a bag holding level up there. It's got some room. Let's see it settle down first. It's making consolidation off of $3 here. That could be a little something. Otherwise, if you really like it long, when there's people that are long $1 and maybe take profit at the open, let that settle down and show you a possible entry price. I don't want to chase breakouts on a stock like this. I don't want to short it unless it's a ridiculous level, like $10. But when it comes to upside trading, I want it to level off somewhere, consolidate, give you something that you're risking 10% on, so that if it goes 20, 40, 50 from there, then you profit that way, as opposed to taking a top break where who knows what your risk is going to be structured like. So that's just my thoughts on MMB. I'm going to check to see the price on locate, just on the off chance it does something silly.
Does something silly, yeah, good one. Already might be a little silly on that one, but we'll wait. You're right.
Yeah,
you could go to $5.
It's only 200%.
Yeah, could go 500. We'll wait for that one. I mean, we talked about AI yesterday. It was my biggest trade of the day. We were patient with it. We took a 32 long, then we took a 30 long, and we weren't super patient. We got in early, but we knew the prices that we wanted, and we weren't in on the pre-market up here at 33, 34. So nice dip down into $30, and we got some out. I think the best trade here today is a short anywhere up here, kind of like what these guys were talking about, 35, 36, 37, like anything in this area seems to be a good short. I feel like, again, their report came out, wasn't great. They did talk about a good future revenue stream, so that could be something to spike it, but we'll wait to see on C3AI. Yesterday was the trade. I don't like to trade it unless it's really, really active, and today 1 million shares is fine, but you know, with where Apple is and some of these other names, NVIDIA at $4, I just think it's more exciting. So wait for C3A to get to 30 before you do anything. NASDAQ imbalance has just come out, Lucid with a little bit of a buy, not doing anything to the market. I just want to see if there's any big names on here. We have Palantir on the sticky note as well, but I just put down 1520. Like, I'm not trying to get cute with this. We've already seen it dance around 15. If it gets there, that could be a short, but we like 1520 as the break there. Oh, here's a big one there. Tesla, the biggest name, but again, not any reaction to any of these things. Normally, we only like to see if it's one way, and right now, it's not. It's a very, very mixed board right now. There's Alibaba with a buy. That's kind of shooting up a little bit, but still lower than its pre-market high. So not much happening on the imbalance locator here today, but it's a fruit salad kind of day, and today's brought to you by melon, as it's honeydew melon time, with a little bit of cantaloupe there in the end. So we're gonna eat, get refreshed a little bit here with some fruit salad, and we'll get ready to watch this market. Hopefully fly to the upside, as it's really retracing now. Well, not retracing, back up to the upside here, as we've gained some footage down there at 14,500. Now we'll see. Remember what that high is that we're talking about on the NASDAQ? It's right here. It's from the 29th. It comes right in. It's this level here, 14,570. So 14,570 gets breached off the open probably. 30 handles higher. I think we can get to there pretty easily. Watch out for the NASDAQ flying here. 14,570. We just stopped at 14,564. 4 more handles, 8 more handles higher than that, and we breached that high. So I think NASDAQ could fly here off the open. I'm looking at Apple and AMD.
Let's wrap things up here with Tesla, as Sean was mentioning there. A couple of things to note here. China is extending a tax exemption for new energy. They call it new energy vehicles because they also include, I believe, hydrogen and hybrids as well in this. But all of these set to potentially benefit from that, including Tesla. Bloomberg just coming through with this. The Inflation Reduction Act going to see Tesla and Panasonic poised to receive up to $1.8 billion. So that just popped up in front of me as well from Bloomberg.
Well, Brother Ma was in China, and he met with many high-level government ministers there. So you assume, it's not far-fetched to assume, that he was doing a lot of lobbying, trying to keep his cars in demand amongst consumers. I think tax incentives definitely helped with that, Brendo.
Yeah, interesting timing. On the same end of the same week when Elon visits China, we get that announcement for Tesla, guys.
Obviously, just a coincidence on that, clearly, right? Look, Tesla's on it's on one right now. I mean, there's been red candles, but that was mostly when it was consolidating off the 50-period moving average, which is pretty healthy for a breakout of that nature, and that's what Tesla's been doing. It's been stair-stepping to the upside. The next stair step has been leading to this 210 area. There's room. I mean, look, whether you call it 213 or up here you got like 218, all roads lead back into those February highs. And I want to be initially looking for a long. I like this area that we dipped into in the afternoon. So 207. That if we don't hold 210 here, yesterday's high, I think this 207 area looks pretty solid to me. I want to say that could be. I mean, that could if we do get a rollover, then that could happen really quick because that's how Tesla can trade at 9:30. Otherwise, let's see 210 hold because yesterday's high. You've been basically barcoding off of this or bouncing off of it all morning long. And there's a refresher there right now even. Sean showed you guys a bit of a buy imbalance on Tesla. I think it was 160,000 shares. Not huge, but Tesla's not always there. So there is some buy action, and there's one buyer right now at 210. If that breaks, I'd be looking at the 07 level. I'm also, Rivian's the other one I'm watching for that $15 level, which it's already at 15 bucks. On Rivian, it just got there right now. I don't want to be taking a break on this at 9:30. So, yeah, I don't want to have a 9:30 break on this, not with the news that we just got. I've been sticking to that plan by not taking breakouts at 9:30. So I like it through here to fill the gap, and 1580 is a short, but I don't want to have that one at the open. Hopefully it can settle down, then retake that a bit later.
I actually have. I'm going to take a break. I'm just adjusting the shares here a little bit. Yeah, we'll. So I mean, I was thinking about Apple. I mean, Apple at 181.50 right here. You know,
Shoot.
Oh crap! We're only 10 seconds away. Okay, who's on the bell right now? Prad, you want to take that bell? We only have a couple seconds left right now. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. All right. Here we go. I'm going to try to take an Apple long there at 181 right now, but we are dropping a little bit below 180 right now. So 181. So let's wait to see. 181.50, was the high there for Apple. Let's wait to see if it gets there, and we'll worry about that after. But right now, that's the name that I'm looking at. We have Amazon trying to bounce off as well. If we can go to the screen, yeah.
Here we go.
If we have Amazon trying to bounce off 125 a little bit right now, 125.20 could be a break there on Amazon. We've seen this name really fly when it wants to, so watch out for that. I'm going to take that break. Oh, there it goes right now, so see ya.
Yeah, I mean, right now you also have, look, I like Apple at that 180 level for sure if it gets back there, but the break on Rivian, it is above that 15, not exactly flying away from it. I want to be patient with this, but if it holds that 15 much longer, it might just be go zone. Amazon's already back through the 125.
Yep.
Yeah, it is what it is, man. Like, you just should have just taken
it at
this break.
30, man.
You took it at 30. I'm trying to get a retracement into the
though,
20s here if we can catch it. This one definitely flying. And watch out, NVIDIA could get to that 405 area. If we get to that 405, I do favor a bit of a fade there. So let's see. I'm trying to get some 20s here in Amazon.
Yeah, I'm trying to buy more, man. I'm just trying to get a little bit more long on Amazon as we watch out for Apple, because here comes Apple right now as well.
It's not filling
coming through 121.50. We're going to have to watch out for that coming through as well. And then I'm going to put a buy on AMD through 122, but that one I'm not as convinced of as the others. But right now, so there's Apple, watching out for that. We're long into Amazon right now, as there it goes a little bit. Let's take something out in the 60s here, and then we'll put something around 126, and then hopefully we'll be able, there we go. Hopefully we'll be able to hold this the rest of the day, man. I mean, this is a big trade here for me on Amazon, and Neil, both Neil and I talked about really liking this one on that mobile.
The news is just butter.
It's just, yeah, I like to say it's gravy. I think it's young gravy. It's right on top right there for them.
Butter's better than gravy, isn't it?
Butter's better than gravy? Yeah, butter's more, yeah, butter is more useful than gravy. But I like, you can't have poutine without gravy. So here we go. Right now, Apple looks like it wants to take out 180, 150. We're going long if it does that. So we're waiting for this one to come through right now for Apple. So just watching that. We're just letting Amazon cook, like we said. So far, so good on that one.
Oh, Alibaba, that's the other thing I wanted to get to, because you just got through 126, so make sure you ring register on, at least a little bit on Amazon. But Baba's holding the 85 level pretty decently here, just barcoding off of this. It could be worth a shot to just take the next break. If it breaks the quarters and give it 25 pennies, I think that's a pretty decent risk to reward. I didn't want to have 85 at the open, but this is decent risk to reward. Brendo?
Early mover here as well, Asana. They reported ASAN, nice report right across the board, upbeat forecast as well. That also beat estimates. So ASAN up 6%. Huge reversal, it looks like now, through 25, guys.
Yeah, there's a lot of things popping right now. Pop off.
Come on, Apple.
Alphabet made its move. It broke 125. Give me a break. I knew there was going to be another break. That's the 125 level. It's already gone. Alibaba just broke the quarters. I just got that one into the long side. I'm assuming just about everything is going here at this point. And Nvidia is about to get to the $1 trillion mark again. That'll be about 405. I think it's 405, 406. So watch out for a breakout there. Amazon's going to dip. I might just reload it if I can catch that 125 again.
Yeah, we just took a couple hundred shares of Apple on here, but I'd still like to see this go up a little bit higher here at 181.70. We talked about this break. We liked it, but we're just out of a little bit now. Hopefully it can continue to go. Like Neil said, some names are starting to bump a little bit to the north, to the south side, including Amazon. We got some 126s. I just got more out there at 125.85 or whatever it was. So let's see if that continues to work. But Apple having a little bit of a time here. I may just punch. Yeah, you know what? I don't know. I don't want to just hop right out of this because it's like I'm panicking here about this trade. But anyways, it's because we put on some real risk. So let's wait to see what happens here with Apple. I have the stop actually back down here at 181. So I think now we'll just let it go because, over trading has been obviously a problem of mine for a while. So we'll have to wait. 181. If it breaks 181, then let's just get out. It'll be a hit, but that's okay.
Wow, Google is gone.
Is Google the one we're running right now?
So I'm gonna take a little bit out in front of 86 on Alibaba. We'll ring register there, but it's Google. That 125 break on Google was just, it was clean. You're now at a 125.80. I don't know where the top is going to be here. Obviously, you can't really predict the future, but if you look at the daily, that'll show you 127, which we have a bit of a double top. So maybe this is where we get a pullback. I'm going to respect that breakout price. The market's already up 1% and through 14.6. Everything is going. I just hear Palantir.
It's going the other way.
Really? Okay. The other one, so another name we didn't mention, SoFi. SoFi, of course, breaking that $7 yesterday, got to $7.20. It's actually rejecting that now. Let's have a quick look. 670s where it dipped to before. I like the trend that it's in. I'd look to be going dip buy. If it calms down a little bit, maybe we can grab that one on a bit of a dip. But that's weak right now. And crazy moves all over the place. I just can't believe that silly Google trade. Should have just gone for the breakout at 125. It's trying to dip now, so we might get the opportunity to get into this one. You got to be patient. I don't want to be long at 26. I want 125. Let's see if it can consolidate there, give us an entry. Baba's holding out okay. I didn't actually get a reload in Amazon because it didn't get to 125.
Yeah, Apple's all the way down here. We're going to put back some shares that we got out of right now at 181. But still, I told you, man, we took some shares here, so it'll be a hit early. Oh, man, we just can't get a hold of Apple early, it seems like, right now. As this market is just bouncing off 14,600, I'm hoping it is a bounce. I shouldn't say it is bouncing. Hopefully, this bounces a little bit here. As we have our stops a little bit lower, but there's Apple right there. I don't know. We got some bids back in there. It's fine. It's not like we're not down that much on this. We're long at 37 here, but it's definitely not making that rip move here like that Google's making. And there it is. Ooh, we just flashed a little bit lower there on Apple. You might have saw that. So this name not working out right now to the long, that's for sure. We did take that long breakout. That sucks. Looks like we are going to get broken out to the downside here on Apple to start with today. So not a great move there, but we'll see if this gets going anywhere right now. Tesla continues to make a move up, and there it is. Apple is currently trading above its all-time closing price, but it just got dumped down right there. So L on Apple early. What's up, Brendo?
Pager duty, guys. PD, another earnings name, back to the upside here. There was a AI-related note on this earlier in the week, but earnings missed. Forecasts not good either, but huge volume at the open here for PD.
So I'm now, new position alert for me. I'm now in Rivian. I didn't take the 15 break at the open. If you did, you would have already made, I don't know, it went 5 cents. It pulled back into 14.90. It sets it back up for me to be long above. I got a 3, so I'll give it back down to the 14.9, and we'll see if it can fill in the gap. That gap would be to 15.80. Apple, that 180 level was so gigantic yesterday. I don't see how got to take a shot at 180.
Oh, yeah.
If 180 held for an hour as an offer and then failed to break, I think you got to look for a dip buy at 180 on Apple. So I'm going to try and patiently wait for that. But the new position alert is going to be on Rivian. I got 3 longs, and I'm trying to find something because, the market's screaming, and I look over at Apple and Nvidia, which have been super strong stocks, and Nvidia just...
Is it? Oh, everything's going
What
down.
did I say? Give me a break. 405, 1 trillion, take your shot. Don't do it. End up liking the long, so you're only long. And then 405 happens on NVIDIA, and it's the easy wick top back into 400. Well, whatever. Once again, it's like a little bit of a bias and directionally gets you away from something in the other direction. It happens, but NVIDIA, I'm not chasing this move to the downside. I mean, 405 is the level. 400 could form something, but for now, it looks like it's just a bit of a missed opportunity on NVIDIA. Nothing's happening in NEO, so I don't think we're going to get a breakout on that one. And, oh yeah, the other one I wanted to get to, the other one was Google or Alphabet. Yeah, it kind of dipped to 125. I wasn't really aggressive enough with a bid, so 125.20 I guess would have got you in. I was sub that, so I'm not long Google. This is just an absolute moonshot right now. All arrows up for this. Got to find a way to join this, but it's a long kind of day for most stocks. Anyway.
Yeah, not for mine. I mean, we're still waiting for Apple to look at 180.50 right now. I mean, that was the pre-market bottom basically right there that we touched out, and we're just going to play off that. I don't know. I want to be long this name against 180, but I mean, I don't want to hold this all the way back down because right now we've gotten hit, obviously, on this long so far, and we're just waiting, I guess, to get dropped out again here. I don't know. Apple's been frustrating. We probably shouldn't have gone back into this name. Hasn't been a great name for us lately, so, you know, well, let's just wait. It looks like it's going to take it out. We're going to get stopped out if it does take that out right now, but make sure you hit the like and the subscribe, especially if you're liking the action in this market lately. Up now 1%. Let's get going here on Apple. Hopefully this can rally a little bit. Amazon continues to be right here at 126, so this is a good long. I mean, we have, you know, 50 cents in the money, a dollar almost in the money on Amazon, and we're just going to have to wait for this market to try to rally back up again right now. Make sure you hit the like, the subscribe, and all that, and come back to us every single day for more market action. But right here, let's go Apple. Come on, get back over 181.
Brendo? No?
Likes and subscribes.
Oh, okay, gotcha. That's my bad. Tesla is absolutely flying right now. I'm about to get a reload in Alibaba. That just came back to that 85 level, so I just grabbed a reload on Alibaba. But Tesla flying to 213. Obviously, the 210 level we can respect, but you're getting a big retracement now. Rivian, which we had for the 15 level, it just took out 14.9, so we put up the risk to go for like the 15. It was like 14 cents worth of risk, but 15, that's what I'll call it. And then it comes right back in. So no sustained break above 15 on Rivian. I thought we had at least 50 to 70 cents worth of upside, but you're going to get a reversal there. The market is a bit of a, like, you have to look at the names that are relatively weak and strong right now. So I'm watching NVIDIA. That is not showing any kind of strength, but at the same time, we talked about Google looking good. Amazon still looking pretty solid. That 3 minutes got a bad wick on it, and you're holding a tight consolidation up here. I think looking for the dip might not be 125 anymore. You could be looking at a higher low. Let's see it test a couple more times here because we've been going sideways since we got to 1% on the NASDAQ, and I don't want to chase longs up here. Already 0 for the first one that we grabbed, and I don't want to have to rush into a second one. Just one more before I get to it. I had mentioned this small capper, that UCAR. It's got an interesting thing happening at 13 bucks here. Before the open, 13 was resistance. Now at the open, 13 is resistance. You probably know where I'm going here. A 13 break on UCAR, I think you put up 50 cents worth of risk and maybe you have a halt up. Let's go to Brendo.
Carvana trying to get going here again. There was this note earlier about this $1 billion senior note offering that they've let expire. So they're actually not going to go ahead with it. So the move to the downside was when that was first released. Bounces off 4 here, but you can see heavy volume coming back in, guys, for Carvana.
Yeah, okay. I did see that note earlier, and I was surprised that it wasn't really moving because that came around sometime in the pre-market there. So nice little rally back here for Apple. Let's try to hold the rest now as we've come back up to 181 again. So, hey, man, if we're going to be right on it, let's just be right on it. And that's what we're going to try to do right now with with Apple. I mean, I got Alibaba on the mind. We like Alibaba there at these levels. But let's just continue to wait to see what happens here with Apple. Nice upside move. We did get out. I know we're talking a little bit about Amazon here. I'd like to be in this long. Of course, I'm already in the long with Apple, but this is not taking out 126. So I'm going to put something a little bit higher here. Let's just put an 80 offer. If we get it, that's great. We should be able to get that right now. But realistically, my concern is right here, right now with Apple. I need to take some profit out because, again, it hasn't been a great trade for us here in a while. So we lose there. We gained a little bit early, so it was fine. But then we dumped out on that long, and now we're trying to get this going again back up to the upside. So in what has been a pretty good day, we're down here because of Apple, but that's the only name we traded, Apple and Amazon, and we're doing pretty good. And there goes Apple right now again, into the teens again there. I got to get some offers upside in case that does that one more time. But yeah, Apple right now making some money on it, so it's pretty good.
Yeah, I just got wicked out, and it's not really a wick out. I stopped out underneath that pre-market low on Alibaba. So the first move gave us 85.25, almost up to 86, but I did grab the reload, and then it got that wick bottom. I'm going to go back to this once it starts to consolidate. It is an Amazon, Google kind of day here, and I keep talking about NVIDIA and not really showing you guys the chart. That's on me. We're flipping around it a little bit here. NVIDIA now holding underneath $400. It's making a consolidation lower. If I'm looking for the dip, it has been 393 to 395, so it's got some ways to go. Remember, 400 was a big level yesterday, so I'm going to give it a chance to head back lower. I do still like BOVE over 85, and my goodness, Lululemon is now starting to give up the bottom. So my Alamo was $362. It's already dipped $12 from the high, another $12 down, and I'll start looking for the long again on, well, I mean, yeah, for the first time on Lululemon. The breakout did not get sustained there, so just watch out below. Amazon's still cruising, Alphabet's still cruising, although that one is starting to pull back a little bit. So the 125, yeah, that's going to come into play here on Google probably before I get into Alibaba.
Yeah, that Amazon right now, let's go with this one. Nice little trade there on Amazon as it's taking out some highs right now again. As we talked about why we wanted that level there. Sorry, that's the wrong stock. That's Apple. Was right into here, right? We got some nice moves up there on Amazon today off that mobile news. So let's take a piece out here as it gets up to the top part of 126.30. Again, it's just... You're just trying to hold it and trying to get big wins. And looks like Amazon gave us that right there, right now. So good trade there on Amazon. Let's see if we can hold it. I mean, my eyes, honestly, I'm not even looking at anything else too much. Airbnb, people want us to check out. I love Airbnb. I mean, I bought it at 105 and change. Wow, 115 was not, had no idea we were up that high, but that's a good trade there for Airbnb today. Nice move on that name as that's continuing some nice upside action there on Airbnb, 116 and just cruising. Wow.
Chips are tanking right now.
Are they? Okay, I got to watch out for that. Yeah, because there goes AMD. Good call, Neil. AMD down now pretty good on this move. We're going to find out. Highest intraday level in over 13 months hit on the trips. What's up, Brendo?
Time highs traded briefly for Apple there out of the gate as well. We're back to the downside, though. Just checking here, guys. A couple of positive notes on Macy's this morning. It's actually mixed. There's a couple of price target cuts as well. But I was noting this. Macy's up 7% last I checked there. Huge volume coming back in. So JWN also having quite the move here back to the upside, up 4.5. So retail pretty strong to start.
We're getting this turn's getting a little bit dicey here. So BABA didn't hold for 85, so there was no entry there for me. NVIDIA is now down at 96. I mean, this is getting pretty darn close to that 93 to 95 level where we're looking for the dip buy on NVIDIA. But it's not just them. AMD's also getting quadunked.
Yeah, what's up with that?
I mean, it's all the chips right now that are getting flummoxed. The market pulling back itself. I mean, Amazon's going to get back to that dip buy. And Palantir's back up at 15. Now, it's reset. The high's now 15.20. I think that's what it has to chew through. But if this can hold above 15 even, at least that one looks like it's a bit of a long. I got my Amazon bid set for that 25 level. That's pretty much all I want is going to be 125. But I just do not need to be rushing to reload the longs. I kind of rushed on BABA to get the long the second time, and the second time wasn't any good. I mean, Google 125, you're not seeing anything but red to the downside. You know, Apple just, oh my goodness,
yeah.
Apple's already at 180?
Yeah, Apple's right here, literally right here right now.
Okay, so we're at 180. I was talking with Sharif this morning. I don't think this is the kind of level where you can have a hard stop at 180. Not the way that it rejected it yesterday. It was a bit of a trap. So I'm going to give it a few shekels underneath here. If it can start to level off, I've already got a front end entry. I'm only adding to this if I catch a back end. This has to settle down around this 180 mark before I can actually think it's any good.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that one. What a straight move down on all of these names, man. AMD, Apple, everything is really, really cranking. We got out of our Apple, thank God for that one. But it is at 180, and I do think that there is a shot to be taken there. And Neil just talked about that, so we'll wait to see if that's good. I'm just glad I'm not in it anymore because we were wrong on that break there. It didn't get to 183.50, but it did get above its intraday close high, which is what Brendan was talking about. Oh, wait, Amazon just came back in there to 125. I got to give this to like 124.75. 125. I think that's where my stop is or so. So right now, Amazon coming right back in. We'll try to buy a little bit here off 125, but definitely aware of this move, man. I mean, we just got out just 5 minutes ago at 126.30. So hopefully, if this market does settle down, obviously we like that Apple long as well. But, you know, we'll take a little bit of Apple here at 180 just to see if it wants to go, because we do have that bottom of 179.80 right now. So we could definitely afford a little bit of this play. So we'll wait for it. 179.75 or so on Apple to get out of that one. And then, of course, we wait to see if Amazon wants to really pay us out here as it's trying to go back upside. But it's just really fluctuating.
Amazon's a bit stronger. No question.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. A bit stronger than Apple, that's for sure. But let's just hope that it can continue to go. You know, sometimes you get these big moves where people are like trying to evaluate a new business or whatever Amazon's trying to do. But up 2% now. Let's see if we can hold this long.
Yeah, it's Amazon nice off that 125, but it's getting to, VWAP doesn't usually matter this early, but if you're looking for profit centers or like where you're going to scalp out of this, I tend to say if it's at that mark and it starts to slow down, I want to take something out. So I don't want to look any gift horses in the mouth. So we're going to make sure we get something out of this bounce here. If it holds 125, maybe we get some sideways action. Apple, I mean, it goes without saying that it's not as strong, but I can show you as well. It just held the 80 mark. And now you can't even hold above 179.80. So this could be, I want to be trying the long until 179.25 was the dip that we got yesterday. But it doesn't mean I want to hold the long all the way to 179.25. So I'll probably take 2 swings at it, which means I'll stop out underneath the 3/4 here, risk about 30 to 40 cents, and then try that again down at 179.25. Just want to be a little bit more disciplined with buying these dips here. Amazon good, but you know, Apple not so much. And then Alphabet here, it's still kind of falling down. Haven't seen a consolidation or a reason to jump into this one on the way back. And have a look at NVIDIA. It is crash city off the 1 trillion mark. I mean, that short there's always something that honks you off the open. But the 405 on NVIDIA, it's just like yesterday at 400. It's like that. I was looking for it. I didn't really get it. Thank you, Amazon. But this should have been the one. NVIDIA should have been the one at 405.
Yeah, I mean, let's go. Awesome. I mean, Amazon's been awesome, man. Amazon's been awesome. Free Fall Friday, we're up 0.4 right now, Sharif. Yeah, so right now, we're going to have to watch out for this because the only thing that's free falling right now seems to be Apple for sure. It's been hit up pretty good here. So let's just be careful with Apple and what we think this name's going to. It hasn't been trading that well here on the long, so I'm about to drop this out as well at the quarter mark, so a 3/4 mark. So here it goes, Apple. Damn it. Again, man, like I lose my whole day every day on Apple. It's so stupid. There it goes right back to the downside now again on that, which really sucks, man. This is, there it is. We just got out of it on that. I mean, I guess it broke on that breakdown. Now it's probably going to rip, but that's okay. I don't want to get back into Apple. Like I've lost way too much money on this name, man, all the time. So we're going to stay away from that and just hope to do better on other names. And then there's another reload in Amazon. And this name's been good. So let's see if that one can continue to work out for us here with Amazon. And it may not work again as the market's pulling back. We're actually fine so far here today. It just sucks that, again, we get that Apple move, and I've just lost too much money on this name. So I'm going to stay away from Apple now. Obviously, we took that 180, 150 break, and that wasn't great. Then we had 180. That was good. We made money back off that. And then right now, we just got stopped out there. I'm probably trading too many shares, to be honest with you. So that's the problem, because if I had less shares, probably would be holding this. But there it is. Nice move up to 180 again on Apple. Damn it.
Oh my goodness. So it's flush city pretty much everywhere. The only thing left on for me is going to be Amazon. Like Amazon's holding this price area, but if you go back to it, I'm going to go black chart because I got to show you something else in a second. If you look at this, where it started from, this takes out the 3/4, or more importantly, I think the 124.6. I almost got to give that one up as well. So it gave you the move to 126. The reloads in here at 25, which I haven't added a second time yet, but I'm probably going to. And then you look at the Chinese ADRs. Oh, my goodness. So PDD bounces off that 70 level. It is headed back into the downside. Just to reiterate, the 50 period's at 68, so I like the 68 level on PDD if it gets there. You got to be kidding me, Apple.
Like, I just got out of it, man.
And now it's right back 180. Like,
What's up to John Harper? You are 100% right. I'm on tilt from this Apple trade. You have no idea because you have an idea because you said it. But yeah, we had shares there, man, and that really sucks because that's my whole day back right there if I just hold this. So we don't, but that's okay because we're able to get back into Amazon. And Amazon right now, you can have FOMO on one name, but as long as you're trading others pretty good, you're okay. But we're just going to go 1 for 2. I mean, that sucks because Apple, holy shit, Apple, we talked about that at 180. And there it goes, absolutely flying to the high side right now is Apple. So this name just continues to go, damn it, as we just dropped out of that. But there goes Amazon. Hopefully that can continue to go up and we'll just make all our money back and we won't have to worry about anything. But, that sucks. Look at Apple. Oh, my God. We had too many shares down there. Yeah, I am on tilt. So, all right, let's just hope Amazon can go or else. I mean, it's not a keyboard throwing situation. I mean, I'm going to make mistakes. You know what? Okay, if I go short on Apple and I lose now, I'm just going to stay away from Apple for my mental stability. What's up, Brendan?
Little one software name, guys. IoT up 25%. That's another earnings name. They beat right across the board. Not a tremendously small company. We are talking about a $10 billion market cap here, but nice move so far out of the gate for IoT.
IoT, and there's lots of small ones moving here. Just to point out here, UCAR, it did, obviously, where my attention has been focused because Apple was doing Apple things. Amazon is even starting to give it up a little bit here. But that 13 break, it got to 1350 and kind of huadunked back down. It's holding the level. So somehow this is holding without another huadunk, but I think that could be incoming. And then there was that other MM name we're going to watch. It's got to get to NVIDIA in a quick second here for you guys. Been trying not to overtrade, yet I feel like I am. But NVIDIA, it doesn't hold 93. It's making the curl there at 90. This was the zone that I was looking for the buy. It just thought everything was a little bit deeper. I'm going to try to get into this long here. I'd like to get it off of the 93 level, give it back into the low. But I don't want to chase this one too far here on NVIDIA. I think it's worth it in the first couple of bucks here, but anything more than that, and it's just a pure chase play. NEO does not, you're absolutely right about that, Ryan Fraser. NEO hates $8 because I'm sitting here, I'm watching it. There's not a ton of offers at $8, but it just doesn't want to make this breakout. So I've been waiting for it to break all morning long, and just nothing happening here. NEO, it's at 99s right now. I think it's going to break. It's just a matter of time.
Yeah, and there goes Amazon to the downside as well. So Amazon's okay for us. It just broke there to the downside. I think we got to get short, man. We got to be short on something because this market is not a long. I mean, we had a long there. We're under the 50 period. I mean, could it be a long? Yes, but for right now, we are coming to the downside. So I'm thinking that that's going to be a good play now to the short. Everything is. I mean, I'm just more upset about that Apple trade than anything else. Right there. I'm going to go short Apple right here temporarily, and this is not. We just made that high right there. We didn't just make it now, but 125.05 there on Apple as we just continued to scream higher there. That's Amazon. Sorry about that. Hold on. That's why I was like 125. Right there. This is the wick top that we're talking about. 180.75 or so. So let's go short against that. We're under all these. I mean, it's been pretty weak today on Apple, of course. Still up, but not up from where we've been. That getting dropped out there really sucks. But I'm going to just respect that level there. 180.75 on, and just switch up our game a little bit here, right? We think it's going to be weak. Let's just see if it is weak at this level. We're not going to put a lot of shares in this until it comes back up so that if we do get hit, we're not going to get hit that badly. 180.75 is going to be my out as we watch out for Apple to fall back down. We have the short now. If the short's going to be right, this should again come back down to 179.80 or so. So let's put a bid roughly at 180 or so on this name just for a couple shares. And then if we do get that lower print, especially if this market wants to go there, because you can see, it's just hovering right now. It's just a 1 minute chart. So, maybe we come back down and test a little bit lower there. That's 14,450. So we'll see if that can come in again on this name, Apple and the market. So we'll wait a little bit higher up here near 180.60, but then we're not going to hold this past the 50 period, which is 180.75. Trying to make baby cuts because look at Amazon. Just went right back to the upside again off of that level. So I don't know. I still want to be net short though now, as long as the NASDAQ stays underneath.
I want to see this 14.5 on the NASDAQ. If that holds, I mean, I'm only in one position anyway, so if that holds, I just got the bounce off 24.6 back to 25 on Amazon. It might rinse and repeat that. From watching Tesla here, it's putting in a lower high as well, so pretty much everything that was strong is turning relatively weak. I should be shorting NEO at 8 because if it doesn't break $8, then you can always have a short like at 98 or 99 and reverse into a long. So I'm going to adjust the plan of action over in that one. NVIDIA is making a bit of a curl as well. It's getting right back into that bottom. I said I did not want to chase this one, so I'm not going to chase it. We'll wait for it to get back down to the low. If it wants to make a bounce, fair enough. And Palantir was screaming to the upside. It broke $15. It's at $14.45. That did not take very long at all. Palantir's Alamo has been $14.20. So if it gets down to $14.20 a minute, there goes the last of the Mohicans. Well, I mean, finally. There goes Amazon. I'm now out of Amazon. Going to reassess at this point because, you know, whatever, you don't want to give up too much. It gave the early break. It gave a slight bounce. It gave another slight bounce. And now it's breaking down. So one of the last strong names in there is now going into the red side. As I said, NEO $8 probably should have been as short as that level. But I'll still take the break if it happens, but I'll short in the high 90s into it.
I mean,
oh my God.
Finally, we switched up our game here and look at Apple. We say, oh my God, because what did we say might happen? Right back down into the 80 level, and that's it right there. So we'll go bang on this awesome trade here. We haven't had many of them, of course, but we switched up our game plan on Apple after being frustrated. And I want to thank everybody in the chat because I was reading what you guys were saying. Just take a break, take a minute, you know, reassess everything, and that's what we did, man. And I feel like it definitely worked out to the downside. We're still in 60% of this as we're bouncing near this bottom. I'm just going to put another bid. Just there we go. Now we're out of half of this trade, and this has been a good one, man. So just what we lost here. I mean, look, now we hold this short, and we're starting to break lower. So clear mind, guys. Loaded. That's what we're doing. Let's go, man. Nah, it's not revenge, Rhino. But by the way, I like Rhino. Shout out to WCW and Nitro. What's up, Brendo?
Not seeing much in the way of news on this yet, but some of the regional banks poking up here, guys. PACW, 7.5% on heavy volume at this point, back to the upside. Just made a day high. Definite relative strength here for some regional banks.
Some guy said that.
So I don't know. Someone's saying in the chat something about Amazon not going into mobile. Unless I see real news or Brendan says something, I'm not believing something like that, right? So
but even then, I don't.
I mean, who knows?
Who knows?
Yeah.
I always think that something like that, man, when there's smoke, there's fire. Because who leaked that?
Well, exactly. But
you know.
I always want to hear confirmation from
Yeah, of course.
So it's just one of those things. And another name is at a big level here, and obviously 31 is a round number. But if you're looking at Intel, which is already down on the day, by the way, the bottom was like 30.90 on the stock. So if it's going to make a hole, this is where I didn't take the dip buy that I wrote down for myself yesterday. It has to be somewhere around there. As I mentioned, I like this NEO at 39. But here comes, so NVIDIA didn't want to chase it. This is in that sort of support zone, and now you're seeing a double test of the bottom. A little bit better risk to reward here now that it's back underneath. So I'm going to go for my little shot here. The NASDAQ is at that bottom. And if it can start to make, come on, where's my NASDAQ chart? Yeah, if it can start to make that hole off the bottom, I think NVIDIA would be one to go for sure. I mean, Amazon's got to probably test at least another 50 cents lower. Apple's holding 180 again, by the way. So, I mean, Apple is at least relatively strong. But the NASDAQ is showing you that it's right at that same consolidation level where I would not want to be shorting bottoms here. If you're in it, great. I'd rather be looking for a pop to short a weak name and then work off these lows where at least I have myself an out. So I don't want to rush into anything. We'll be calm about it. At the end of the day, it's only 10 o'clock. And what I usually say at 10 is go back to like what were the levels that were valid at 9:30? Are they still valid, or which are the ones you still want to trade off of? And that's the point you can get in the trade. If they're not there, they're not there.
Oh no, I agree with you, and I think you got to find just the best opportunities. And if they don't work out for you, they don't work out for you. I mean, that's what trading's all about. As we continue to watch Apple go to the downside again, holding that 179.80 though. So we've averaged in, or we've got another piece out. Sorry, we haven't averaged in at all. We do have this name long, so let's take a piece out as it's starting to rip upside now. Holy shit! AMD, sorry, pardon my French. AMD, we just bought 118 flat there, and I just looked over and it was at 118.40. Man, we're doing pretty good here on this one. Let's wait to see what happens now as we have upsized position now on AMD because it came back in right to a great level. I'm going to get another piece out here on Apple just in case we do run up here. But there's AMD. We said we'd be patient, man. Look at all these buys we just had there. I don't know if I can zoom in. 4 of them. So look at all these outs. Let's see what happens now to the upside on AMD and see if we can get back here. We're looking at this teal, which is 85s. We'll put another offer out here in the 40s. There we go. Wow. Okay. Yeah, we're back. We're back, baby, right now. So that was good. Wow, that was really good. Nice move there for AMD. Just getting pieces out, man. Let's hold some for the dream. There's AMD off the bottom. We'll take it. We'll take it real good right now for the dream. And as soon as I say that, I got to get out right away. So we'll wait for that now, and we'll see what is happening now at the big desk with Brendan.
Hey guys, 10 o'clock just like that. Happening now, brought to you by Chart Prime. The innovative tools provided by Chart Prime are designed to give traders a significant advantage in the competitive trading landscape, and users can get up to 35% discount by using the QR code bottom of the screen. Shout out to our friends over at Chart Prime. Here we go. Green board to show you so far this morning. 0.65 there for the S&P, a full 1.1% for the Dow. The Russell, 1%, 1.41% there for the 1, 2, and 3,000. As I mentioned, some regional banks back to the upside so far today. It's tech that's struggling. 0.3, 0.17 for the NASDAQ composite and the 100. If you're with us in the pre-market this morning, we talked a lot about Lululemon. Impressive move so far. Not only pre-market, but back to the downside since the open. Tech in general, yeah, $8.5 billion in inflows, the highest ever this week for the top 5 or 6. Tesla getting a bit of a boost off that note from China, extending some tax incentives. But there's Lululemon back to about 13, 14%, trying to bounce off aftermarket highs yesterday for Lulu.
It's, Lulu didn't make another breakdown, so it's still in that 70 range. I thought maybe if it broke 70, we'd be getting like 60s, and I like my Alamo 62. I did finally get into NVIDIA here on the way back to the upside. It got to 92s. I bid 92s, and then took the break at 93s. It's back above 94. I'm looking for a 95 break into VWAP, or just continue the consolidation in here and play this $1 to $2 range on NVIDIA. Amazon came back. Apple's back above 180. I said if it broke the bottom, which, I got stopped out and wicked out, then it holds exactly the same low. I said I'd wait for 179.25. Well, it never got there. So now all of a sudden, the 180 level is valid, and it's showing you that's, 179.70 is the bottom here. I'm so glad that I had my stop out at 75. Sometimes you pick an obvious level, and you pay the price for it. So I will still try the scalp trade off of this bottom. 180, 30 cents worth of risk. Keep it tight, keep it simple. I was just mentioning Intel. It just broke and wicked 31. Remember I was saying 30.90 would be the level? You got to respect the previous break of that price and then the hold all week long at 31 even. So I'm not really sure this is done till it breaks 30.90. It's pretty weak right now, but it's had that support the entire time. I don't necessarily want to short a name like this off of that low. I would be looking for a bit of a bounce play here. And NIO, I know I said I would short if it got back up to 8. Well, look. It got all the way down to 780. If it gets back up to $8, I'll short like 97s and 98s. I still like the breakout. Obviously, the breakout didn't happen as I sat there waiting for it. I could have just shorted 98 and 99. If it gets back up, I will take that shot. So I've got only NVIDIA, looking to get back into some Apple. And one more for you out there. Remember Alphabet?
No.
Which was so strong? It just bounced off 24. So, some things haven't broken the low yet. Alphabet had a 122 bottom on the week. It is still in a bit of a support and supply zone down here at 124. I want this one to calm down. I'm trying to get back into Apple, and I already have NVIDIA. I don't need to rush into Google as well, though. But it is showing some signs of strength down here.
Google is?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Because I'm back into, well, I'm not back in, I'm still in AMD right now. So we're going to wait to see if that can do anything here with AMD hopefully being strong right now. Let's just give it a second and see if that does come through for AMD. We still have faith in Apple on this short, so, we're still in it, but we did get a piece out there at O's. When it came back up, but I'm with Neil on all that, and that if Apple does come back down into that 179-ish area, that's definitely a level for me to look at as well. So we'll wait for that 179 and change, but we are light on Apple. We're really, really light on it right now. I want to get back into Amazon against 125, so I'm going to take this 125.25 break. That's VWAP. I want to get back into this name in case the market screams. We already have a great long, I think, anyways, in AMD right down here. We just got a great fill at an 85 there, by the way, off of a 10 long. So 75-cent winner rate there. But you know, we still are looking for better on all of this. So let's wait to see, can we get anything here on AMD to the upside more than where we are right now. Apple fading off of 180 again there, as there it goes, Neil, back down through 180. So maybe we are going to get that 179.25 after all for Apple. So let's wait. And then Amazon also failing off of 125 as well. So market having a problem right now. Probably going to get out. Let me get out another piece here of AMD right here at 42. We'll take that out and go to Brendan.
Just surfing through some of the Dow names. We saw the Dow outperforming everything else at 10 o'clock there. Here's Caterpillar, guys, up 4%. Just took out day highs. There was a note from China this morning suggesting they're going to put more support into the property market in that country. So obviously, CAT set to benefit potentially for that.
Ooh, the property market.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
that makes sense, though. Yeah.
It does make some sense. I mean, I guess look, if
shovels in the ground,
CAT is G-Man just saying CAT's a monster. Yeah, I sold some shares like months ago, but I've been looking for a place to get back in. Bless you.
Yeah, I got the mute button on there, so hhopefully.
You always get the mute button when you sneeze. I never get the mute button.
I just mute the mic.
I know that's what I should do because the mute button's no good.
Did anybody hear that sneeze? Well, they probably heard it in your mic. So.
Palantir, dude.
What? 14?
So Palantir, 1420.
Yeah.
So remember 14 to 1420. That was sort of where it's been bouncing. The higher low 1420, then maybe actually underneath 14 before. So the front end would still be looking for it because it's all red right now. But the second I see any sign of strength down here, this is where I wanted to be able to pick it up. Unfortunately, I mean, it's been relatively weak here. You guys can see that. I'm not telling you guys anything you don't know. One name I have not mentioned. Again, I'm not going to rush into it. C3AI is now flushing. Forget about it. Never got to 36 for short. $30 and $30.50 was the support level for C3AI. That's where I would jump into that trade. Intel is now 10 cents from breaking that bottom. Maybe we see a flat bottom break on that. Who knows? And watch out Coinbase. It is on it. And usually I'm short this name. I'm not today for obvious reasons because I was looking at big tech. This is where it broke out from yesterday, 62.5. I would expect you could see a bit of a bid there. I'm going to change my tone on NVIDIA, thinking we can get VWAP on this. I don't think it wants VWAP. It just rejected 95s big time. So look at the wick top at 95. I still like the long off of the bottom. It's giving you a decent range here. But I think you got to respect the fact it doesn't want any part of breaking the 95 level. Market's a little bit too weak for that.
Yeah, I don't know what just happened there. I thought we had some outs for AMD here. So let's,
I
don't know. I thought I had some more outs on this name. Like, I don't have 24s. Oh, my order log is not sorted properly right here. Okay, there we go. So nice upside move here, hopefully coming for AMD. There it goes. So we just rebought that bottom again. Pretty simple trade for me. Rebuying bottoms there on AMD. Let's see if it continues to work or not. Nice upside move right now. We got to get some out. So bang right there. Yes, go. Spin the money again there on Advanced Micro Devices off of 118.50, man. You know, sometimes you just gotta sit there and sort of grin and bear it. There it is. Wow, we are making a lot right now on AMD today, and it's all about sticking with sort of your guns and you know, trying to get something that you like in the right space. We talk about how important that is time after time. Getting something in the right space. And AMD's down for sure, but it's come in and it's just bounced off 118 a couple times. Let's now try to, I mean, I keep saying let's try to hold. That's not really what I do best. I try to scalp out as much as possible. So we're already out of half of this trade already as it comes all the way up. We don't have very great outs. So let's take some more out there at 50 as we just try to absorb this trade. I like it, obviously, as it's coming back in right now. So we'll just continue to sit here on AMD and try to make a little bit of cash on this play. Cashish?
Cashish.
Cashish. Okay, good. Yeah. Can't make hash out of paper, I don't think. But right now, AMD to the upside, and you guys tell me, I don't know. We're just cooking Breaking Bad style. So nice little move to the upside right there. As Sharif, man, if you have some spare time this weekend, please watch more than episode 1 of Breaking Bad there, because you're definitely missing out
NVIDIA just
on
did it
that
again.
one. And then, NVIDIA and AMD probably.
Congratulations.
Yes.
However, when I said it did it again, I'm trailed out of NVIDIA because it did it again at 395. It got above 395 for a split second, and then it just rejected it. So another wick top. This time I had my trail in. I swore I had a trailing stop last time, but this time my trailing stop went in. I was able to grab the buck 50 and run. If it gets back to the low, I'll rinse and repeat that. But being patient has actually worked now. And Palantir, it made the curl off the bottom. See what the difference between the front and the back end of the trade. It's like, how hard is it to get the long? It shows you a wick bottom through 1420. That's the level we're eyeballing. There's your wick bottom. You're not going to be long at 1420 if that happens, but you can have the 25 long on the way back in. Once it goes up that 10 cents, we start getting up. That's 1-to-1. If it gets to 1450, I'll be pretty happy about it. We like that VWAP retracement style trade if it can go. So Palantir, we waited for the curl. We're now into it. Let's see what can happen. And yes, I mean, Breaking Bad is a wild ride. It is one of the thing about Breaking Bad, you have to be able to sit through a bit of a slow start as they're setting everything up. It gets so much better down the line. You got to be patient with that one. You cannot give up in the season 1 or you've made the worst mistake ever. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah,
But that's mostly for Sharif. You guys probably all know that.
Yeah, most people know that. Sharif is the only person I think in North America never watched Breaking Bad. I think
it's true.
I think that's true. I'm not. It could be true.
No,
on that
it's
one.
true.
Yeah, it is true. Yeah, they just actually I just saw that on. Just came across the newswire. That is actually
only
true.
You and no one else.
Yeah, only Sharif. Yeah, exactly. So, good job, Sharif, on that one. Please spend some time watching it. Okay, AMD continues to retrace back up. Obviously, back up to the upside right now as we're long this name off 118.15. I don't know, just wick top 58. I'm waiting at 68 and then 89, a lot higher than that. We are getting close to getting in right now to Amazon. This one will be a juicy one. Let's just hope it goes for us. If it does go, we're trying to take out this 125.25 area right there. We've already, I mean, it just bounced off the 200 again. So this is only like 5 minutes ago. It was about 50 cents lower. That's probably a much better take. Like we said, getting in on something as it's dripping down rather than punching through the top. But Amazon, this is not the top. I think this is just a good little base down there at that 124.50. We'll probably take that next time it comes in and then give it to 124 if it does come in again. Because right now the NASDAQ is still positive and just bouncing off of 14,500. So there are some reasons to go long on Amazon today. Although there was, I don't know, maybe Brendan, if you're up there, if you see anything about people in the chat are saying that maybe Amazon's not interested in mobile, but let's just wait to see. I mean, I'm here to trade it if it does break that level. So here we go. AMD right back up, man. That's a good trade for us. There goes AMD right now. We're waiting at 68, but it just stopped at 65. So here's what I do. Let's put an offer now at 60. Oh, hopefully I just didn't miss that briefly there. Let's see if it goes back up. Give me it. We're
my
at
goodness,
60.
Tesla.
And there it is right now. What's Tesla, 220 yet?
High of day. I mean, okay, well, not 220. But I mean, what else is at the high of the day right now? Shout out to you guys let us know. If we're looking at something that's at the high of the day that isn't Tesla, you tell me. I'm taking more out of Palantir, but Tesla looks like the most bullish of the bunch here. The futures are making a lower high. That's the lower high in the futures. You can't really see that very well. That's the lower high being made on the futures, pulling back in, and Tesla wants high of the day. If we bounce off the bottom again on the future, then I think you want Tesla wherever it lies, and this might be the breakout that we want, or we're looking at 215 later. So 210, a great level. As I said, out of the corner of my breath there, I was taking some more out of Palantir because it showed some weakness at 1440. I will rinse and repeat, but this time tighter to that 1415 bottom on PLTR. I got 25, 26s. Next time I'll try to get a little bit closer to that low of the day. Brendo.
I am actually seeing a few notable sources, guys, actually mentioning that Amazon has, quote unquote, no plans to add wireless service at this time, again, for Amazon.
So that is
where there's smoke, there's fire.
Yes, exactly. So that's going to be a right report there. So good job on that one, people in the chat, and thanks Brendo for that. It's not really changing my opinion on this trade for Amazon because I mean,
we liked it before.
That's not like a brand new story, right, Brandon? Like he's busy. I don't think that's hitting the wire right now. I think that's been in there for a bit. So 125.20, still a good little level there. If we break it, we break it. If not, we're not going to worry about it. So that's the level right there. Obviously, we got some more out of on AMD. You just saw me get filled there at 60. Let's see if that continues to work. So I'm still there for that Amazon trade. Let's see a break. And if it breaks, we're going to get out, on a take much lower, not much lower than 124.95, like this 50 period that we keep bouncing off of. So let's see a strong move up here, hopefully, in this name, and then we'll work off of that. But right now, that's my play for Amazon. Let's just see if it can work.
Yeah, that's a good point out there. Justin in the chat saying you would not say, quote, at this time unless you haven't thought about it or are planning it. So no, that's a good note. Like maybe we see something a little bit later down the line. And look, we liked Amazon before all this. It was a good looking chart as well. I mean, obviously, it's big tech. It's a good looking chart. Tesla it's battling the high of the day. I would much prefer with the market making a lower high that we're taking dip buys as opposed to breakouts, unless I see a really big level out there. So I'm not going to chase this one. I'd like some kind of a dip, maybe back into VWAP, somewhere in the 212 range would make sense. I got out of NVIDIA, and it looks like it still wants to go, but the way that it was trading, it gave me that wick high, which wicked me out. It's going to get back to VWAP here, so maybe we were right about it getting to VWAP and then just weren't willing to hold it. It was so weak, and it's still red on the day, that I just didn't feel like that was going to be a home run trade. Palantir, I'm even just looking for VWAP at this particular point. I know Intel was something of interest if it was breaking the low. I mean, this could, if it trends down, I usually would like an entrance at VWAP for the short, or it has to break that 3090. And UCAR. So congratulations.
Congratulations!
If you happen to be long at 13, I'm not, but it just did this. Oh, so look at 15 bucks on the stock. Every single time it gets up here, it's done a Huadunk. What level do you think I want to see hold for a consolidation and for me to try the long? It's that 13. Like, what did it break out from? If it can bounce off 13, maybe give you a 13.50 entry, then you risk 50 cents in slippage, and suddenly it's better than 1-to-1 if it gets back to 15, and you don't need the high of the day break, which these high of the day breaks on these are, I think they're a disaster to trade. And quite frankly, it's just your win rate has to be, it doesn't have to be that big if it moves, but quite frankly, when was the last time it went clean from 15 to 20? That's not happening anymore. They're not breaking tops and going into halts like they used to, so you have to catch a consolidation.
All right, we're able to, so good that you're in Palantir there. I know you're out of NVIDIA, but we still stay in this AMD, and they traded a little different yesterday, so we're gonna wait to see as AMD still red on the day here. But again, just bouncing up to these levels, we take it out a couple times, look, 118, and then these are, I wish we'd be up infinitely more, obviously, if we had just held every time to these highs. So let's hold a little bit more. We got out of our Apple. That's 40 cents in the money. It just dripped down again into 180. We were waiting for this short. Unfortunately, that didn't come. We should have shorted 180.40, but again, that is the day trader's dilemma. Coulda, woulda, shoulda on all that. I still like this break here of Amazon. It's holding out high. If we do come back in and we are able to take out this 125.95, then yeah, we'll get stopped out on this, but we're going to go punched along on this VWAP break of 125.25. We've been waiting here for like 20 minutes, so that probably means it's going to be no good. Let's wait to see what happens here on this break upside. Brendan's already sort of squashed that news there on the mobile, but that news is out there now. If it rejects off VWAP because of that, then I don't know. I'm just trading this technically right now, so watching out for this 124.90, possibly as a pullback in. Wow, AMD is now taking out 119 anyways, trying to. Nice move back up to the upside here for advanced micro, but there it is, a fade out. Okay, so there you go. I'm just going to put an offer right now. Get this out at 90.
Oh my God.
That's $1 right there, 75 cents right there. So let's see if it wants to continue to work. I like the name off this level, and I'm just waiting now. Amazon's going to get broken in just a couple seconds, man. There it is. Let's go. One little break, and we're long, and now we're long on Amazon. Let's go over to Brendan.
Stock ticker HUIZ, Smart Insurance Solutions for New Generation Consumers. Hughes improved cost efficiency, leading to a 20.2% year-over-year reduction in operating expenses and a healthy improvement in gross margin to 39.8%. Check out their 23 Q1 earnings release by scanning the QR code, HUIZ. Shout out to them. All right, a few movers to make a note of here this morning. MMV, we were talking about in the pre-market if you were with us, 270% still to the upside. It's been a bit of a range. However, got rejected off $4 back to the downside, just kind of chopping around right now. This UCar, yeah, straight downside ever since the open. $9 straight through to $7.50 right now for UPower. IoT. Morgan Stanley with a upgrade price target increase after earnings beat expectations for this one. So Samsara Incorporated actually testing day highs as we speak. Carvana as well. We mentioned that $1 billion senior note offering coming off the table for CVNA, back to highs as well, guys.
So just now, Tesla, the reason I didn't take a Tesla break at the top is because they have not been clean. Tesla break at 214. It's already back at 213 and wicked the high and rugged everybody. I was looking for a little bit of a bounce. Of course, I mentioned UCar failing 15. It bounced once off 1350. Here comes the test. There's a bit of a bid there. If it can hold and show a little bit of green, show a little bit of moxie or whatever down here, that's when I would go into the long and give it to 13. It's still looking like it's trending down. Palantir, on any reload I take, I got out a half. Probably should have got out of more. I should have got out of 60%. I got just over half because I got that last exit. But if it's going to bounce off the bottom, I need to see it hold that low. It's still trending down. Last time I got it on the back end, not the front. I want to do the same thing on the way back here. But as I was mentioning, Tesla was dirty if you took that 214 break. It got to the quarter. It's already back at 13. I do favor this for a relatively strong name, but let's see that strength come back into the fold before we rush into anything. Still no bottom break for Intel. And PAC-W, did we,
Someone said it's strong right now.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Is there news?
Not that I know of. I don't know that there's any news, but PAC-W, I mean, if this thing gets through, I mean, the 50 period's at 830. You can see what's been going on every time it's gotten above $8. It's rejected it. Were it to take out this top, that gets pretty darn juicy. But just have a look at the daily chart. It's at a major resistance level, which was a previous support, 8 to 835, or maybe even call it 8.25. I wouldn't be chasing this. I also don't even know what the news is, if any.
Yeah, I'm not. I was just looking for it. I don't really see anything.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I don't know if
PAC-W.
I don't see anything.
Okay. So far so good, but we did have a bad idea on Amazon because when it broke back down, we got something out at basically for flat, well, 4 flat, we got it 23s. Right there, we just take a 37 out as it ripped back up. I actually put a bid at 05. It went down as low as 07 or 06, so we didn't get that reload fill. I was trying to get out. I got out of a quarter there, and then we just got out of 10% there. So this could be a very big loser. Not very big loser. We know where we're going to get out if it breaks back down below right now. But here comes Amazon trying to push back lower again right now. So this trade could fail one more time. But what's working out right now is Apple. We hold that short. There it comes. It's coming back in for Apple. We switched up our game on this one. We were long and then we were short. So the short right now, we don't have a reload. We were waiting basically for the same price on the reload. That didn't come through. So yeah, a little disappointed that we don't have anything there on that Apple, but so far so good. And then here comes AMD. Let's take a small piece right now, but I'm waiting at 11s, I believe here. No, 10s. Oh, there you go. Apple just flushed. And yes, we get that. So bang. We're now out of Apple, so nothing to worry about. But the market's flushing, so I do have some stuff to worry about. Now market coming in pretty strong right now. Let's see. Do we get that AMD reload? Yes, we do. Now we're loaded up on AMD. But remember where we're getting out, man. Any kind of a drop lower, we are out of AMD. Dirty. So let's be, okay, we just got some 19s. Let's wait to see. We just got some 10s up here again into the 20s. Let's just get it out. Not get it out, but let's get some more out as we keep on doing that. We say that we're going to hold these for reloads, but hey, man, we're scalping this, baby. And that's been a good trade here so far today on AMD, needless to say. And there's the reload and there's the cash on advanced micro devices. More upside for us, please, here. AMD, let's go. We just got 10s. We're out in the 20s, but still holding on to something.
Yeah, so a couple of things. One, Intel did make that flat bottom break, so I'm into it now. I'm shorting back into 31, so started underneath 30.90. But the banks, you're right. I mean, I'm looking at PAC-W. There is no news on that specifically, but the banks are strong. Morgan Stanley checks notes, high of the day, 3%. Right. Usually we're looking at big tech. That's why we're trading big tech. I'm just about to get some more Palantir here. But the Morgan Stanley very close to a breakout of the week high, 84.70. JP Morgan. There's JP for you. Load, PC, load. Come on.
What is that PC load letter from, by
it's
the way?
No, it's from the Office Space.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay.
I love Office Space. It's a really good movie. It's
Yeah,
a PC
yeah.
load letter. It's just when they beat up on the printer. whatever. So JPM's up 2.4%,
Not
about
Sabre
to break
printers,
141. High on the week is 140.70 on this. 140.50 or so. So if it breaks that top, I think that gets pretty juicy. Big wall on JPM at 142, but until it gets to 142, I think it's got room to work. If you look at the chart of JPM, gorgeous holding 140. Now you have the higher low just broken. I think the long off this zone makes a little sense to me. If this is going to trend up, even if the market catches a bid here, I mean, this is going counter trend anyways, I think you can like some strength there. So it's not to say that I want to pivot toward long some of the banks. I still like Palantir off the low of the day, but got to get something on this in this group if we're going to continue that move. Brendo?
Verizon back towards the lows here, almost 5%, guys. But this just popped up in front of me. Shout out to our friends over at Benzinga. So Amazon spokesperson, quote unquote, we are always looking to explore and add more benefits to Prime members, but don't have plans to add wireless at this time.
Okay, so it's official.
Yeah, so they're definitely like confirming that story, but at the same time kind of throwing some cold water on it a little bit there by not confirming anything. But we don't need to confirm jack right now because right now we're just going to go bang it out again on AMD. I mean, I keep saying try to hold some more for this trade, and there it goes again. I mean, how many reloads? Like, this has been the trade of the day for me there on Amazon, as we've definitely, taken our lumps on Apple, but we made it back. Now we go Amazon. We actually bought that Amazon dip. We talked about, I mean, this is the thing. Neil and I will tell you the prices. Like I told you that we were waiting on Amazon down there at 05. So it just came in, so happy to say we got it. And then now we're getting some out in the 30s now on Amazon. That's recent news there. So let's try to hold out on a bigger move up for Amazon. I mean, we talked about getting that VWAP break. So let's see if we can just retrace higher now. It's a good, okay, perfect. Thank you, Alfredo. Or was that Fabian? Who was that? Fabian, what's up, Fabian? Got to learn these guys' voices right now. Bang, bang, and bang right now as we are on the bull. If we're going to go some Ali G, we got to put on the glasses right now for that. So booyaka, as there goes Apple back up to the upside. And there goes AMD again, right back upside on AMD. Another 75-cent winner for you on AMD. That's 3 times 90 cents right there. 3 times 90 cents on that play. We're on fire. We're al fuego right now. I think we have is it crypto update?
Crypto update, 10:30.
10:30. All right. So let's go over to Brendan. And man, not yet.
Okay, apparently not yet.
He's too intimidated by the glasses, Brendan.
That's okay.
Yeah,
that's okay. So I can get my reloading pounds here, but guess what bounced off of 179.27. Apple, that 179.25 level held.
It's all the way down there?
So it got all the way down there. It bounced right off of what was, the reason this level matters, because it's going to seem random, is when it pulled back off of 180, that false break, it bottomed in the afternoon at 179.25. I can't do anything about that wick, but that's it there. That's it there. Now I'm looking for the re-entry into the long. I did get my reload in Palantir here on the way back up. Pretty much the same price as before. So there's the bounce, there's the reload. You can do basically the same thing we did the previous time. Maybe we get to VWAP, we'll go for it. But I'm going to like Apple in here. If Apple wants to try to hold this level, I like 179.25. I'm going to work in back off that bottom. Oh, and Tesla is making a recovery. So there's your wick bottom. It didn't really give you any juice at VWAP there because it was a wick underneath, so there was really no load up at 212. It's holding 213. A retake of the high of the day gets insane for me, and I'll probably take a shot at the high of the day break. So 214 the second time. The first time was a trap.
Okay, yeah, we are. Amazon right now is starting to go. I'm going to take another. We've got a couple pieces out here at 50. Let's put one more out here at 50, 49s to be exact. Hopefully we can get that and go a little longer here on Amazon as we continue to watch it. There it is. Nice little move to the upside off of that reload long, right? We wanted that break. We got it. So if we got it good. If you understood. So that was a good play there. Apple's a great long off that bottom. We did good getting out of Apple right there at 65. that was a great take. I mean, Neil talked about 175, 179.25. So obviously that's going to be a good one as well right there. So let's see, man. Let's let this market cook. I mean, now we're long. So, we're long off these 14,500. We're trying to get above the 50 period. We've got VWAP right there. We just need to take that, baby. And then we're really jamming. And we've got 2 longs that we really, really like. We're 80 cents in the money on AMD 3 times, by the way. So we've already talked about that. And then we're also long on Amazon, although that one's, I'm going to take one more out here at 36. I don't know. I just put it at 36. There it is. But we didn't get it. There we go. Now we get it as it goes back through us. So we'll watch out for this. But we do have now locked and loaded for our crypto segment with Brendo.
Initial move downside, guys, coming off this jobs number this morning for crypto markets, but we are seeing a bit of a bounce currently. I'll show you the chart in a second here, though. But everything was headed lower into the May jobs report this morning that, if you missed it, comes out much higher than expected once again. 3 months in a row on that note, to the upside anyways for jobs. But back to green, as you can see right now, for BTC to the tune of about 0.3% on the 12-hour chart. We're still holding this 26,500 level, trying to get back to 27,000 after testing above 28,000 going back to earlier in the week. 1.3 meanwhile for Ethereum, 1,880 coming into play once again. Pretty much green numbers though right across the board. I just noticed as well, Coinbase did gap to the upside this morning, tried to hold 65 initially out of the gate, but we're giving up on yesterday's close price right now at 63, guys. So even Coin now down 1%. Back over to you.
Coin down, and I'm not in it. But so Tesla, you'll see me in and out of Tesla. I had a bad trigger on it. It never actually broke 214.25. I just got in and out for it was like 7 cents. I actually made 7 cents. But it's another failed breakout above 214. It needs to take out the 214.25 high. It continues to the downside. I just reloaded my Intel short, but I got to get to JP Morgan. We talked about the banks being at least a little bit relatively strong. So I wanted to buy a little dip there in JPM. So this is the previous breakout of 140.60. I got it, and it was front end on the backside, but who cares? If it holds up, fine. I probably have to just deal with the fact that I got in early, and if we continue the trend, it'll be absolutely okay. I do still like it to VWAP, but I want it to hold that breakout, or at least that secondary break, and once it goes sideways, I can add to it. Palantir, I got the reload there. We're able to ring the register as it starts to head back to the upside. This is what it did the first time. It was a fast grind down and then a bit of a slow grind back into 1440. This time, if it gets to VWAP, I'll be a little bit happier with that trade. Tesla really wants that top, but I'll let it break the high or give me VWAP before I chase that move. And one more for you.
Yes.
Fizzor to the upside. It's not Faraday, but it's still a car company that's going up. Actually, never mind. Faraday's not going up. That's probably going down. But Ford with a bit of a breakout here. So bucking the trend of the overall market. I thought Tesla was the strong one that was on one today. Ford's filling in this gap, which, it gets all the way, it's up 2.5%.
Yes.
But that's a very clean breakout. I hope Tesla makes a similar break of the high of the day, and we get 15, 17, 20, all that good stuff. But it looks like Ford's the one that is going. So I wanted to shout out everyone in the chat that's pointing out that relative strength and bit of a beast. So you guys pointed us toward the banks. I'm into JPM. I want the high of the day there. I don't know if I can get into Ford up here, but if you're already into it, I think you're fine.
All right, so I'm just been in the same names today. Apple, AMD, Amazon. The 3 A's. Apple gave me the you know what. But Amazon is saying, no worries, my guy, because we got you. And there's Amazon right there. Another reload down there, another move higher. Let's go on Amazon. AMD's really been a beast for us today as well. But we could look for some more names. Let's go back over. Let's have a look at SoFi. SoFi was yesterday.
SoFi. If it's above 725,
no.
I will.
Its best days were yesterday. We'll see what's happening today. Bottom of 670. What does that have to do with yesterday, though? Yes. Right into yesterday's bottom that was made at the end of the day, so that could have been bought up for sure. Nice move up for SoFi, right back up to VWAP. Now, this looks like a short to me. We're long everything, so I don't know if the short I want to put on right now, but this looks like a decent spot right there for SoFi and Amazon, of course. We're talking about both of these names, but SoFi right there. You're in Palantir, which is a recent runner. SoFi's been a recent runner as well, but that's 695. They're looking like a decent top for SoFi if you're looking for something to short right now. I think that that's pretty set up to do that. Let's check out Lucid again, because I'm just trying to not look over here at AMD and Amazon, because I know they're not doing fantastic, but let's just hope that we can get going a little bit on those names, and then we'll see about an upside move. But Lucid, again, we talked about 620. That's not really doing anything right now. I got to look. I'm sorry, guys. Okay, Amazon back up. We have an offer at 45. Hopefully that can fill. Look where we're long, 125.07. So another banger here for that one. I see your Apple's really working out nicely, so that's really good, back up to 180. But yeah, we're green today, and whenever it's a green day, we give the thumbs up. So let's stay green and try to make better trades and not throw good money after bad and bad money after good. So just try to find the best trades. The thing about day trading is, and you know, we say this over and over again, you're going to have days where things don't work out, and you're going to have days when everything is just banging and it's great. So, you know, take the good days for what they are and take the bad days for what they are, but make sure that you stick with your strategies, stay confident in what you're doing, and back test them. Go into sim mode if you're having a little bit of trouble. But for right now, the market seems to be doing pretty good. So let's stay on some of these longs.
Yes, sir. And I'm still just staring at Tesla wanting to break 214.25, and it's like it gets up there, breaks 214. I'm like, it's going to trigger me in any second now. And this is like watching that 180 in Apple, where you're glued to it because you could get the fill any second, and then of course it's not actually going. So it's above 214 again. I do want this breakout. I just got some more Palantir as it got back into the 40s, but I don't want to show it to you because I mean Tesla's going to break any second now. JPM gets to the high of the day. I'm going to take some out there. I didn't actually get into Apple. I am on the bid. Tesla's now made the break, so it's above that quarter. I got 26.
Well, I thought you were long Apple.
At 214. No, I'm on. I didn't get the bid. That's why I was putting
Oh, my bad.
I messaged Shreve because like we were talking about how 179.25 is where it bounced previously. That's where I should at least try to get, and then I don't actually get it.
Okay.
Because I wanted the back end, not the front end.
That's the worst, man. I mean,
Didn't take it. Did not take it. So if Tesla gets to 215, I do want to take some out in front of that. Every single even dollar level I want to respect, even like the 50s I should.
yeah, sorry, but I thought you.
No, I'm on the bid.
It was a great call. I mean, how many times have we had those experiences, right? Like you say, I like Micron at 60, and then you put the bid at 60.20, and it goes to 60.30, and then it's like a $2 winner or whatever.
It says in your face.
In your face, and that's exactly what Apple said today is in your face to me and to Neil. But yeah, so far so good here. Anyways, let's just continue the moves to the upside. So there it is, nice out right there.
Awesome.
For AMD. AMD has just been an absolute monster today as we make back the Apple money here with AMD. So thank you so much for that, AMD. As again, a name that's on here for a long. We had written down 122. It never got to that level, so we don't got to worry about that. And then here comes Amazon. I'm guessing Amazon's going to be weak again. I have another bid at 05 again, but if we break 95, then we're gone on this name. Is it 95 or 89? I'm just going to double check it to give you 89. So if we break too much lower on Amazon, then we will give back some of what we've made here, because I'm just trying to hold out for this support. And it's been good, but we just topped out again at 44. I don't want to run out of bullets. Like, if I just keep getting out every time on the top, it's great, and we're making money, but then I don't have anything for that dream. But this is telling me to get out every time. So I feel like as long as it's in there and I can get out for a profit, like I'm offering 36 right now. Don't know why 36, but there it is right there. So this is what I'm talking about. Hit the sirens. It's a good trade. We're in the money 30 cents, so we'll take it. And just like AMD, right? Like now I don't have anything left as it's going to, I mean, we still have something left, but we don't have the big piece left because we kept getting out here at 70s and 80s. Not going to complain about AMD today. That would be a horrible opportunity to do that. Look, I'm so excited because Alfredo today,
Oh yeah,
from his Mexican heritage,
we're gonna get some.
the guy's wearing an avocado shirt. So first of all, oh, we have a fruit
Everybody
salad.
likes
If I could
avocado.
find that fruit salad animation, there's an avocado in that. That would be really fun.
Which is weird because we.
Yeah. So here's, I used to do a thing with fruit salad. Actually,
But
don't
you
know why
put
we haven't.
avocado in a fruit salad.
That's the thing. Like that would make it all mushy. Like what is up with that?
You don't do that.
But the reason why I'm bringing this up is because, look, when somebody from Spanish, if someone's going to offer you
Don't be talking food already, man.
cuisine and they make it well, You know, like if I tell you I'm bringing in lasagna, I mean, you saw what happened with those cannolis.
Look, first of all, anybody
When they came in.
if you watch the show, when Sean brought the cannolis, I lost my shit. It was,
Right.
It was like,
right. Luca brought some sopressata, this and kind of stuff. So we got to stay in there. Which, by the way, Neil, where the hell's that rum cake, bro? This year, Christmas time.
Oh, don't worry about
I
it.
want to see rum cake here. And okay,
remind me, I'll take you a picture of the fruit marinating in our.
what? The pumpkin
just
cheesecake from
marinate.
my wife. Exactly. Well, she can make everything.
Don't
but
worry, we'll have the rum cake. It's
so this
just-
is a long way about saying
gonna
that
get-
Alfredo's bringing in some salsa. And I've already said there's going to be a big-ass bowl of it right here. I'm going across the street. We're going to buy some nachos, and we are going to be mowing down on Monday, apparently.
What do I get to eat now?
Alfredo, I
is
love
what
you a lot, but if that salsa's not here on Monday after the craving that I have right now, we may need to renegotiate.
I
Because
got in the last minute and a half, I now have a food headache.
see what I'm saying?
I'm freaking hungry, people.
Oh, man.
Hopefully, ringing the register, that's
Yeah. The market's giving us some nice.
The market's giving you the bounce, right? So Tesla, it broke the 50 level. I was able to get some out there. Let's
go Amazon.
I can't make this one up. The recent high is now 214.69 because, of course, Tesla. If it gets to 15 even, I will take another leg out there. JPM did tag the high of the day. And so 141 did not break it. I think this is a nice trend. I want to hold on to that trend to the upside. Palantir got to almost VWAP. That's almost VWAP. It's not VWAP. So a couple of times off the bottom there. And then I want to come back over to my good friend. By the way, I want to show you Palantir. If Palantir gets to VWAP, I think it probably explodes if it breaks 60, but it's a weak stock for now. And back over to Intel, the one short I'm in. And this is the thing about Intel. If the market reverses, look, if it gets above 31.10, then this will be the hit. But if the market reverses, that's a flat bottom break. I think we could see 30. I'm going to scalp some out to the low, and I'm going to hold till 50s. I'm going to hold till 25s, and then to 30. I've been in this position before where everything is long and Intel's a short, and it looks relatively weak. The market is now bounced almost 80 points, and Intel is still underneath 31 bucks. To me, that sounds like I want to be willing to give it some room as we head to sector watch. I know.
So nice green board to show you guys here for the S&P right across the entire thing pretty much. 1.02 overall. Notably, obviously in the communication services group here, we have T-Mobile, Verizon, AT&T, all downside off that Amazon note this morning. Dish to the upside to the tune of 20% as well. So this group overall still positive, but being hurt a little bit by the negativity from the communication stocks, but everything else, as you can see, positive on the day. Banks leading, as we said, individual banks, the regional banks showing all kinds of strength this morning as well. No real news catalyst for those today. Insurance companies even notably strong. MetLife up 4.2%. Been a while. Caterpillar, as we said on that note from China this morning, 5.25% to the upside, leading as far as industrial shares are concerned. Material stocks are higher. Energy stocks are very much higher. This is the tech group today. It's very rare that we see it providing so little influence on the overall market move, but you can see the size of these boxes on this board represent the overall influence that each is having on the market today. So pretty flat as far as tech is concerned, but still a green day, guys.
Very green.
I mean, we are right now just like, let's go. I mean, the cash cow is here, and it's going to be AMD for me today. As now we are $1.50 in the money on this trade, but it's just so stupid because I have no idea how to hold for longer. And it's just like I need to find different indicators or something. But I guess you could always hold back to VWAP. But how the heck did anybody, I mean, I don't know. The NASDAQ, I mean, big movement downside there. I guess we broke VWAP. So now we go. I mean, I'm fine holding something once we're breaking it. But it's like, how do we know that this is about to happen? But that's trading, right? I mean, you're never going to know everything anywhere. So nice move for Amazon. Let's take advantage of that. As now we're right back up to these levels. So there it is. We get a 69er fill on that. Unless you just hold for those key levels, right? Like 69, 420, all that kind of stuff. But honestly, that's a big move back up for Amazon. We talked about that break right there of going long, and we did, and we were able to average it in as well. So Amazon today definitely clean and definitely to the upside. So no problems here. We're going to end the show green, well, hopefully. Yeah, just patience pays, man. The worst stock for me, I'm red on one. I'm red on Apple. We've talked about that. And look when I got in, 931. 936, 937, minus hundreds of dollars. Then it breaks. Then we get patient with it. We relax. We just chill out. There it is. We wait for that trade and boom to the downside. We don't make it all back, obviously, but we make a little bit back on that. Because I don't have the, I'm so confident up here on these breaks that we put in more shares and less confident right there. So that kind of sucked, but still, nice trade there for Apple, pulling it back down, made a little bit back, but thank you for being patient with me today. And I think Neil and I have been trading a lot of different names, man. Palantir, JP Morgan, Tesla, Intel. I don't think we've doubled up on any names other than
Apple and Amazon.
Amazon. I was going to say Amazon.
But I haven't traded those. I mean, I missed the bottom on Apple, but
Yeah,
I got away from those once they stopped working.
Dude, that bottom's going to haunt us because now it's at 180.25.
I didn't wanna-
It's the same bottom.
Did you trade it, Sharif? I mean, I know what he's saying. Sharif traded the futures.
Oh, do we have the futures up today, Brendo? Yes. So you're
Okay,
going to
nice.
see the futures positions.
Okay, good. Yes, that's going to work. We'll be able to see Sharif's futures position because I know he's trading that. We got 15 minutes. We got some time till we get to 11 o'clock. A couple of things have happened in the intern here. We did get a test of 215 on Tesla. So it got to 214.86. If it breaks the high of the day, if it's big size, I'm not going to take the break. I'm going to look for an ad somewhere, maybe even above 215, but it will not be the breakout. I just don't want to take the breakout. The breakout was not clean at 214. The breakout was not clean at 213. So I don't expect it to be big at 215, although there is size on the offer. I'm long in front of it. Palantir has now, let's go. It's now through, okay, wow. There we go, hit it a few times. I just jinxed myself. I'm like, yeah, it was through VWAP 2 seconds ago, but it's back underneath. It wicked the high. I want to clear the rest of this above VWAP. I want it to go a little further than this. I think it can go, and Apple is just flying. 179.25. It was the bottom. Talked about two levels. 180 didn't actually show much of a trade until it broke it, and that was the loss. And I never got my 179.25. And you can see what just happened in VWAP. So that's how it's going to be sometimes. JP Morgan is making the break of the high of the day as we speak, above 141. None of these, it wasn't break when clean when it broke to 60. Just play the consolidation. It's stair step up. So if it dips back to 60, I go long again. If it makes a new level bidding at 141, I'll go for the long off that price. So it looks like market wants that upside. If we get to the high of the day, I don't think much is going to be wrong. The only thing I like short is the fact that Intel's holding beneath that 31 right now.
All right. What's up, Sean? Was it Sean Steele? Yeah, I'm looking for a banger for you, man. But right there, we're just going to bang it out right now. $1.80 on AMD. We're going to get out in front of 120. We talked about that level, why we liked it. This is the banger for you, Sean. Let's see if it works. I mean, Microsoft is a little late to this party, I feel like. So we're going to go long here off of this VWAP level of 35, 334.50. I mean, it could, yeah, you know, this could go to the other side here on this play. So let's wait to see if it does work. We're long right here at 68s. I don't know. Let's put an offer up at 88 or so. See if we can take a little bit out there if it does rip up. But again, 68, here comes the drop down. I was trying to get this against VWAP, which is 50 right there. You could hold it all the way back to 334. I don't want to do that in case this is that run up. We just took some out on AMD. You can see it's pulling back a little bit now, so that's going to be a good one. Obviously, our Amazon is really cooking, but we just took a piece out on that. So we're going to try Microsoft. Microsoft's been a favorite of mine for a while, and the risk to reward here is too much to pass up. If the NASDAQ continues to fly right now, we're at a key level. I thought we'd get hit and it could bounce back up. So let's just watch out for this. It's Microsoft that's at these levels. It's 20 cents worth of risk for what I think is a lot more upside, especially if it gets going, right? I mean, if we saw Microsoft over the last couple of days really work itself out. And so let's just see. We're now above 330. Good opportunity for this one to moon. It's Microsoft. We'll see. I mean, we just had 10 cents there, but we're not taking that. Looks like we're going to lose 20 cents in about a second right now. So this is the trade that I like, but hey, it's gone. So there it is right there. Tried to give you one. Wow, it looks like it would have been the other way. There's the out on Microsoft as the market's pulling back. Pretty good right now. Let's go over to Brendan and see what's up.
Hey guys, dollar strength coming back into play today, coming off this May non-farm payrolls print that was, if you missed it, much higher than expected. 300,000+ jobs created in the U.S. economy last month versus 190,000 that were expected. So $0.2 right now. We're actually off the highs ever so slightly, but you can see If I zoom in a little bit, maybe. Reversal, huge reversal happened this morning when that print came out. Initially, we went red and then right back to the upside. 103.78 on the DXY currently. That has the euro under a bit of pressure. The Canadian dollar was up 0.2, now back to just 0.12, but still positive on the session, 74.4. Everything else pretty much downside. Australian dollar as well to the upside. A lot of these APAC region currencies popped up last night when that debt ceiling bill was passed through the Senate. As soon as that headline came across, a lot of these moved higher, including the New Zealand currency as well. But all about the jobs data this morning, guys, helping out the USD.
Yeah, and I'm so glad. Look, I talked about 215. Don't take the brakes on Tesla. They've all been junk. 13 was junk. It pulled back. 14 was junk. It pulled back. You catch it on the way up. 15, it just rugged it all the way down to 214. So each time it's been wait for it to get down, look for the lower high, which it hasn't put in a big one yet, or just take the retrace as it breaks the new high of the day. So I want to stick to that plan because that's the only thing that has been working for Tesla. JP Morgan's starting to pull back. I think we're going to get a chance at that. I'm looking for the chance. Just give me the shot. I mean, Apple is consolidating above 80. This is either going to be a clean breakout above VWAP at 180.75, could be setting up here, or we're going to get another dip buy, and then we can play it off our support level. I really don't want to do much of anything else. JP Morgan looks like it wants to give that dip. It did break 141 briefly. I was holding it up for more. Now I want to see it bounce off 146.60. If it can do that, I reload JP Morgan. I'm going to stick to these four names. I was looking at that UCAR previously. You can see after failing at that 15 break, halted to the downside at 10.58. I guess I could have been looking for the short there. If it went to like 20 or 25, maybe I would have gone for it. But this is a danger with those. The top breaks, break of the high of the day is not a good trade on these really, really small cap ones. It's just been burning you over and over again. So the tap is 10.40, indicating it's going to open slightly lower here on UCAR. Ugly.
I mean, I'm sorry to everybody because unfortunately Microsoft did drop down. We got out. Hopefully you guys didn't. It's right back up, but we actually bought more at 334.20. Not more, a new position at 334.20. So now that's 35 cents in the money, and it just keeps bouncing here off 60. So let's take let's just take it. Let's take a 58 there. I was waiting at 75. We'll take a 58 right there, and now we'll wait to see if we can take out this 335 and then go higher. So right now, unfortunately, we're 40 cents in the money on it, but I'll say we're barbecuing now, but we did get cooked early on that trade. So we'll wait to see if it wants to go back up to the upside there. And we took a 20-cent hit. So now we're in the money 38 cents. So double on the hit, but I still feel bad because that was the trade that I like that trade there, but I guess I didn't give it 20 extra cents on a $335 name. Like this is where I have to be better. I have to be better at understanding too many shares too early, and then just watch your trade, let it develop a little bit better. So as we sit here and learn more and more every single day, I mean, you got a great trade there on Palantir. Let that fall down, get a good price. And this is what it's all about, man. I mean, but again, I'm not going to sit here and say that I thought that was a bad trade. I mean, we took it in front of VWAP. It was fine. And it did dip down again off VWAP 35, 40 cents. But if you have less shares, then you don't have to get out when it breaks, right? But again, I just thought that it was going to moon from that level. So we took it, and now we're in a 50-cent winner. But anyways, so we're right back to our day's high now on everything. Unfortunately, actually, my day's high, actually, I'm not at my day's high. My day's high was right here. This is the very first trade we took, and then it went up. We were in the money about 40 cents on Apple. We didn't take it all. Then it dripped down, and then we took an L. So that was my day's high, but right now we are back into it a little bit now with a 60-cent winner here on Microsoft, looking to take out 335. We could put an offer at 335. I think we'll do that, and then just let the rest go because that's, we've been there before. Let's see if it hits it one more time. We're in the 90s now, and we'll take, if we take 70 cents on this, here it is right now. Now we're in the money 65 cents, so good trade on the back here for Microsoft. And Amazon, of course, is still mooning, and hopefully that will continue to do that as we're just stopping out here at 125.80, which is where we took our last piece out. So far, so good on that one. Let's go, Softy, get into the 90s.
Yeah, so I have gotten into Tesla again. We've gotten in 3 times. We'll see if the third time's a charm. But I do not, like this 215 break, we're lower highs in the futures. It's not really screaming past it. I only want to give, my blended price is going to be 90s. I'm right underneath there for a very, very tight stop on this latest breakout. So the first time it pulled back $1. It then retook the high of the day. I was able to get into it there. I'll do the same thing we did at that 14 level if it wants to go. But when you get to this time of day, it's not the greatest for breakouts. So I'm a little bit more conservative and a much tighter stop on this Tesla trade than we would have had before. I'm still not really into Apple. It's a bit of a frustration one for me. But there's still time for Apple to set me up for either a breakout clean and VWAP, maybe at that 75, a consolidation above, or I guess maybe we can look for a dip down on that name. I talked about UCAR being nasty. It is nasty. Oh, well, one other, I keep forgetting to go back to NVIDIA. I'm about to cancel my bid on NVIDIA. I don't think I get that again at 393. NVIDIA is very close to getting back to $400. So the 2 big levels, 400 and then 405 in NVIDIA. The first of which likely to come here now. I don't think this wick earlier was real. So it has not reclaimed 400 since about 9:40 in the morning. Were it to get to that price and I see a big level, and the futures aren't breaking out, I'd take a shot maybe looking at that short. But Tesla's a new one for me on the latest breakout. There's a bunch of sellers above 215. Every time it gets to like 10s and 20s, there's a lot of people just jamming and taking profit, but it's holding at least right now on the bid. So I only want to be net long Tesla on all these breaks. Until it gets to 220, I'm not really thinking short on this name. But I am thinking about 220 short on Tesla. It's going to have to be Apple next. Oh, yeah, JP Morgan, by the way. It's fallen off 41.5. It's still holding, but it's pretty boring up here, guys. Not really doing a heck of a lot. Strong name earlier. I have joined this party, but the real party was back underneath at 139. This might be headed down in toward VWAP. And also, JP Morgan, keep in context, if I see 142, I'm all out of this stock. 100%. You can see the level on the daily. It is ridiculous. It's been rejecting that for like weeks and months. Intel, it was always going to be the one that if I'm going to lose on a short, this is the flat bottom break I was looking for in Intel. Let me zoom it in for you guys. So we had the short all the way. We started to get some out, and then it broke that consolidation high. I'm not reversing into a long because I already got 3 longs, but this is the one short bet on the low of the day that I wanted, and we'll have to slap the fail on Intel. I think it was worth the risk because it was quite frankly the only thing that was weak, but now we're only looking at longs. No Apple yet, but I'm going to find my way into Apple. If this market makes a new high and I don't get Apple at some point, that's a fail.
Yeah, I'm going to take Google on a break of 125 right now. It's done the same thing as Amazon. We should have had like maybe a 124.75 break there with VWAP. But now that we're right back here, I think we can break it and then try to go back up. Like Neil said, if this market wants to go back to the upside, Google's going to be a name that's going to work. I mean, we've seen it work the last couple of days, and there it is. Big level at 125. So okay, are we not long? Okay, now we're long. Okay, so there's the break there of 125. Like, what price did we get? I must have been waiting for 03 break or something. So there it is. I'm gonna double check that. I feel like we should be long at 02s, but we're long at 03 half right now. So there it is. Nice move back up to the upside. And by the way, we did get out of some Microsoft there at 80 because didn't really want to trust it for too much. Amazon is absolutely moving. There it is, taking out 126. I'm gonna put an offer there. Just get it out if we can. And now just worry about Google, which is breaking obviously a little bit higher as well. So there's Amazon, take a piece out, and here's Google trying to go just at 10s though, man, just at 10s. Let's see if we can take a dime like we always do that on 10%. We'll see if we can get that upside into the teens, but if that doesn't work, it doesn't work. Uh-oh, what just happened? Oh, my Apple short finally filled up there, and I don't know if we want an Apple short into this ripping market.
I just got
so let's wait. Yeah, that's what I mean. This is not a fill that we meant to take. So whenever that happens, we get out almost immediately. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to punch out 59. There we go. We are now out of Apple right now, so we don't want that trade. I forgot that we had an offer out there, so we're going to cancel that and just watch everything else. Microsoft, again, out at 80. Let's wait to see what happens, and then also long Google on that against VWAP. So we're going to get out of this if it breaks back down below 70 here on Google. So this is a try on the long. Like I said, we're at the highest spot, which is great because we're leaving you now. So good trade there. Let's see what happens with Google. It's the last of the Mohicans for me. Microsoft, 70 cents in the money. Amazon, 90 cents in the money. AMD with, honestly, man, AMD has been the cash cow of the day for me, as we had a little bit of diamond hands and held into 20 there. But look at AMD, huge move up. We get that out at 120. Now let's just say fly, Google, fly, as if it was an Eagles fan.
You know, Eagles.
They say go. They say fly, Eagles, fly.
I'm not Eagles fans around here. Come on, son.
You can't say go Pack go. I mean, that doesn't
You
make
can say
sense.
go Bills go. I'm saying go Tesla go. I know I got to get out of here, so I'm going to move out. Just going to give you a quick update because Tesla, the second time it broke, the first time it breaks an even level, it sucked. The second time has been good. It got to 50. It got to 216. It's now pulling back off 216. I will not take a 216 break. But I will look for dip buys in this. I think 220 is reasonable, so I've been holding net long in this. Only in longs now, just JPM. I just got into Apple. I want to give it some room off of VWAP here, maybe even back to 180. But I am going to mosey on over, set some stops, and mosey on over to join the professor as it's past 11 o'clock, so we're running past time here. I'll let you take it while I get set up over there.
Yeah. We're just a minute over, so I think we're okay. As the professor is ready to go. So as long as everyone's ready over there, we can throw it to the professor. Why not? It's his show, not mine. Let's go over to Sharif on the Midday Show. Thanks to everybody. Bears versus Bulls, Brendan, everybody switching today. Fredo, man, that salsa is going to be amazing from Alfredo. So really excited for that. What's up to Fabian as well and everybody that's been helping us today. So, all right, let's go over now to Midday Madness with Sharif, Neil, and Max, and myself at some point.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to the Midday Show. I'm Sharif. Neil will be here in a minute, and we are sponsored by Search Trader, where you can get an account funded up to $1 million, keep up to 90% of the profits, enjoy relaxed trading rules with 8% max trailing drawdown on all new accounts. Not bad. All right, shout out to Search Trader. Guys, I had one trade on the day. And guess what it was? Oh, there we go. Guess what it was? The fuge. We are on that fuge tip, and I'm lamenting having gotten out of that. Now, when have you guys heard that before? Oh, yes, every single trade of mine. No, the trade was structured. I had an in and I had an out. I just didn't have enough to hold for the continuation, which is ongoing as we speak. The ES is an absolute beast today. How many times have I been complaining on the Midday Show how the NQ has just been absolutely outperforming the ES as a result of tech? Are we good? Oh, so I guess the volume was too high. Sorry, guys, not on my end there. I do apologize for that. But yeah, how many times have you guys heard me talk about the relative outperformance of the NQ versus the ES? Today has not been one of those days. The NQ up 0.87 while the ES up 1 1/3. I said to myself, Sharif, hold on to the position because we're going to hit 4,300 today. And I may not be wrong, but I don't have the position. So 42.85 high of day. You know, on the morning show, during the rundown, we talked about where the highs could be, and I said it's a blue sky setup on the contract. You're going to have to go to the index to find where the next level is, and I think it's the May level, something like that. I'll have to look, the June level maybe of 2022. Anyway, we danced around with 42.50. You got two opportunities on the opening print, and then you had that big retracement off that almost 42.75 touch. You got down to 42.5 again. That's initially where I wanted to get in. I wasn't sitting at my desk. I waited until this retracement here, and I'll show you on the chart in a second, below 42.60. So here's my trade on this bad boy. Let's get to it. So we have that big retracement that I talked about, the 42.75 touch all the way back into 42.50. I wasn't sitting at my desk here. So when I came back, I said, look, you know, this is holding about 42.5. This is what you're looking for. It retraced back to it. It got bought up. This is where you need to get in. You missed the initial entry. Figure out a way in. All right, so we waited for a retracement. We got in at 42.58. And then we got a little piece out here at 42.68. We retrace. And then, look, we make a higher high. I'm like, okay, this is the area to add. We add at 42.66. And then the idea was to take the high of day test here, which was 42.73. And that's where I got out. Obviously, it continues into 42.86. And we may hit 4,300. I'm not trying to rush you into anything. I'm just surprised, Neil. I'm not surprised because I said to myself, you know, 4,300 could be a thing. Anyway, what a day it's been. The ES has been outperforming the NQ. It's been great to be long. on the S&P Future today, Neil. Now, obviously, we could look at the NQ as well because it warrants a lot of, warrants some analysis. I don't know what's going on over here. What are all these things? Is that new? Is that new? Okay.
I'm still hungry.
So the NQ. Big move up. Now, the peak we made initially here at the bell and on the number, we still haven't broken out above. That just gives you an idea that the NQ is relatively weaker than the ES because we've already broken that peak on the ES. Long gone. That was the 42.75 level. We're at 42.86. We haven't quite made it back up there. We're dancing with 14.6 here on the NQ. So an interesting level. Tech is curling though. So when I look at the NQ, I focus on tech. And I'm seeing Meta bounce off yesterday's close. I'm seeing the same thing with Microsoft. I'm seeing the same thing with Google. Tesla's been a rocket ship. It's been up and to the right. Apple just went green, up a quarter point, and needless to say, Amazon has already been strong, up 2.5%. So tech is starting to go. The laggards are holding yesterday's close. So you think this 14.6, maybe it holds out for now, but I think we resolve above it eventually. And Neil, how was the morning? I know you were trading a whole bunch of stuff, but I was focusing on my future.
Well, now we're all long.
Okay.
So, I had some shorts early. Intel was the last one. We took the L on Intel just before we came out here. Going to have to take a fill in something to position board. Is it working? There we go. Yeah, it's starting. Yeah, there it is. It's working. It's starting to fill in now. You guys can see it. So I just got into Apple. I still have that Tesla, although Tesla is doing that thing where every single even dollar, it just continues to reject. If you're just tuning in now, you might not have seen it. I really only got in when it was reclaiming levels, so it would break an even dollar the second time, and I would get in, scalp it to the next one. It would fail to break, and then when it broke the second time, we take it. Now it's pulling back. I could see 214 being a level here. I don't really have a short idea, but I'm looking for something as we get to some of these levels. You look at where the NASDAQ is. You were talking about the futures there
14.6.
on the ES, but that 14.6 with a turnaround here, it's what do I like to the short side?
Yeah.
I don't really want to be short Tesla. Yeah. There's got to be something else out there. I know Nvidia was close to that 400, but it's not. It's not there. It's making a decent pullback. It went to 99s. That's not quite enough for me.
Yeah.
So I'm not really finding anything that I love to that short side of the trade. I might be giving up on JPM at some point because it's going a little too sideways. As that one it broke 41 again. It's still holding the top end, but at some point it's is there really a big move to happen, or should I just be playing a scalp trade and thinking that I think it's more like if it bounces here off of my entry, I should just be scalping 30 cents on this because that's all it's really doing. Mm-hmm. And I'm thinking it's going to make a dollar move. So if the scalp trade's what's there, that's what I should be taking, really.
I gotcha. All right, I'm just organizing myself here, doing a little bit of housekeeping, moving around some of the ticker names so that when I show the charts, you guys are apprised of what I'm speaking about. But here, the ES now, Neil, dancing with 42.80.
Apprised.
What, I know. What are we going to do here? Are we buying back any short-term retracements on the ES to weasel our way up to 4,300? That's kind of the look for me. I haven't executed in the way that I just expressed, but I feel like a 4,300 touch is there's a good chance of it.
The 4,300 touch. You know what? I feel like when I had too much of a bias on which direction we're going to going. That's where I get myself into trouble.
You get yourself into trouble.
It's let the levels develop. Remember Apple, that 179.20 we were talking about in the pre-market. It's okay, well, what happened when it rejected 180 after all of that nonsense at 180 where everyone was just shorting it over and over again for an hour? It hung out there. It bounced right off 179.25. So what was the most obvious level to take a shot at as a day trader? I think it was 179.25.
Yeah.
That's not where I ended up trading, and now I'm actually long above it. I'm going to have a relatively tight stop in here. If it can't hold a quarter, I probably just get out of this one and then reevaluate as it heads lower. I do not want to be, if I'm long at the high, I'm not sitting there risking dollar on anything. This is all going to be tight stops if you're in the middle of the range. We'll let the longs try to work here, but I don't want to force anything. AMD's making a strong move. Just pointing out NVIDIA at that $400 level. That could be spicy. Oh, I mean, there's some small caps that are moving. And Steve Regan in the chat just pointed out one. SoFi that we haven't traded yet. SoFi, I mean, it's trying, but this is it's not doing what I'd like to see at that $7 level. Like, it's gotten to 7 a couple of times on strength. It made the breakout yesterday. It failed it pretty spectacularly. It's held a good double bottom at 670, but again, failing 7 at the open, rolling over 7. It probably has to take out the high, or at least get above 715 to get me excited for the long on SoFi. Otherwise, you're taking the 670. This is not doing what I would like to see in terms of a continuation move. I'm taking my next opportunity to start scalping that JPM, like I said. So strong move in the banks, but I got the tail end of this, and I should be respecting the fact that this is the only high it wants to give you, which is only about a 30-cent move.
14.6 incoming again on the NQ again. So keep your eye on that. I'm going to talk quickly about YJ. Somebody in the chat wanted me to have a look at this. Small capper up 92.13%, sub $1. We're talking currently trading at 40 pennies with a high of 58 pennies. What's the stock all about, you ask? Yunji. I think this one is an earnings play, Akai. I think this one is reporting.
I know it's an earnings play.
It is, because I had it on the thing.
You had it
today.
on the board.
Yeah. Yunji. So this is an earnings winner, you're going to assume, because it's up 93 points. What's the daily look like? Yeah. Yeah, I know. By this daily chart,
look at the daily
you could
chart.
actually
really
make that little thing. But look, we touched the 200 on our friend Yunji over here. We reclaimed the 50. Look, so it's the point of looking at the daily here is to assess the general long-term trend, and you could say basically since the start of the war, we've been going down for whatever reason. We topped out there where ADRs topped out $1.40, and then we've been retracing since. Good earnings. Not even going to bother looking at the fundamentals of this. Technically on the day,
how dare you not look at the fundamentals?
Technically on the day. A lot of wicking here, so there's a lot of selling coming in at the $0.50. No question about that. You have not closed above the $0.50 on any of these 5-minute candles yet on the day. So renewed selling on my. I don't know whether I can short this or not because I filter my scanner sub $1, so I don't know whether this is easy to borrow or not. But the point of the matter is, you got a trade here, possibly. Short at the $0.50, obviously be careful. It's up 98%, meaning you're taking a short counter trend. 58 cents, obviously you're going to have to give it somewhere, and this is the only logical area to give it. It's the 58 cents. It's going to have to make sense from a risk to reward perspective. Otherwise, don't enter the trade. There's a lot of trading at VWAP. That goes without saying. Most of the price action is centered around this VWAP with a possible range. You could kind of range trade it. To me, this is not something I embroil myself in. What do we got here volume-wise, Neil?
Embroil yourself.
Today we're talking 66.7 million shares, sure, but it's 40 pennies. So make of that what you will.
It's not huge.
No, not at all.
You want it to be over 100 million by halfway through the day.
Absolutely, yeah.
Generally speaking, that's a little bit better. I gotta give an update.
No liquidity. Yeah, go for it.
So 2 updates. One, Palantir it crossed VWAP, but I'll show you. Got to take an exit here at 1460. I think it should be obvious why. When we zoom out, like, what's the reason for being in the trade at 1420? Well, there's 1420 the last 3 days in a row. But what happened the last time we were trade off that level? Well, it rejected 1460 into the close at 1420. So when it gets above VWAP, I take some out there, ring the register, make sure that we're getting profit above VWAP. Maybe it gets to 15 even again. I don't know, quite frankly. I got out of NEO way too early on the double bottom at 7. I think we're doing a better job with Palantir here, but it hasn't been perfect. The other update I got to give you is Apple. We said we'd have a relatively tight go of it here at VWAP. It could not sustain the break. I'm out. No stubbornness, no holding on to it, none of what I was doing in the morning or averaging in it like that. Either it goes or it doesn't go. It's like Marlo said, man, do it or don't. Do it or don't. I got places to be. Again, I'm going to keep quoting The Wire until you watch it. And thank you, PG, in the chat.
I'm going to get bullied into watching the show. Yeah, I know.
Yes.
But it's like
actually.
subliminal bullying, right? Because it's not direct, but, yeah.
I mean,
I guess I'm going to have to watch that and Breaking Bad.
Those are 2, just unbelievably quality writing on those shows. PG, I want to thank you for pointing out Lulu is curling. It never made it to the Alamo. I liked 362 because on the daily that was major support on the 50-period moving average. However, it never got there, so it's barcoding and maybe breaking back up. I do want to be buying a dip. I don't know if I see enough of a reason to get into this. A 70 break seems like it will be good, but I have enough long to not worry about chasing
Neil,
Lululemon
this is like a major
one.
story. Like, I don't know, it's a fantastic
great
story
one.
to talk about in the face of declining higher end spending, in the face of declining retail sales,
look at that.
in the
Oh, my
face of
daily
declining margins. How do they keep pulling out these dubs? I'm impressed, I gotta tell you. And they take some of my money, but I'm very
They're a way of
discerning about what I buy from them. I don't go in there and just buy willy-nilly. It's expensive.
So here's my take on Lululemon. I view Lululemon like I view Apple.
Okay?
I don't own any Apple. Okay, that's not true. I have like an iPod Nano that I got in like a competition. So I got it for free.
Okay.
And my family uses Apple. I don't use Apple, but I've owned Apple stock forever.
Right.
I wanted Lulu to go down so I could start buying it.
I know, it's
but I have
expensive.
never bought. My wife has. I have never bought Lululemon.
Never?
I will not. Here's my thing.
But
Look,
can I tell you, Neil,
dude,
they really hold out.
That's
and
nice. I know
really
you work
mean
out.
it. Yeah.
Dude, I work out at home. I don't pay for money to go to a gym. I ain't paying for money for no workout clothes, man.
I feel you.
I ain't doing it.
Got it.
It ain't gonna be me. It's never.
But you
it
don't
will
wear it for
never
leisure?
be me.
You don't like it for leisure either?
No, man.
No?
I can get better cheap ass jogging pants I feel comfortable in all day, bro. So I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Hey, I got it, and I'm very
That
discerning
ain't-
about what I spend my money on there. It's usually got to be sales. I don't know if you've ever been to Toronto Premium Outlets out on.
I know what
you
you're
know where
talking
it is because you're from the West End. You're a West End cat, so you know exactly what I'm talking about. They have there,
Give me
but
a
they
deal,
don't. They don't discount that much, and that's the thing. I only got 20 points on the a golf shirt that I got.
That's not
It was
a discount.
20% off. No. Some
not
of
a
these
discount.
other guys are going. They're
not a
giving it. They're selling it to winners and stuff like that, or like TJX for much less. Anyway,
And I don't
long
mind saying that
story
I'm
to talk
cheap.
about.
Like it's just like everybody's different because no, it's like there's always something that you will spend on that other people will be like, that's ridiculous. You shouldn't. Like most people don't like baseball, but I have season tickets to the Jays because I freaking love baseball. So I'll spend money on
Okay.
that. I got no issue. I spent way too much money on
Man,
pastry
do
because
you.
I love.
Do
No,
you.
but you got to do you. Don't worry about what other people like,
Exactly.
and don't get caught in that BS.
I bought the
because
first Lulu pants. I was telling Brendo, October 2006. Don't ask me why I remember, but I remember. There's a reason for that. It's
how
a
that?
mnemonic
Okay,
device.
hold on a second.
No, we can't get into the reason. You cannot ask me about the reason. The reason will not be disclosed, but I can tell you I remember the date. Anyway, bro, it was.
Isn't that BS, guys? He's
It's
telling
not.
you guys he bought it for a specific reason and can remember the date he bought his first Lululemon, and he won't tell us why.
Have you ever heard the expression, trust me, bro? You're going to have to trust me.
No, you can't do that. If I find out, I'll let you guys know.
No, I'll tell you off camera. But anyway, the point is, I had those pants for 10 years. I was wearing those to 2016, man. Those pants last. Lulu's a quality
That's
product.
legit. So I'll respect that. It gives me more reason to want to buy a stock. I see. First of all, I see in the chat. I think I agree with that reason that everyone's saying in the chat right now. But I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, no, I'm seeing
leave
everybody's
it.
got an opinion there. It's hilarious to see. Anyway, guys, I have a trade that I want to set up here on the ES. Whether it materializes or not is a whole different question. Neil's moving his marbles over here.
Yeah.
Here's the thing, guys.
Tesla.
I'm going to look for, I may or may not get this trade because the ES looks really poised to go to the north side, and 4,300 looks like a really, legitimate dream to have today. But I'm not going to chase this. I've already had my trade on it. It's solid. I'm very happy. I'm green on the day. I can't tell you how elated I am.
That's not good enough
Come
for the
on.
word of the day.
Give me a break, Neil. All right,
Related's
so
a regular ass
here's
word.
what I'm going to do, guys. I'm going to set up a dip trade at a key, what I see to be a key support level, which is 42.70 on the ES. Yeah, that's 13 points from where we're at now, but we're about to get into a more illiquid time of day, and I'm banking on that illiquidity to kind of like trace back, to help the ES trace back into this general area. All right, so what I'm looking for, a dip trade on the ES, 42.70-ish area. I'm going to say a 5-point area between 42.70 to 42.75. We get back in around here. I'm really interested in reinitiating another long for maybe another 4,300 touch. That gives me 25, 20 points wherever, depending on where I get it, maybe even 30. for that 4,300. So that's the trade I'm looking for on the ES. I like it today. Why do I like the ES more than the NQ? Well, because we've got a good move in energy and banks.
And the banks,
you were
baby.
trading your
I'm in
friend
JP
JPM.
Morgan.
There
It's
you
not,
go.
Actually, JP Morgan's not my friend.
You don't like them.
So we don't use, so we stay away from politics a little bit, and I don't think anyone's ever said like, fundamentally, I wouldn't buy a certain stock. But there's something like I don't know if you've read or heard anything about the depositions with the Epstein thing.
I try to stay away from that story as much as I can.
Okay, and
Yeah.
I know it's a touchy subject, that
Yeah.
story. But some of the stuff that's come out, it makes me sick to my stomach a little bit about JP, about
yes, Jamie,
what went on.
He's
I'm
going to
not-
get deposed for that.
He was already deposed.
He was already deposed.
Jamie
Okay.
Dimon. And you
All
guys
right.
can look into it all you want. All I gotta say is there's some interesting questions which have not been answered, which I would say satisfactory. But it doesn't. It's probably not going to affect the stock. Stock's going up because it's a great company. It's a good bank. So that's neither here nor there. Tesla making a run at 217. If it fails the break at 217, oh my goodness, look at this, guys. This is my daily chart, and it is only 20 minutes into the midday show. My daily chart is actually working.
Oh, wow.
That's the first time in a while. So here is next up on the daily. It's about 217.5 or so the last time we got up here. So if we do fail up there, I am looking to put a trail out on this Tesla long. This went too far there. Of course, like the second I say it, it's like jinx of the century as Tesla. I didn't get the last dip into 215, but I do think I have to get out of Dodge if this one wants to fail. I'm looking for a next exit on Palantir at about 1475. It looks like it wants to get there, but Tesla, I have to be at least concerned that we could be putting on a bit of a curl. What else we got, man?
Monster, man.
Beat Fanatic saying,
What?
watch out for Carvana.
Carvana, back in action again.
Vana's
Okay.
back above 16. Okay. Remember what happened at 17, ladies and gentlemen. As let's go over one and look at Carvana.
Have you
on
seen
the
Macy's today?
Oh, now this one doesn't work. Oh, come on. Anyways, all of a sudden I just jinxed him. this daily chart's not loading properly. But here's 17 on Carvana. It was a big level before. If it gets to 17, I think it's fadeable at that particular price. Prad just yelled out Macy's is a short right now.
Macy's, yeah, Bradley's yelling. I think he likes 15. I don't want to put words in his mouth here, but yes, he says I'm right. But here's the look: 1508 top. We don't get that 15 level. You've got a realistic target here at 14 and a quarter. You can take 25 pennies super quick. That's VWAP. Where's your game plan? You could look to 13, 14. That's back to the morning's open. That's actually a low of day. I'm not even really sure what the news is on this bad boy. Let's have a look. We know that they didn't.
No, it's a report.
It's a report. Didn't they?
Their earnings were bad.
Yeah.
But
So
it
they're
did
bouncing
it
off
did the
that?
typical like gap to the downside.
look at the daily.
And then recovery moves.
It did.
Yeah. So this is what
Absolutely.
happened. Oh.
Here,
there we go.
I'll look-
yeah,
I'll-
so
I'll do it on here, Mike.
Huadunk on earnings,
Yeah.
and then managed to hold like higher lows in the pre-market. It then held the bottom at the open and trended to the upside, and it's trending again today. I don't know that I like the short at 15, but there's only the only reason is I would say maybe money fills in the 30 range to like a 50. Like the last big rejection was at $16 on the stock up here. So I think you let it get into the 15 range, trap some longs on a 15 breakout, and then you're looking for that trade. Like there's nothing to really trigger why I'd think of a retracement here. It's still kind of consolidating, unless you're looking at the even dollar. In that case, you're already short at 15 with a stop at 08, which is the high of the day. By the way, just as I said, Tesla now making that run at 217. So it could be, like this could be pretty much like the trail out here as it comes to that 217 level. We'll see what happens.
Bart's got fancy tricks. No, but in all seriousness here, I know I may not get that dip trade on the ES. I mean, we are continuing to print highs, 42.8675. Now the high of day on the ES. The ES continues to march north, and my dip trade may be a pipe dream, but I'm hoping the following sequence of events happens. We reject off 14.6 on the NQ.
That's too short.
That rejection of 14.6 allows a retracement to occur here on the ES, and I get in real nice at my exact location. We ride it to 1400.
Why is it so much brighter
Sorry,
all of a sudden?
4300, and I take 30 points, and I call it a day, and we shut down the show. That would be great.
So it's like
just
that.
Kidding, of course.
It just got brighter here
It
because
did.
You guys didn't see it, but they just made sure the lights were a little bit brighter because apparently I was like, I don't know, what was I like, one of the Charlie Murphy or something like that. It was like darkness is spreading.
Yeah.
Is that what's
Anybody in the
happening
Chappelle
here?
show knows.
Y'all know what's up.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
wasn't like Wesley Snipes, but I guess the lighting wasn't.
Darkness.
Twin brother darkness. Darknesses.
Darkness is spreading.
I love that. First of all, you got to put the bass in with darknesses.
Yeah. And
That's what it's all about. Bro.
Chappelle does such a good version of him where it's so over the top because that's how he was apparently in real life.
Rick James.
Not in that way, but.
So I'm not even making this one up. And
right.
I played men's league baseball for like 20 years.
Okay.
And one of the guys on my team, he's a solid guitarist, but his dad played in the Minor Birds. And if you've never heard of the Minor Birds, they're a Canadian rock band that had, it was Neil Diamond, Rick James. Ooh. So when Rick James dodged the draft, like a bunch of people did, he came to Canada and he was in the Minor Birds. Really? So I'm not going to sit here and tell stories, but like I chill with, his name was Franco Iozzo. Mad guitarist. That guy was sick. Ooh. Like he played at his son's wedding. It was ridiculous. But he had some stories about Rick James. And like that guy was everything that people say about how crazy he is and how much it's just all true. It's all true, and anybody and anyone that's ever been around him would tell you that. So, anyways, Minor Birds, great group out there. Unity. I should have reversed Intel. You know, it's just I was already long a bunch of, and this will happen to you. You get to a key price level, you're looking for the short, and it's like I should have gone from what? Okay, you can take. I mean, whatever. That's not mine. So if you look at Intel. Like I was looking for the breakdown at the bottom, and all of a sudden, like what is it giving you? It's basically, instead of looking for the big home run trade, which is like a flat bottom break, where I'm just curling in, gimme, and this is what I'm looking for. I want this broken and gimme all of that. So I really love that short. All of a sudden, all you have is a scalp trade off the bottom where it's giving you scalp. I was thinking for the home run trade, and it's just a pure scalp trade. Like it's giving you 90s to 15s into VWAP. So I decided not to take it, but it is what it is. Most of the chip names are stronger anyways. Just one note, and I want to shout out to everybody that was pointing out the banks are strong. I joined it late. We're now through the high of the day again. JP Morgan's making a consolidation above 141. It's headed for 3%. It wants more, but unfortunately for me, Palantir here, it just hit 75. I was looking for it to maybe break that level and give me an exit. Well, it rejected 75 and is coming back. So I'm going to take a piece out here after the 75 reject, and then just see where it can go. Tesla's still in that range. We'll see what happens. AMD, I haven't traded AMD. I traded Nvidia. Traded Nvidia too long. I got out way too early. I traded some Intel. Those have been the chip names I've been in. But AMD making a nice move as well, back to the upside. So stepping up, obviously stronger than Intel. There's 119. Now it's holding that 120. It's got to try to break the pre-market low. Once it's through that, all systems go to a 122. So you got this. You got the group looking relatively strong, but it's not like lifting all ships. I was in and out of Nvidia probably too quick. It bounced nicely. I got my 93 entry. I played it to 95 for the scalp trade. It then made the move to 400. All eyeballs on 400 for me at this point on that one. And oh no, there goes the trail on Tesla. So,
Congratulations.
There's 217. I put the trail on once it got up to, and it touched 216.94. I'm trailed out of it. If it pulls back, I think 15 is a reasonable re-entry. That's where we had it last. I just want to give it some time to work. The futures are at that lower high, sort of testing up here as well. If we break back out, then we rinse and repeat and go back into breakout mode on Tesla. But had to ring the register there. I still have a couple of longs in terms of Palantir and JP Morgan that we're working with. And, we're going to look for something next. And obviously, we have a lot of names out there that had been moving in the small cap space. I don't know how many of them you've been looking at. The only one I paid attention to really was UCAR.
Yeah, in the morning. I still have it
outside
up.
of that.
Bit of a double top, Neil off 15.30, 15-ish, and it's now broken down. Looking at test lows, 10 exactly the low, 15.29 exactly the high. But that's not the trade I'm focused on. I'm going to leave small caps aside for now as I focus on this futures trade. Now, the futures trade for me is going to be one of two things. I'm going to have two here, depending on how the market resolves. One I already told you about. I'm looking for a dip trade off a 42.70 to 42.75 dip on the ES June contract. Otherwise, I'm going to be looking for how we trade at 4,300. Would a short be in order at 4,300? How do we trade in around there? So that's what I'll be looking for on the ES. That will be my trade look going forward. Now, at the same time, there is some stuff brewing here in big cap world because we held a lot of yesterday's closes. At NVIDIA, on NVIDIA right now, I should say, we are at yesterday's close, like right on it. That 398 level, 397 and a quarter. So that's something to keep an eye on. Now, Apple reclaimed yesterday's close and now is trading above VWAP. So now holding above 180, making a higher low, poised possibly to make a higher high if it can reclaim the 50 on the 5 here. I'd say maybe a 180.75 touch gets us into higher high territory, and then we can look maybe to break high day at 180, 178, maybe even continue. It's up 1/4 percentage point. Now, Apple is not the only one that's setting up in this way. Meta is setting up in a similar way, and so is Microsoft. They're a bit more extended off their closes than Apple is, but look at the look on Microsoft here, where you have a higher low, and then you're looking to make that higher high, just reclaiming VWAP now, right? Simultaneously, you're dancing at 14.6 on the NQ. So if that resolves in one direction and continues, you figure these names are going to run and likely touch high a day on Microsoft's. In Microsoft's case, it's 337.50. So I like how these big cappers are setting up above yesterday's close with higher lows and possibly higher highs. Now, how to take them? Maybe do you take the breakout? Or do you take a retracement? That's always the question. I'll continue to watch. I don't have a decision on that at the moment, but I like how they're setting up right now. Neil.
Oh, so a couple of things here. One, I just saw the thing you sent me. Did you show that?
Okay, so that I couldn't send it to myself, so I want to show it to you.
Okay, I'm gonna set up for a second. But Mr. Westermeyer, I did not catch your super chat challenge yesterday. So if you could let me know what that was. I didn't catch it, so just let me know. It's probably funny. I just got a trail out of Tesla, and Tesla makes a new high. So there's a 217 break. I did not take it. I think it just wants 220 today. So it's the first time I haven't been long Tesla in a while. But this is what you were. Oh, wait a minute, wrong window. Let me make sure I open it up here. Open image in new tab. Let me see if I can zoom this in. This is what you just sent. I kind of like this EBITDA visualized.
And like, I mean. Tell the truth, though. Here it is. Like, all these non-GAAP accounting, like, go back to his thing, please. All these non-GAAP accounting, like, practices, and it's absolute nonsense. Like, look, I'm no accountant, and I'm no economist either, but, like, I get tidbits of information from people who are educated, and they give you an idea that it's just absolute nonsense.
It kind of is, and look, it would make sense if things were a little bit more standardized in terms of reporting. That's how sometimes I always chuckle when I hear Uber and net profitable, because quite frankly, it's just never actually true. But they have it is what it is, and you can always twist the numbers in a way that makes sense. However, there are times when revenue matters more.
Of course.
And when you're looking at
growth.
Yeah, when you're looking for growth and you're pricing something based in the future, then
Neil.
I get it. Like if you're talking about a CrowdStrike, you want to look at the revenues. That's what ended up mattering there. What's going on here?
I got to mention this. Brett, come to my screen, please. This is the chart on 3M. I'm going to add that in there. Is that New York, Neil?
I'm sorry, what?
Likely New York, right?
Why the hell?
Okay, so might be on this COVID-19 testing resumes in Beijing, Shandong, as reinfection cases surge. I talked to you guys about this last week, man. I said there was another wave of COVID going on in China. Here it is. I guess there's more news on it, and they're looking to benefit from it. 3M, we're talking about 3M here, really getting off that 97 area where it was trading, got all the way up to 103, rejected 103, 102.98. Now it's dancing with 102 at 101.97. So 3M moving up over 8% here, 8 1/3% on the news of the surging cases in China. We know that they had issues with the zero COVID.
Wow.
And that their vaccination rates are not as high. And I don't think they use as many mRNA vaccines. They use the viral vector, which are not effective for long. We're not going to get into this. I don't even want to bother getting into this.
Anyway, yeah, go ahead, Neil.
No, like as you were saying that, like look, so Tesla curled, that just rejected 217. I mean, you talk about names with a Chinese presence there. What's going on with Nike? I'm assuming Apple actually holding up a little bit. Not much of a move in Nike. I do see Intel a little bit there, but look what's happening in other names. The market just rejected. The market just rejected 14.6. Why does it go NZ for Amazon? Anyways, just rejected 14.6 again. And you see, there we go, Amazon just flushed back through 125. So that double topped, broke 125. We could be seeing a decent retracement here. I'm looking
for one. I want that 42.70, 75 dip. Let's go market.
Oh, yeah, you're looking for the dip
market. I'm looking for a
I'm trying to think, is anything setting up for a scalp short?
I wanted to update our viewers on the 3M news. Brendo sending me more information here in the chat. 3M said to be in at least 10 billion PFAS water pollution settlement. Settlement awaits board approval. Would avoid June 5th trial. Okay, so it doesn't seem to be
that could be a fade.
That it was on the COVID news, but that it is the settlement of a June 5th trial with respect to water pollution. So that looks to be the headline for that. Wanted to make that correction. Sometimes, we don't get it right the first time, but we will update you when we can. So that's the news headline there coming from 3M and likely responsible for now the 10%
that is a big
move. Neil.
That's a big move. Come on. I was watching Pfizer just head to the downside. They're just curious and looking at some related names there. Steven in the chat saying Meta's setting up for short. I just checked NVIDIA, didn't really love it. I feel like maybe Amazon breaking VWAP would have been the thing to take a shot at. I don't really want to short Tesla at 217. I think I'd rather avoid that. Meta's, you could argue that it's setting up. It's just Amazon just made that break. And looks a little bit more weak here. When you pull up the higher time frame on Amazon, though, and when I zoom out, oh goodness, those wicks there. Yeah, I mean, above this break, it still feels like it has a chance to go. I was long it pretty much all morning long. That looks pretty decent. I mean, Netflix, someone just mentioned Netflix is relatively weak. That's still above 400 on Netflix. As that one loads up, okay, come on. Okay, yeah, it's not very green here, I understand that, but it's still at the top end of that range. I think the short would be a little bit tighter to the highs at 06 and 07. It's not seeing reasons to jump into anything. Oh, by the way, I have to respect the fact that JPM, that just came right back in. So we're able to get that 75 into like 141. It tried to make the break. Now we're right back into that 141.60. I've taken a reload on JP Morgan. We're going to go for the scalp trade because that's what it was before, and I wasn't really trying to do it. So if it gets back up to 141, I want to make sure I'm taking some legs out there. Uber, scalp short, not really. I think Tesla.
Uber.
I've been saying not to do Tesla, but oh my goodness, it does look pretty juicy here. Like if it gets over 17 again on Tesla, and then kind of that wick high is up to 217 and a quarter, you just give it to the quarter. That's a pretty tight risk to reward on Tesla if we're going to have a bit of a turn back in the market. I mean, VWAP's a long way away, so the risk to reward does look pretty good on Tesla.
Our friend Apple here is deciding that it wants to do its own thing at the moment, despite the fact that we're rejecting 14.6 on the NQ and curling off the highs on the ES. More to come on that in a second. We are continuing to make higher highs and higher lows here on Apple as it is now up a quarter of a point on the day. But here's an obvious resistance level on the chart. Former area of support becomes resistance, so we're coming into that level soon. You've got to think it's like 180.70, maybe 181. In and around that area, there's going to be a resistance area in and around there. That's where we traded in the pre-market off yesterday's close. Yeah, and you and I talked about this in the morning. The fact that we closed above 180, most notably to me, from a technical perspective, the closing print, the amount of money left in the market, not that intraday market at the end of the day, that matters more to me. And that money closed above 180 yesterday. So here we go. Apple's going, bro. Apple's moving up here, 180. Where did we get it in there? 180.68. We're poised to take 180.70. Apple's waking up now, up 1/3%. 181.78. The HOD on Apple strong yesterday. I got caught up on this. I had so many paper cuts on this trying to dance with 180, the 180 break
tricky,
yesterday. All the while our friend Sean over there was just taking the tops off 180 and printing 10 pennies a zillion times over.
Gold. The short was absolutely gold, but it was a nasty sort of break because you're shorting 98.99 and it worked for an hour, and then when it broke out, you got out, like your best fills were 8s, 9s, and 10s. I think everybody got 8, 9, or 10 on the break. And then if you took the long on the break, you were getting in at that price, and it was instantly back underneath. Yeah. So it was like 10 cents in either direction there. And that's what you were making, most of it. But it does feel like it's a little bit strong. It's not exploding away here, though.
No.
Like, we're not exploding on it just yet. And yes, I do see that HKD is moving, but by HKD standards, is it that big? 50-cent move on HKD?
Oh my God.
Is it that big? It's done this before. When was the last time it was up at $7? The last time it was at $7. It didn't spend much time down there. It was right back at $6.50. What's going on with GNS?
Is it trading like a human being, or is it still trading
What's up with Genius Group? I mean, it's not really moving. Never mind. Someone just said GNS, and I'm like, oh, that's anytime somebody alerts me to something that could be breaking $1, I get excited for a $1 break, but this is nowhere near it, and it's not really moving that much. However, maybe if there's a catalyst you guys are aware of on this stock, if it gets above $1, I think the $1 breaks are usually pretty interesting. But you can see it's not doing anything.
All right, keeping my eye on the ES here. I know that Neil was taking JPM short, and to me that was kind of like an interesting thing to keep an eye on, because you know that the banks and energy have kind of helped prop up the ES over the NQ on the day. And so if they're curling back down, I'm looking for an ES curl. Like as I've said many times, I'm looking for that dip trade into 42.70. We're at 42.80 at the moment, so 42.81, excuse me. So not quite there yet. Keeping my eye, on, here we go. Meta at an interesting level again. So Meta coming into yesterday's close at that 272, 60 area. We defended that area a couple of times around here, and I do like the closing print on Meta to take as a defend, especially midday. Looking to hold at the moment. There you go, right back up above into 273 territory. Yeah, do you get that 274.5 move? I mean, I don't know. We're going to have to see what we do here, especially if we get a 14.6 move on the NQ. So it might be time to get into a little bit of Meta. I think that that's the right move here. So let's go ahead, and we have a very identifiable stop, which is the break of the $0.50, right? So let's go ahead here and get into some Meta shareage. So we'll punch, we're long into Meta. I don't think I got 73s. Yeah, I got 1 penny before. Yeah, so here, let's see if we run here, Neil. Here comes another 14.6 attempt, you think, on the NQ as we curl back up 14.589. We'll see how this resolves.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, guess what just broke?
What?
Well, it didn't just break, but it's above $7. It's making a run. Someone said SoFi high of the day. It's not really at the high of the day, but it's getting pretty darn close. I mean, look, the long was off of 670, kind of where it dipped before. Like, once you miss this, like that 680 entry to give it to 670, I think you're looking for a couple of things, either a consolidation off above 7 that takes you into that 725 from yesterday. I always point like where it's going to break, I think, instead of pointing at the actual high on the chart. It's a weird habit of mine. I kind of look forward to like what's going to happen next. So I'm looking for it to go up into here, give a consolidation between 7 and 725 that maybe gets you long at 7, or just take a top end break. Although the consolidation's been much, much better than taking any high breaks on that name. Just a bit of a clarification, because I just realized this now when people put this in the chat. I'm not short JPM. I've been long the top end of the range. No, it's fine. I actually, no, you'd said it, and I didn't quite catch it at the moment that you made that comment. What do I have 2 orders in the same price? Yeah, so
you were taking profits there, I'm assuming, because it's
I was
curling
taking
down?
profits because it's been sliding, like sliding up and sliding down. The big move was at the open, this breaking out, and then a bigger move on the early consolidation. The second one's been about 30 cents at a time, so I'm going to be scalping this into 141.25 or so. So every like 15 cents or so, I'm going to try and take some out, and then we'll see if we can continue the trend to the upside. The banks have been good, but they have been slowing down, and it's just this and JPM that I'm in. Mars asks, can I pull up, or can we pull up Boeing? Sure we can. Boeing, just rang the register on that. You saw the order I had out there on JPM, I just got it. Yeah, Boeing up and to the right, as you always say.
I like that.
Can I ask you something about
Sure.
that? All charts go to the right.
Yeah,
So,
but you
like-
could go down and to the right.
Oh,
So
but then why
it's
do you
a
need to say to the
descriptive.
right?
Because it's more accurate.
Oh, I mean, but isn't it
And
redundant?
there's a more effect. I like it. Up and to the right.
Okay. No, it does sound good. I'm not going to argue with you there. And Boeing's been good for a couple of days now. So you're in a nice little trend here. Can you do me a favor and maybe pull up my daily
Sure.
charts?
What do you need?
They were
BA?
working Boeing
Sure.
here for a second because I want to be able to show the
Absolutely.
moving averages on this. And the 220 level you got to be able to see on the daily.
Okay. Well, you can see it right there. In fact, I'll put a little.
I didn't want to speak to memory, but trust me, I know the 220 level has been the resistance forever on this stock.
There it is. Yeah,
So
it has been.
it's waking up, but this needs to get past that level. You can see it kind of hugging. That should be the.
I'm just gonna
Which
put-
is your red? I'm going to make an assumption that's your 50 period.
So the 50 is red and the 200 is
200
blue.
is blue. I
Yeah.
don't want to make the assumption, but I
Yeah,
kind
yeah.
of knew it was probably that. So
Good.
it's been making a nice bounce, not even getting the 200, riding the 50, but it needs to break out 220. It's been the most boring stock. Okay, one of the more boring stocks because every time it gets good news,
Double bottom here, nice.
it kind of just runs toward the high and then rejects it. So it needs a waking up, and I don't think it's a good trade necessarily because when it breaks out, it tends to be pretty solid. But you want to see it break out. Just going back over to JPM, I got that filter right back down. Oh yeah, maybe it is weak. See, I should have just shorted. You were saying I was short, I was not.
Yeah.
I get tagged on the first offer, and it's right back into that 60 level. So if it bounces again, I'll try the long again, but I might just take it out underneath that 60. It's trying to bounce. Let me just get back in here. And if it gives up 60, I don't want to hold it to VWAP. I'll hunt lower at 140 because VWAP doesn't even matter at this point. Like it was a breakout from here, so I'm reloading there. I think your next bids are underneath 140. So I don't want to be too aggressive with this. I'll get out if it breaks 140.60, just risk that 15 pennies, and we'll see what happens next. I kept thinking I should short Tesla. Should have just shorted Tesla at that 217. That would have worked out. I was not really aggressive. I thought we'd get some perfect overfills at 217 and did not get it. That is a nice looking curl there, and I didn't grab the short. Amazon was also another one. It just caught a bit of a bid and now starting to roll back over. So this sets up, giving you the consolidation off that 125 level. You know what? Trade first, talk
HKD's
later.
going.
Oh, goodness. So trade first, talk later. So it gives you this consolidation in Amazon, so quadroon a little bit, not really. And then you're underneath 125, and then you get the short inside here that you can give the 25, and if it breaks, you look for the low of the day. So now into that Amazon. You said HKD is going, but I
Yeah,
didn't think it was
apparently,
that big of a
7:30.
move, to be honest. Is it above 7 now?
It's at 722. Yeah. So I'm just
Okay.
keeping my eye on this meta trade because I was looking for the curl down in the futures. So if we're going to do that, we can't simultaneously be looking for meta long. The idea here on meta was just to take meta off yesterday's close as an area of support, try to ride it up a little bit. I got like 30 pennies on it, but it was a little greedy and didn't take any profit. And now we're coming close into the stop out. The stop out is the break of the $0.50. We're at 65, so I got another 15 pennies of room. And then I'm going to start really focusing on the future trade off at 42.70, 42.75 area. If we get continuation, great. I'm giving it to the low end of the previous 5-minute candle, which is the break of that $0.50. We shall see what happens on meta. But
someone's
Pass
phone,
overdose,
that's all.
$10 super chat. Neil Rapp. You see this? Bone Thugs?
I can't do Bone Thugs, man. I'm not that good.
Yeah.
You,
Well,
you
you
listen to
never
a
know.
Bone Thugs verse?
A little practice, you never know. But yeah,
if I-
that's going to
trust
be
me,
up to
like-
Neil, right? That's
That
Neil's
would
call.
take some action. That would take some work.
Hold
that
on,
Would take some
and
work.
you need to be rewarded with likes.
Oh yeah, we talked about that over and
Oh,
over.
yeah.
Again. But look, that would take some work. 'Cause I was never that into Bone Thugs anyway. So like
Yeah.
I wouldn't. Like I go with stuff that I've heard a lot, so I really know it well. But I'd have to learn that, to be honest with you. But yeah, I know if it gets crazy enough, I suppose I could just start listening to that over and over again.
Holy HKD.
Oh, but is it really going?
It's going, bro. Let's put this up. We got to put
Always
this up.
get
We got to
faked out,
give
but
the
it is
HKD
going.
respect.
Why is it
we
going?
know what this stock can do. Anybody who was trading in the summer of 2022 knows what this stock can do, and it's not doing it. It's doing it. I mean, here we go. Here comes 775s, a distant memory now. We're printing above that. Here come 80s. Halt levels, don't know what they are.
What the hell?
We'll have to find out as we explore our move up here into $8 now, up over 18 2/3%.
I know the answer is no, but is there news on this?
I don't see anything coming up here. Brenda will likely alert us in the chat if there is, but I don't see anything on my blotter.
It's usually no. It's usually going to be a no. Lillian Nene, why am I Neil deGrasse Tyson? I'll take it. He's a smart dude, man.
Okay,
Smart
we're
dude.
gonna have to
The
get
chalkboard in my kitchen right now, it's got the Fibonacci sequence to like 5 digits, and then there was an addition trick. I'll take a picture of when I get home, but my daughter was like, how do you add 1 to 10?
Yeah.
And then she got obsessed with this trick that you can do, which is just like, 1 plus 10 is 11, and 2 plus 9 is 11, and then you get 5 11s, and then she loves it. She's like obsessed with that now.
I'm
So-
out of my meta trade, by the way. 50 penny loser or a 49 penny loser there. We get it at the $0.50.
That looks weak.
Yeah, so the whole idea here was to give it to 50s, and so not a penny more, so that out there. Tried to take the breakout trade, but this one looks like it's headed to the downside as the futures are beautifully curling down. So we're going to wait for this level here on the ES, and then I will be getting in on this one. Go ahead.
No, as you're saying that, I'm going to... Because all of a sudden, what's happening on JPM is you're getting really shallow bounces, and it can't seem to get back up to 141. So as I get some in the 60s and 70s, I'm going to take it out in front of 141, at least make sure I have half out each time, and then we'll see. And like Steven Chowders just said, that's what I was saying about Med, that it looks, assuming you're saying that it looked weak. I glanced over at the chart for like 2 seconds, and that was just sort of like a knee-jerk reaction. I'm not going to sit here and tell you. I haven't been watching. I haven't traded Meta today. I haven't been watching it. As far as HKD goes, am I taking a breakout at $8 on HKD? I generally, my daily hates me. Okay, so my daily's not going to load on HKD. I generally don't like even dollar breaks. I hate to ask you again if you can get that
There we
one
go.
up.
It's just, what's there to see here, Neil? Come to my chart, guys. This is the chart.
It's insanity. You have to zoom in way more so that you get all that nonsense. And then you can see, like, look at what happens when it gets to 8. Like 850 to 9 is generally a fade zone. So if you take an 8 break, like, what are you hoping for? Like, you're looking for 40 to 70 cents. What do you risk on a breakout of HKD? 50 cents to get 1-to-1? Nah, pass. Like, what you'd rather do is, okay, so now you can come to my 3-minute chart. What you'd rather do, well, I would rather do, I shouldn't say you, I should say me. Okay. What I would rather do is, if 8 breaks and fails, can it then hold 750? And if it doesn't halt down and hold 750, maybe you go long 50, like 60 or 65, give it 20 to 30 cents worth of risk, hold it into the high break, and then all of a sudden you maybe take out half in front of 8, and then if it breaks 8 that way, you've got room to 850 to 9, and you're in the money. I'd rather do that and have that be a coin flip, that it works, but it has better risk to reward. So I don't mind a trade that's a coin flip if the risk to reward sets up. I just don't know what I'm doing with the break. Yeah. And that's the problem with 8 break. I mean, with a 7 break that early, like look at a 7 break. If you take a 7 break here, I think you're okay because you're either giving it to like 660 or maybe you're just giving it, if you take it the second time, you're probably giving it to 680. That's 25 cents worth of risk. That's fine. Like you can take the early break. The extended break, I never know what to do with those. So I don't touch them. And I used to, but that was back in like meme craze. You could take all those breaks because it would halt up after it made the breakout, and you just hold through the halt, and you were good to go. That's not working anymore.
KD retracing off 780. Where is the support level? Well, good question. I'm going to stick to whole dollars here because there's just not enough action at any level, so we'll say 7. And that also happens to be the 50 period on the 1, not that I put much stock into that. But HKD, doing great stuff. Now, you could kind of try to look for a curl if it gives you enough time to develop a recent or a decent looking curl and kind of try to take it on the back end. Otherwise, you're just going to have to time this because small cap cappers, you know how they rock. Meta, though, retracing to the high side, so I should have given that a bit more room, maybe down to 272. I mean, the level you have to give it to on the 5-minute chart is at 271.5, but that's not how my trade was structured. So we're continuing to dance with that level. Market finding a bit of a footing. What do we do here? Do we break higher, or how does that work? So,
I mean, it's putting in lower highs. You could, I mean,
it is
like
putting
if you
lower
drew
highs.
if you drew like a loose trend line on there, you could maybe scalp some shorts because that purple line
away
is
from my bigger levels.
I'm just spitballing out there. I'm not actually saying because sometimes when you do that, you overtrade.
Yeah,
Like,
and that's what I did
seeing
yesterday, and I don't want to do that. And I wasted a lot of mental capital on like dumbass small moves that were not worth it when you got to be expending capital on the long-term general trend and just hold on to that.
Or no, but you can be scalping at this.
That's
time.
not my game. I'm not good
exactly,
at it.
If that's your game.
Yeah.
And if it's not your game, then you don't do it.
Yeah.
No trade is a trade. Cash is a position. You can sit on your hands. There's a million things you can say to that to make it work. So interestingly enough, here I'm just going to come to Palantir because the different things happening on the way down. On the way up originally, 14.5, 14.6 was a bit of a level at the open. On the way down, it had a consolidation there before falling over. All of a sudden, above VWAP, it's got some support at that price. I'm not really there that I want to be adding to longs, but I mean, above VWAP long and Palantir is starting to present itself a little bit here. If you look at what's going on in this range the last couple of days, since it got above 1420, you really had the one failure underneath and then it kind of runs, but it had trouble 1480 the first time. It's been rejecting the 15 break. So I am cautious with joining into a long up here when it's not really doing anything when it gets to that $15 level. So it's setting up decently, but I'm not at the point where I would jump into it yet. I think it's looking pretty interesting soon. I am in one short. That's going to be Amazon. I will only add to it off the 125 level. And Apple got me out of the long, and I'm kind of mad at myself because it's holding above VWAP now. So I had a tight stop on it. Now it's just sliding to the upside, looking to break out. And am I really just going to take a 181 break on Apple? I'd love to be dip buying this into VWAP, which I did earlier and did not hold on to, but this could just be a breaker. It held exactly the level that we were looking for, and now you want to get to that all-time high, which I forget the exact number.
What?
Sean, what's the exact all-time high on Apple?
183.75 or something like that?
183.41 or so.
That's it. Okay.
So look, if the market wants to break the high of the day today, then that's what I think. That's what we think Apple can do. So I like VWAP. I'd probably take a shot at a 181 break, although I don't love it at this time of day. Relatively tight stop. Hopefully we get a dip and we can play back into VWAP on Apple instead.
Yeah, back on VWAP here on Meta, looking for about a $0.50 touch. Got back in at 10s. Call them crazy, but we'll see if we get continuation here this time around as we stop out back at 40s. But you're getting some good strength here. We'll see. We'll see if we get continuation. I'll sit here for a little winner. We'll sit at 45. There we go. Oh, that's not where I want it. There we go. So we'll see a bit of a spread there on Meta. You know, it's always like a 5-6 penny spread. Not as liquid as some of the other big tech names. Yeah, we'll get a little bit out there. Nice print of, good 40 penny winner. We'll let that one go. We'll hold another little piece for the north side. So we make our money back on the name immediately as we take that 273 break again. There goes through the $0.50 now. Let it run. See if we get continuation. The future now coming back up. By future, I'm talking about the NQ coming back close to 14.6, 14.589. The ES 2 points off its highs at the moment. So may not get that dip trade in the ES, or we may be sideways for a bit. Who knows? We're still within a range. We haven't made new highs on the ES, right? So we shall see continuation still going here on Meta as we get into the high 50s, looking possibly to take 60s. Apple strong, 181 incoming on Apple. Amazon also retracing, curling back up now above 125. 125.25 is where VWAP is at there. Google waking up. It's also above 125, 108, 125.09. Microsoft kind of dead, to be honest. Microsoft not. My Microsoft chart right here? Yeah, it is. Microsoft not doing much. Everything else curling up. But Tesla also a bit of a dud too, Neil.
Yeah, I'm going to show you quickly.
Right now,
the 125 area was my out. Well, not area. It was literally 125. I didn't give it an extra penny past that price. So we got out. We took the curl downside. It just broke out, so I'm out of it. Apple did not break 181. I kind of got triggered in. I probably just keystroked it. I got in and out of from 95 to 97, but I didn't mean to get in until it broke 181. But you're dead right about Tesla. So this one was the long that I was kind of following all the way up. It just made another move and then failed sub 217 again. So, I mean, I didn't short it last time. This wick just came out of nowhere, which makes my chart look stupid. But, yeah, it didn't quite get to 217. And to me, the short is to the high of the day. So it didn't really set up for me. I do think it's a 17 short right now, but it's just a little bit intense to get into it too early. So I'm not in the Tesla short. I know I said I'd get it if it came back up there. It just didn't quite get up high enough. And the market does want to make, look, it does want to make a sideways consolidation here. And as long as you're in this range, you got to find a very key price. And like right now, 14.6 has been a wall. You're not breaking up or down from here. So you want to have either a really big level or a really tight stop. You don't want to get caught off base. If you're short something and we break out, it's going to get pretty ugly. If you're long something, you could be chasing a bit of a top. I think it's a pretty strong move in the market today. I don't have any shorts on right now. Tesla would have been one. Apple just broke 181, so I'm now into Apple. And I do want to give this one some breath. Let it go a little bit more. That was an accidental trade in there. It never broke 181, so I just got out of it. I want to give it some room, not all the way to VWAP. That would be a separate trade. And the top here, 181.77, I got to respect that. So if it can't get up to that 70 mark, then I know this is going to be a name that I'm sort of stair-stepping into, taking multiple shots above VWAP, but keeping it relatively tight to the vest. That's going to be the name of the game. HKD can't still be going. Is it still going? Yeah, I mean, it is. So it never broke $8. However, it pulled back shy of 8, giving you that. That's not a very good consolidation. I don't think it's a very clean entry. If you took 750 to give it to the bottom, I don't know that it gave you a very clean entry there. You probably ended up chasing it to 60 or something like that. So the 8 break could be incoming. As I've mentioned, I would not be taking it. I'd be looking for 8 to break and then maybe give you a pullback where you could then get in on said pullback consolidation. Caterpillar, you guys are talking about Caterpillar when you put in CAT, I assume. The problem with a move like this is, it's great. That's actually not a problem with it being up 7%. It's when it's this linear, you ask yourself how you get into the trade. It looks parabolic on my 15-minute, but when you pull up a 3 or a 5 minutes pre-linear, my daily chart's going to be a bit of a punk there. And all you can do in a situation like that is you find a key price level, you look for a nice little consolidation area. I don't want to be taking breakouts. I think you're working dips or something like that. It's gliding to the top side. The difference with this and JPM was, JPM was giving you really defined entry points and exits. I just joined in with that. All of a sudden, I'm glad I pulled this one up. Suddenly, this does not look that good anymore. So I was able to take a bunch out there in front of 141. It breaks 60. I'm out of here. I do not want to be fighting JPM anymore. It does look like it wants to break VWAP. And if it breaks down, I think it does break VWAP altogether. Tesla, that short looks like it would have been pretty good. NVIDIA is the other one. NVIDIA never really gave you the 400 short. So I can't say I'm in it. I don't like it. I do like the bottom here at that one, the 39, 391 to 393. That looks like a decent setup. I was just in a short like this in Amazon that blew up, and I don't necessarily love that. I feel at midday, when you're shorting something off of VWAP, generally speaking, the best fills are it's testing above VWAP, and you can get up here, giving it to some recent highs. Like either you give it to 99 or you give it to like 98 quarter, but you're taking your fills above VWAP. If you get short in front, it lends itself to getting stopped out too early, and then you don't get those great moves. Genius Brands going now, WeRab. Okay. I mean, not really. Like I said, Genius Labs, $1. If it's not showing volume and it's not showing that, forget about it. I don't even want to touch it. I think it's a bit of a nothing burger there. Apple, it's at the 181. It's not doing a heck of a lot. I think it's more interesting, if we start sustaining multiple tech names above VWAP and breaking out, but they're all doing a similar dance. They're not moving. They're either hanging out under or over without any definitive breaks in either direction, and that's just a function of the future is not breaking this range. I do think I want something short. I just don't want to force myself into a short. I should be Tesla 217, but I didn't get my fill. And that was pretty much it. I think you just gotta, I know it was a mistake, but I gotta live with it because I wanted it my way, which was gonna be at 217 or above, and I didn't get that fill. Maybe something else is setting up like that. Short Lulu, no. I want Lulu at 362 was a long, but If you are short Lulu,
Congratulations!
because that was a good entry there. Like it gave you a wick top, then you could be short 71 into 73, and now you've got 1-to-1 in here approximately. But outside of like chasing that move, no, not really. That's not one that I would be getting into. It's got some room to the downside, but it found a bid at 65, 66. And if you pull out the daily chart, 362, this consolidation there, that's going to be the 50-period moving average, right? So anytime I find a level that that lines up on the higher time frame as well, I would show you on the daily, but this is my daily chart. When I move over from station to station, log out one, log into the other, my daily chart sometimes refuse to load, and then it doesn't load up my moving average. Short Google. Again, don't want to force any trades in there, but I'll look at anything at this point. Like all I'm doing is managing Palantir because JP Morgan came down. Apple still dancing with 181, not a heck of a lot happening. Google, I don't know where your entry would be here on Alphabet, right? Like you're above. So the range on Google has been 122 to 124.5 all week for the majority of the week. You had one failed break, and that happened on Monday, right? And that was actually a gap up, so it never even held above. Like it was pretty much all week we've been beneath that 124.5. So what I see is that you're still above the top end of that range, right? So you're making higher lows above the breakout price. I don't see a short there. If anything, market breaks out, I think you want to be long Google in this range. If market takes out the high, Google is above that and looking to make a press back higher from where it failed. Not really seeing a heck of a reason to be short Alphabet unless it breaks lower. I just realized it's past 12 o'clock. So I know the boys had to move their cars. They're doing that thing like the office shares like shares a garage with like a condo building, right? So they're doing that thing where they clean and power wash the floor. So all the guys that drive in have to move their cars from one level to another. That's where Sharif is right now. That's where Sean is. So I'm just giving them some time to be able to get back here. NVIDIA moving downside. Oh, C3AI, Alvin Johnson. This is a missed opportunity today on C3, if it ever wants to load. We always talk about like let the market show you the range. So I wanted 30 long and 36 short. So it never came to 36 short. It never came to 30 long. But was there an opportunity? Yeah, there was. It showed you the open range at 34 down to 34.20. It then double tapped the top. Like here's your wick top at the open. There's one time it failed the same level. There's two times it failed the same level. And all you had to do was put up 25 cents worth of risk to get $1 to $1.25. A bit of a missed opportunity. We said it could be an inside day on C3AI. It was just a much bigger, much smaller range on the inside that ended up being. I was looking for a little bit bigger there. I don't drive Birdzini because I just take the train in. I commute and take the train in. I just like it. I get to read my book or listen to an audio book, do emails, all that kind of stuff, answer some DMs. That's how I roll. And no, I would not swim to work, Ponzi Fonzie.
Thank you for covering the
I told them you guys all had to move your cars.
Yeah, they
Because
power wash the parking lot.
And you don't want your car to get power washed.
No. So here's let's get to the meta chart. Okay, so the long on meta 23, we take some out there, 23 right in front of 23.46, not quite at the $0.50. When I let it run, it had been making highs, so I said to myself, okay, just put in the stop at your entry, let it run. It got to 80s, it retraced. So, you know, it's a range trade. This is not the one I'm looking for anymore. So back flat, though, on the trade, thankfully, as a result of this little dub here. But, yeah, this is cutting me up and expending mental capital in a range-bound trade. This is definitely not trending. It is very much consolidating. So let's focus on what's working. Neil, did you see that HKD just dipped into VWAP and bounced beautifully off that 730?
It was a nice bounce. It failed the top twice.
I don't know how brave I am, though, to be able to punch into this one, not with any serious size.
I bet you Max is trading this one.
Let's ask him. Where is he there? There he is. He looks back. He heard his name.
You traded
Max, HKD on the hit list or no? No, it's not on the hit list, guys.
I thought maybe you'd be trading that one, but yeah, I don't know.
So, yeah, no, Max does trade small caps, but I feel like he's been trading a lot more big caps lately.
That is true.
Yeah, a lot more. As have I been? I don't even know. I can't
As
even
have I, is what you
Thanks, Neil.
It's
I
past
couldn't
12
get it
o'clock, by the
out.
way.
It is. You're
It's past.
overtime.
So I'm gonna
12:10. We're gonna let you go.
I just put my trailing stop in. I did want to. It doesn't matter. I'll get to some other stuff there in the afternoon show about sort of going from small caps to big caps and sort of riding the wave of what is working. That's what you have to do as a trader. Some traders only do one thing. Other traders will jump to what is hot at that time. Either one works as long as you have a good focus. So I'll leave you guys with that. I'm going to let Sean get over here as I log out and head back to grab some lunch.
All right.
See you too.
Thanks, man. See you on the close. All right, let's get to the chart, the ES. The trade that I was looking for was this dip trade into 42.70. Now, you know, this may not materialize here because we're really not retracing. We're kind of moving sideways, holding the level. You got to like this level possibly here for 4,300 touch, especially the way that it's retracing. It's just, I think the trick is going to try a Northern Touch. Yeah, shout out to that song. But yeah, maybe the trick here is to try to get at the lower end of the range. And here, the range, it's not much of a range here. We're looking at the 5-minute. The range between 10 o'clock and now, 11 o'clock. So for the last hour has been between 42.85 and that 42.77. So yeah, not even a 10-point range. Try to get it maybe in the lower end of the range. The level's definitely been 42.80. Most of the prints have been closing in and around there. So sideways movements here on the future, and not to my liking because I'm looking for this breakdown or breakout trade. So we'll continue to watch and see what's happening and what may develop. What's the chat up to over here? Anything being talked about in the chat? Okay, not seeing anything. Jay Lee, so far, Fed rates and everything else getting ready for a 2 p.m. or 2:30 dump. Well, we usually have more activity in and around that time anyway, but we'll have to wait and see. HKD, though, finding some more upside momentum as we curl back in to 770, poised maybe to take that 780. I don't think we printed anything above that. We're going to have to change one of these charts over here to HKD so I can better get the levels. 780 the high. What's up?
I'm trying to go long through 780.
He's trying to go long through 780, and by he, I mean Sean. So he is going to be looking there. We haven't traded above that level. Now, I wasn't watching the tape or the book to see how it was trading around 780 quite yet, but just by looking at the chart, you can see it's been rejecting those levels quite well. And here it comes, that level again, set 80 on the tape. Here it comes. We reject again. Yeah, that 80 level not going through. And when you look at the tape, I mean the book here, there's not too much size sitting there at 80, so you suspect the majority of that is coming in fresh, new, or sitting there on the iceberg at that level. So we'll see how that ends up materializing. Are you sitting on the other side of 80? No, it didn't. No, 80 still. It didn't print anything above 80.
Yeah, I
so.
mean, I have a stop order in there to trigger. So
yeah, okay. So there we go.
Hopefully it didn't cancel, but that's what I'm...
80 accumulating a bunch of times.
I'm looking for that.
Yeah, it
we'll
looks
wait
good.
to see if that's going to hit, though. I'm just going to get set up there, and welcome to everybody. I'm long AMD and Amazon right now, and a little long on Microsoft. But the market's coming down, so I don't think these longs will be right for very long, but we want to try to hold them out just a little bit as the NASDAQ is right back to VWAP again. So, you know, if NASDAQ wants to hold these levels, that's fine. We'll be there, but we're giving some money back here on both AMD and Amazon as the market continues.
Here it is. Here comes 80s again.
Yeah, I gotta get HKD up because
we'll let you do your thing.
No, that's okay. I just keep watching it.
Here we go. We were just
It's
touching
not
80s
breaking.
there. 77s comes back in, Sean, as you know that seller steps up again. How long do we hold out for? Do we get a Huadunk before we break? Here comes 80 again. Nothing on really here the book, and there it goes. Do we sustain or do we Huadunk? A little bit of a dance at the 80. Here comes the retracement.
Hopefully
is it a Huadunk or is it a quick retracement? Back into the $0.50. Does the
Hopefully it's
$0.50
not a
hold?
Huadunk.
Some size showing up here, Sean, on the book at the $0.50. Does it hold? Does it hold? Does it hold? So far, so good. The $0.50 holds for now. So buyer stepping in, holding this bad boy up above the $0.50. Maybe we get another retest of that 780 level. And eventually you think, you know, we hit 780 is kind of rando.
Yeah, I mean, people can see it. Yeah, that's, I mean, I just took it because it was the break of the high.
It's the break there. But, I mean, why do we stop there? We're probably going to test 8, maybe 8, wherever the level is.
I mean, you could ask the 8 ball. I mean, it knows everything. But
yeah, well, I think Neil was showing us 8, usually
I don't
repeated.
know if it knows the 8 ball. It knows HKD. It's right here.
Oh, it's right here.
Remember, do you know Seinfeld? Obviously, I've asked you this before, so I don't have
Seinfeld?
to
No,
ask
I
you
never
again.
heard of that. What is
Yeah.
that?
He's like, Putty, he's like, you got a question. USC April. And then Elaine was like, she's
actually don't
like
remember- I actually don't
horrified.
remember
It's like, I have to go out with this guy in public. And he's like, he carries it with great confidence. What a hell of an actor.
Is
though.
that the same when he's that New Jersey Devils fan? and
Yeah,
he
yeah,
paints
that's
his
the guy.
face?
Yeah,
no, I
Putty,
know that's the
Putty,
guy.
There goes 750, Sean, on HKD.
I'm
but
trying
here
to hold it. I'm
comes
trying to hold it to $7 anyways.
750 again on HKD. We do that dance with a $0.50. Volatile stock, to say the least. To say the least.
Yeah, exactly. So welcome, everybody. Yeah, we're back here. We're just getting all set up and ready to get locked and loaded here for what's going to be another big day in the market. We've already sort of talked about that. It's been a good day so far.
Yes.
I feel like
Yes, sir.
I'm going to go move my car.
You can't see it, but that's what I wrote to Neil.
Oh, you could just say, Neil, I'm going to go move my car.
Yeah, I didn't want to do that because he was
You're
talking.
You're so professional about that. So shout out to you.
I try.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, just on this HKD trade, I mean, I don't know where it's going to go, obviously, but we've seen this thing moon to what, 2,500 before? So let's see if that happens again. Okay, right now, so there, we talked about going long, and AMD was a great long today at $18, 118. Now we've just been going long off what I thought was some more support here because it just kept on bouncing off of basically 119.40. So we take a little bit, get dumped out, rebuy it right there, take a little bit. Now it's dumping down in, and we are getting stopped out on that. We have a small piece left just to see where it goes from here, but that is going to be AMD versus Amazon is long as well right now, and against a very, very similar level. I mean, again, right back into here. This is 120. I mean, where's my stop on Amazon? Should be down here near 20s. So down here, that's 11s, 12s. I kind of want to stop out if we break into here into 20. I don't know why we're at 20s exactly. I think we can pretty much hold this down to 124 flat. But the problem is we're long 70 cents. So I don't know, man. I don't want to lose too much if this continues to go down. So we'll give this a little bit more. The reason why we picked 20 as a level, I thought, you could get back up here to 125, and then we'd start to take some more out like we've been doing right there. So this is just a 1 minute chart. So in the last 10 minutes, Amazon is down about 70 cents right now to the downside. So there it goes from 125 all the way down to 124.40, and looking to maybe base out a little bit here. Now that I see this, don't I have any more bids here? No, I don't. So, yeah, we're going to have to get our stuff sorted out here because right now we probably should have some more bids near here for Amazon. So let's buy something as we're now at this level. And then what I was doing was waiting even for a little bit lower into the 30s here and then dumping out if we go too much lower than that. So right now Amazon feels sick and going down to the downside as we've already talked about it, and then their ability to possibly grab that mobile business. So.
And that's still legit? I thought that was debunked.
No. Yeah, they came out and mentioned.
okay, yeah.
They came out and mentioned that. Yeah, they're not interested in it right this second, but they're looking.
Me and Brendo and I, we're talking
looking
about
at
it this morning. Like, do you know how much capital and how much time they'd have to expend to make their own network of like equal quality to say like a Verizon with 5G plus and whatever other networks?
No, they're not doing that. They
would have to use somebody's network, right? I mean. And then that comes with the obvious problems that comes with. But yeah,
What are the problems with that? I mean, I think if you can have a good relationship with somebody.
That's it, right? But it's always, the
like
margins are always specific, right? Because you're having to pay for what obviously
the thing about
negotiate.
If there's one business that doesn't care about margins, I would say it'd be Amazon. I mean, they're basically sending people to your house every single day. Like, who's paying those drivers? Like, is your Prime is covering? Like, how much money are they actually making on every delivery? The difference is that they have 1 million deliveries a day. It's probably higher than that. We can look it up.
Oh, yeah.
Right? But if you make a penny on each delivery,
Exactly.
that's not enough money. But, the idea is that
I see what you're saying. Economies
that's where
of
it comes
scale.
from. Yeah,
Here, that's what we're looking for on Amazon. And they have
they
known.
have dead air, all these other guys, right? Like a Verizon or a TMUS. Like if they
That's the thing. They're established. They're mature. They're not
but
growing.
they have the capabilities to sell their airwaves to Amazon, and they say, you know what?
It's a new revenue source.
Amazon goes like this: we'll pay you $8 a month for a line, basically, right? Then Amazon charges you $10 a month.
Yep.
Amazon's still making that $2.
Yeah, and that's what we're talking about.
So if they can throw everybody into that, I think the reason,
see.
I think what you're really worried about in that situation would be the fact that at some point, T-Mobile or somebody's not going to be happy with that kind of a deal, right? And so you worry about making sure that you can find a partner.
We were even thinking about an acquisition
Yep.
But then we started looking at some of the market caps for
a huge
these
step.
acquisition targets, and they're just too big. And this Lena Khan lady at the FTC right now, she ain't about that life.
She ain't about that. They're not doing that. I mean,
ain't
you
about
see the
that life,
problems that
yeah.
we have here in Canada.
Oh, yeah.
Where you get we can't even get like Rogers can't buy Wind Mobile or all that, and they had problems buying Cogeco.
Yeah, but we have a whole different slew of problems over on this side of the border with telecom. It's been mismanaged for years and years and years. I can get into that, but I won't. Here we go, Sean. Now, when we're looking here... Go.
Okay, go ahead.
No,
I just
go.
wanna,
You have something to say.
No, it's just like, okay, like I pay $45 a month for unlimited everything.
Right?
So...
Hold on. Pump the brakes.
This is including...
You with Rogers?
No.
Who are you with?
TELUS.
You're with TELUS.
It
Now,
doesn't
what are
matter.
you
I get the
getting
same
with
deal.
TELUS?
I've been with Rogers and TELUS in my life.
Okay, so
I have
what
no
are you
problem.
getting in addition to your cell phone with TELUS to get that rate?
Nothing.
So how are you getting that rate? Is
I have
grandfather?
3 lines.
Okay. 45 unlimited data, but
Yep.
when do they cap your speed?
20
After how
gigs.
much? 20, okay. All right. Well, yeah, it's okay. It's unlimited. That's how we're doing it in Canada. They're calling it unlimited, but then after 20, you get throttled down to like
But
something
it's also
ridiculous.
grouping in, so you could also do the family plan where it groups them all in, so it's 20
see.
times 3. So it's actually, it doesn't get throttled till 60 gigabytes.
I see.
But you got to
Okay.
divide it by 3.
Yeah,
Which
yeah.
is why, if I ever see it getting out of hand, I go, yo, Baxter, stop streaming everything. bro."
Sean, Apple's looking real good here, man.
But what do
Look,
people pay in the United States, though? Like, isn't 45 good?
my sister's paying. Look, here's what
Isn't
I'm
50
doing.
good? Well, how much do we want to pay for this? I filled up my tank of gas yesterday. It's $80.
Yeah, gas prices
cell
don't come
phone
down
for-
as quick as oil prices.
I don't
That
know.
was just
So
annoying.
I'm with you on that. We've been ripped off for many, many years. Many
Okay,
years.
so you're making me get into this. You're forcing my hand. Now I got stuff to say.
Yeah, that's.
All right.
I mean, this
so
is the part of the show.
there was an Egyptian businessman. He's one of the top Egyptian businessmen. Anybody who kind of follows international business knows Orascom. Okay. Orascom is a monster construction company as well as telecom company. They do both, and it's kind of like a conglomerate, Middle East. So the owner of this dude, his name is Sawiris. This guy came from Egypt, and he's like, all right, he made a deal with Harper. He's like, I'm going to bring in a whole bunch of money. I'm going to open up.
Harper? Mm-hmm. Okay.
Stephen Harper, former Prime Minister of
yeah,
Canada,
we should tell everybody
made a
now.
deal with Stephen Harper. Harper, being a conservative, wanted to diversify the telecom game,
Yeah.
wasn't happy with the oligopoly that we
Conservatives
had.
should be happy with that, though.
Well, they don't like. Well, look, I'm just giving you on paper here what
Yeah,
the
let's go.
picture
Yeah.
that was painted. And then he comes in with a whole bunch of money, makes, what does he make? Win Mobile.
Right.
Okay?
I know this.
So
Yeah, I
this
know the story
guy
you're getting at,
makes
yeah.
Win Mobile. Win Mobile is a huge telecom company all over the Middle East, right?
Huge. Africa, everywhere.
Everywhere.
Yep.
And he's gone into very hostile environments, business environments, and succeeded. And this guy sold Wind at a loss and left Canada and said, I have never encountered such a
Crazy,
poorly
bureaucracy and
run
everything. Yeah.
bureaucracy. And specifically, he's talking about the CRTC. And anyway, he had some
So
choice
you got some
words.
Egyptian
Connections
that's the
to
thing.
this.
Yeah.
right?
I got you.
He was very displeased. And have you noticed that no American telecom
What's going
company
on,
has tried
HKD?
to open up anything in Canada? They know better.
Oh no, I know.
They know better.
Wind,
They
I think,
know
sold-
what happens
now it's
when you come
Freedom
here.
Mobile or something.
Yeah.
We have Chatter. We have all these random things there.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's just go. I'm getting out of Amazon. I have like 8 times the shares on Amazon that I do on HKD. So look at this. Amazon drops right in. We just bought this. We came on the air. This was 5 minutes ago. So I know I was here, and I know I was talking about buying some more Amazon, so there it is right now. Buying in the 30s, out in the 60s. We do that all day, every day. Not every day. I wish we did it every day. So here's HKD. So I said, and I don't have the stop order in, but you're back to VWAP. I feel like I'm going to buy a little bit more right now. And if we drop below $7, oops, it's an NY, then we're going to get out of that. So I feel pretty confident. I don't feel confident at all. Because of the movement here in the stock. But there we go. We'll buy some 26s, 27s there. And now we'll just wait. It's fallen back down. This is the first time in about an hour, about a half hour that we've taken VWAP right now. We actually rode it all the way up. So whoever's commenting on this position in the chat, I agree, man. I mean, I wish I wasn't in this at this point. But I thought we could hold this VWAP because look at this. We've held it the whole damn way until just right now. So there's my buy. Down here at 26.27. Now let's see if it can come back up into this area 55. We're only long now HKD 68. So we didn't we have more shares up here than obviously we do down here. But to me, this risk is well worth the reward. Let's just wait to see if that happens. HKD has mooned in the past. I mean, I don't need to show you we will show you the daily chart, but I just want to show you right now. I'm going to get out if we break 7. We tried to wick down below it a couple times, Sharif.
Yes,
so
sir.
if we break that, we're going to get out.
Okay.
And then I can take a 60-cent hit on this. So that's what I'm going to do on HKD. I think the risk is way better than 60 cents. This is what this looks like over the last little while. Obviously, it has a lot of wick highs and everything like that. Look at this move here, up to $68, $70. Got go. Oh, you can't. Maybe you can't see that if I have to zoom it out anyways. But, there's lots of potential here for HKD. I just know we get blocked sometimes by the position board. So, we've done this before. I don't think it's going to happen today. The reason why we're running up on HKD, I don't know. Did you find out the reason why?
There is nothing, Sean.
There
I
is
keep
a reason
looking.
why.
Oh,
There is a
well,
reason
not showing on my blotter, sadly.
I know the reason.
What's the reason?
The reason why is that the Chinese government right now is looking into better tax and better opportunities for foreign investment into Chinese real estate.
Very interesting. What are there major barriers to entry currently if you want to own?
Do business in China?
No, but yeah, well, it seems like you can go and follow their rules, but everybody's welcome so long as you follow their rules.
I think it just goes back to your point again about Wind Mobile and all that kind of stuff. Is that if the government all of a sudden starts speaking
Kind of a naive
kindly
question
about
on
a
my part.
certain industry, then
Brother Ma. Brother
yeah,
Ma
it's
was
kind of
over
like
there doing
OPEC
work.
and all that stuff. Yeah, brother. Yeah,
Brother Ma was doing
there you
work.
go. There you go. So I don't know. I mean,
And Jeremy.
honestly,
Don't forget
yeah,
about Jeremy.
yeah, and Jeremy. Shout out to Pearl Jam. Yeah, so we I don't know. That's could be what it is. I know has people are like, well, HKD is it's just this is what I was reading about HKD,
Okay.
about real estate and property and all that kind of stuff.
see.
So whether or not that is what HKD is all about, I don't even know. But people, what's up to Hamster?
Long Ma saying, Sharif, are you talking to me? No, I'm not. If in case you're wondering what I'm talking about, when Elon was in Shanghai to talk about the new facility and they're wanting to expand, he met with a lot of with the foreign minister and I believe the industry minister, commerce minister. They embraced him. They were saying he should run for American president.
Yeah.
They called him Brother Ma. He's liked over there, and I like that. I like that.
That's right. This was AMTD. Remember that they were releasing all these different
AMTD.
businesses?
That was the counter to
Yes,
the AMTD.
yes, yes.
Yeah. AMTD.
So AMTD is a holding company which engages in the development of digital solutions. Oh, here, I was just reading it right here because I just went to Market Watch, Googled HKD, AMTD came up. So I was starting to read a little bit about that. So I'm going to try to find out more about it. But yeah, software and technology for AMTD as HKD today, right there on Market Watch. So we'll watch it. We will watch out for that as it's a good thing we got out of some of that. We didn't get out of it all, but the good thing that we did get out of some here of Amazon is it went up to the 60s, and now it's falling right back to where we're long again. So we're going to have to wait for this one to get going again. Again, many shares there, shares, giving us an average price of 50. So yeah, as this market goes, man, there's that bounce up on the NASDAQ, and it looks like it does want to at least come back and test view up, which will probably get us out of all these positions. The market's just not doing great right now. It's pretty flat, and there isn't much movement, right? So, I don't know.
Sean, I want to ask you
the right
something.
names.
So I want to think this through because I think that there may be some good opportunities on the horizon. Now, NVIDIA, big deal with GPUs. GPUs in general are going to be a huge deal. We know NVIDIA is a chip designer, not the foundry. They don't make the actual chips,
Right.
correct? They're usually, TSMC makes a lot.
that's the big one.
Okay, so that we know is in Taiwan, and the fact that it's in Taiwan makes it kind of not a secure asset. And so that there's this onshoring process to bring foundries back into North America,
That was
whether
the
it's
point of
Canada or
Intel.
Mexico or the States, as long as it's nearby. So who are the foundries that are going to be in North America? Well, first comes to mind, you know exactly who I'm going to talk about, is Intel.
Right.
You got 2 foundries under construction. So is it a dumb question? Is it naive to say, is Intel going to be the benefactor of the GPU world
I think
because
you
it's
gotta
going to be
sign-
able to make them? Whereas
Yeah.
other ones, you're going to have to continue to rely on the Samsung and the other players?
I think the problem with Intel right now is that they're building the foundry.
I got
so
it.
they're
Yeah,
giving everybody an opportunity to basically offer Big Bit, Tesla, and all these guys their chips while Intel is building these foundries.
But
So I
they're
feel
going to
like
make the chips.
That's fine, but will
That's what I mean.
Will
Not
the deal?
sell
But
their
will
own
they
chips.
already? I understand that. But what I'm saying is that they need to find customers for those chips.
I think they're gonna. Like, I mean,
So do I. So do
yeah.
I. And that's the play. But the thing is like then you're starting to talk about margin requirements and all that, because what if China all of a sudden comes out and is like, okay, we'll step back on Micron. You know, I know we said that a lot of those chips in the DRAM, we don't want those in our PCs.
Right.
Remember with Huawei and all
Yeah,
that
yeah,
stuff.
yeah, of
So
course.
I just
Tit
feel
for
that
tat.
Intel is definitely going in the right. I mean, they got to sort of revamp what they're doing, but I
Mm-hmm.
think the PC business is going to be strong again, anyways. So I think the deal with them would be Dell and HPQ and a lot of those companies. Yeah.
Even, okay, here's the thing. Intel, known as the king of CPUs, and now you're having all these other chip designers come in and make their own CPUs. Forget about these CPUs, is what I'm saying. Forget about the
Yeah.
PC market as being the driver for chips. I'm looking at more like from a GPU perspective. Is Intel a good player to bet on 4, 5, 6 years down the road as a big producer of GPUs because of the local demand? That's kind of my question. And like, you know, one of the reasons I would get into it.
I just worry that, like I said, I think it's about the margins and the cost. I think that when you're building a product in the United States or in Canada or any place like that, you're going to have to, your costs are going to be higher than what they are in China and India.
No question about it.
So,
And they're going to
that's
get
the other thing,
subsidies,
right?
Neil's
And so-
saying, which they are.
But that's
yeah.
the whole point, and
CHIPS
that's
Act.
what I'm trying to get at is that it's a lot of this is political. And
That's why I'm asking this question. You hit it right on the nose because of
I
the
did?
issue. Yes, because of the issue.
well, you know what happens when we do that? We get that.
Yeah, because of the issues with the fear that Taiwan isn't Taiwan anymore, and TSMC becomes not under their control, and so that's the whole thing of this onshoring. And by the way, Sean, you want to hear some nice stat?
I do.
The S&P 500 calls were monitored by this algo, and it detected that onshoring, nearshoring, or a simile or a synonym
Yeah.
was said more than AI
And who's calling?
on the majority of S&P calls, the S&P 500
What was said
earnings
more than
calls.
AI? Say that again.
Onshoring or
Also bringing it
nearshoring
back.
or friendshoring or some sort of shoring to bring back was said more than AI on the majority of S&P 500
Look, if the
calls,
U.S.
so.
wants to, I mean, I think we're all on the same idea here. If the U.S. wants to compete, then yeah, they are going to have to provide some subsidies. I mean, remember Biden was walking around the Intel plant and all that kind of stuff and putting the shovels in the ground and all
Biden's
that.
having
So-
trouble walking these days.
What was that? My wife yesterday goes, "Did Joe Biden fall down?" And I was like,
You guys didn't see the video?
No, we're
Neil
not-
and Sean, you haven't
"Oh
seen
my
the
God, I'm
video?
gonna sneeze." No, let's find it.
Oh, baby. Look, he's a
me.
grown man. He's like older than my dad. I don't take any
He's older
pleasure.
than everybody's dad.
I don't take any pleasure in seeing this happen to him.
I'm
I want to
finding
make that
it.
very
Find me
clear.
that video,
Yeah.
Pratt or somebody. I'll find it.
Yeah, our dad.
Neil, find that video and send it over here because you're just enjoying your lunch over there. I got to sneeze again. What's going
And then
on?
he tried to blame it, and then he tried to say that he got sandbagged.
What is that like? So someone
Yeah, I
set
don't
him up or
know.
something?
Like someone hit him or something. He tried blaming.
Someone, no
it
one's
on
hitting
that.
the president of the United States.
He tried. Yeah, as
far as I know.
He tried blaming it on that.
I'm not trying to. This is not me saying Sleepy Joe or anything. I just want to see the video. I don't care. I mean, it could be
go for it.
Trudeau,
It's
could be-
everywhere, literally.
Yeah, it's not about
It's
politics. I just want
everywhere.
to see it because now I'm interested.
I mean, it showed up all over my feed yesterday. Okay, the reason I'm not
Why
taking
did it
any
show up
trades.
on mine? Who are you following on Instagram besides fitness models?
I don't follow any fitness models on Instagram. You guys always get me in trouble. You saw an ad and you know it was an ad. Anyway.
There is a problem with the lights over here, by the way, because I don't look this shiny over.
Well, Mark came in and did like a
I'm
little
still pretty
dance
handsome
here
I
with.
gotta get some more hair. Yeah. So, that's the women in my life say, "Oh, don't worry, Daddy, you're handsome, anyways." Okay,
All
good.
right. The chat's having
Oh, here we go.
a
Okay,
time
here we
here.
go. What-
And the
what-
reason I'm not in any trades, guys, we are moving very much to the side here
on, I
on
gotta-
both the future.
How do I open this
on
in a
both
new window?
future contracts? So what I'm looking for is a breakout, a decision either way on one of them, and then we'll maybe take a corresponding equity. The trade that I've been looking for all day has been a retracement by the ES, but it looks really strong here. So you think a 4,300 is just a matter of moments away, maybe in the more liquid time of day. But yeah, ES looking a lot stronger than the NQ. The NQ, though, holding above VWAP at 14,550, dancing in the 70s now, Sean. There it is. All right, cue up.
I have the video here. So I'm just gonna say something before this even starts. I think he's looking pretty good here.
Yeah, he always.
I'm not gonna lie. I think he's looking. I think he's looking really good here.
No problem with
So I'm gonna say that. I have not watched this. I pushed play
It's
and was
sad
like,
to see.
But
sad to
is it though? I mean, I know he's
I
a
don't
good.
want him
Let's
to
just
fall.
see.
Nobody sandbagged him there, man. No one touched him.
No, he slipped. You know what I think there is?
Yeah.
You can see there that there's some wiring there and
He
everything.
tripped on a sandbag, someone's saying. I don't
Beside-
know if that's what sandbagging means, my friend, but
Oh, okay.
that's what someone
That's
in the chat is
unfortunate, but I
saying.
do.
Yeah.
That sucks that happened. I bet you he really got hurt there because that's
Yeah, I don't like that.
Okay,
I
all right.
tell you the truth, yeah.
that's interesting. But
It doesn't look
Poor
good, though.
guy
If you're
there.
looking like as a
Poor
dictator,
guy.
looking over
his hat is all
America.
mashed up there.
Yeah, anyway, it is
That's
what it
too
is,
bad.
guys.
No, I feel bad, man. I feel bad because that's not.
Yeah.
Is that funny?
Hey?
Is that
I mean,
funny? I don't know if that's funny.
It's whatever.
I don't know. What's not funny is this. You know, when you're
What's
making,
happening
when you're
over
making,
there?
What's happening? What's happening?
The print factory again,
Oh, you know
isn't it?
that that's that Budweiser. You know those commercials? What's up?
Oh, do you
Did
remember
they have that?
those?
What's happening
Yeah.
or something like that? You know what's happening right now? It's a. Oh, wait a second. Oh, I switched this. Oh, this is the wrong page. Hold on a second. Do we have this right now? Oh no, it's not. Oh, it didn't save. I'll have to find out. I switched a couple things up to get that cat. Oh, wait a minute. No, it's the same one. Hola. I'm gonna find out what I did with that. I'm going to find out. Yeah, I'm going to find out because we did switch that up. But look what's happening right now. We're back to positivity right now on Amazon. You have a
the
little faith
market's
for
curling
Amazon.
up.
That's starting to go upside a little bit right now.
Still in a range.
We're starting to run a little bit on this market here, which is nice. And what I mean by running on the market is just bouncing.
Run on the market, baby.
I hope it does. It's bouncing off the 50 period and bouncing off VWAP, basically. This is where you want to get long. You want to try to be patient with these things. And look at this. Look at this.
Yeah, I think
We just got that take right down there, 124.35. So we just made 40 cents clean on Amazon all the way to the upside right now. So good trading right there on AMZN. Let's just see if we can't put some more money in our pocket. Now, I'm just getting out, man. Like we could take a 79. There we go. Punch out a 79. See, that time I kind of created that to go down 2 or 3 pennies. We punched out some 79. Let's now wait, man. We're long at 34s. I mean, you saw me get the fill, right?
Yes, I did.
So right there, I mean, look at the price. It shows average price long Amazon 124.37. We just put this on right in front of everybody here. So long, 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 out, out, out. So there it is. There's the winner right now. Shout out. I don't know why we're shouting out to Brendan, but shout out to Brendan right there as we go. So far, so good. Let's rock and roll. Come on, Amazon.
Okay, we're
Let's
curling
get
here.
going back up to the upside right now.
We're
on
waking
one.
up.
We on one, Amazon, and let's just continue that to the upside. Sharif and I went down. We moved our cars.
Yes.
And I saw somebody almost trying to take my spot. Did you see that?
Yeah, I did. What was up with that?
Well, we both took someone else's
I know.
spot.
I know. We take someone else, so feel offended when
Maybe
someone
with
takes
somebody-
ours. I know. Guys, I'm not going to pull the trigger too quickly here. You see this guy over here printing. He's already in established positions. I'm not. I'm looking for a range breakout. We still haven't had a range breakout, whether on the ES or the NQ. I'm looking for a decision either way. But if if you have a bias and your bias is towards the high side, I think that's fair because usually the breakout resolves in the direction of the trend unless we get something really intervening here. And I don't think we expect anything. Biden is supposed to sign this debt ceiling increase later into law. It was passed yesterday without trouble in the Senate, which is quite unusual, especially with the speed at which it was passed. So good stuff there. Now I'm looking for this 42.87 decisive break here. We're curling up on the NQ, poised maybe to have another 14.6 touch. We'll see what the ES resolves at. But yeah, I'm definitely on watch now for possible longs as we are waking up. But again, I want to say we haven't broken out of the range, and I'm going to, wait to ensure that we are breaking out. I don't want to take any premature trades on this and give back any money, Sean. That's not the name of the game.
That would be accurate, Sharif.
Yeah. It's like boxing. The
don't
name
wanna
of the
give up
game
any
is
money.
to hit and not get hit.
Yep, exactly. And avoid.
And then trading is to make money and not lose money. Pretty sure.
I mean,
Yeah. There you go.
Oh my God.
I know an
How
animation.
profound.
I need. Where are the guys? Okay,
Where
I mean
are the
Alfredo, Fabian, these guys are there, but I have a new idea for an animation. and-
What?
Because you're the professor, and whenever you say
Oh.
something so profound, I feel like, it's just like I said, when, we're cooking something up.
There you go.
you know,
Hey, yeah.
We're
There's
barbecuing up there. You see how I got that on my head?
When did you make all these? I mean,
I didn't make
these have
any
been
of
around
these.
for a while.
Yes. Well, we used to have a great animator here, who has since again.
Yeah.
The problem
That's okay.
with Trader TV Live is we're honestly getting too big.
Yeah, well, that's the
And
issue,
what
yeah.
happens is people get damn poached away from us. And what are we supposed to do?
Poached.
I mean, I don't know.
There's a lot of headhunting in this
Right, and
industry,
it's like,
Sean.
you know, hello,
Because
Scott Wapner? No,
Yeah.
I'm not going to CNBC. What the hell's your problem? You know what I'm saying?
Scott,
How many
stop
times I got to
calling
tell those
during the
people
midday.
that? How many times?
How rude to
I
call
mean, Jim
during the
Cramer
midday.
is looking. I mean, I was listening to his podcast. I don't know if the guy's got laryngitis or something. I mean, my throat is. I mean, I took an hour off yesterday, and thank you for Max for doing that. We're back in business right now, but like, you know, if CNBC's looking for somebody, I mean, I'm
Hey,
around,
you never
I'm
know,
around.
man.
I
You never know where
I
you
would never
end
go
up.
there, but contract negotiations. You know, it's like Judge. Judge goes like, or any of your players there in soccer, you know.
Yeah,
But actually, soccer or football is a little bit different, right? Because
So
the
soccer is
player
a little bit
doesn't-
different, yeah.
It's the teams that do the transfer.
Unless you're a free agent, right? And usually they don't allow a major star
Right,
to become a
'cause I
free
never
agent.
hear that.
They deal them, right?
Right.
So you can get something for them. Because if you
But
let
then
them
they
walk
just
away, you
get
don't get anything.
re-signed.
Exactly. So usually when you deal them, there's a new contract that's signed by the player with the new team, so that the new team
that's why
receiving
they're
the player
right.
gets them under
So
contract.
in the NBA, we have like sign-in trades. And
No, it's in there. It's
That'd be
usually a
similar.
money consideration. Usually not a player for player. Where here, it's almost always player for player.
So when Ronaldo went to wherever he went to in Saudi Arabia, what team was he on before?
He was on Manchester United.
Right, so
but
then-
they agreed to termination of the contract,
Right.
making him a free agent.
And then
Yeah.
the Saudis had to pay Man U.
No, I don't think they
So
did.
why would they let him go? Why would
Because
they
he
let him-
was corrosive.
I
He was
know. I heard
calling
his story. He
out,
was like saying
Ole
they
Gunnar
don't have the right
Solskjaer and-
training facilities. I've been in Old Trafford.
It wasn't even Ole Gunnar Solskjaer.
Have
Sorry,
you
it
been
was
to
a
Old
new
Trafford?
guy. I have not. No,
so
I
sweet,
have.
dude.
I have been to the
So
Emirates and to
sweet.
Villa Park. Those are the only two that I've been to. I wouldn't go to Old Trafford.
Yes, you would. Shut up.
Manchester United are a
Trafford. What the
hated
hell's your
enemy of Arsenal. Like
So
Tottenham.
you'd still go there. You know, it's like if I said to you, oh, you know, you want to go to Lambeau? You're going to be like,
Yeah,
no, I'm a
you know I'm
Dallas
kidding.
Cowboys
Of course, I know what Old Trafford brings to the table.
Yeah,
There's
yeah,
a lot
yeah.
of heritage,
History.
a
It's a
lot
lot of
of history, and there's a lot of sad history because you know that there was an entire team in
Yes.
the
Yes,
1950s,
I know.
Manchester United, killed on a plane crash. So that's still yeah, and the British are ruthless, bro. Shout out
So-
to Adam in the chat because I was at a Villa game
Yes.
between the Villa fans and the United fans, and the United fans were taking the train to go home, and the Villa fans were going woo
Dude,
like
it's
this to the.
hooligans is the
They
terminology
were
use, but
ruthless to them.
Have your
So,
fun. Have your fun. There's no
Yeah,
doubt
yeah.
about that.
Whatever.
So who is then? Because Ronaldo's obviously an aging star. Messi's getting up there.
Who's the cream of the crop?
like if you were starting a franchise right
Kylian
now.
Mbappe.
Mbappe. Okay.
Kylian
'Cause isn't he
Mbappe.
only
He's an
24 or
absolute
something?
animal.
He's
Yeah.
like early 20s, something like that.
He is. He's a real.
He has
deal.
all the experience.
He's a real
Okay,
deal,
that's who
yeah.
I thought too. because
Shoot, pass, run. The guy can do everything.
He's younger than Neymar, I would assume.
He is. Yeah, Neymar is too injury prone. Neymar is a fantastic player. He's one of the most gifted touches and players, but just too injury prone. Can't stay healthy for long enough.
Plus Brazilian, you know.
Yeah, well, I don't mind.
No,
There's like we have a fantastic Brazilian on Arsenal called Gabriel Martinelli. Man, that guy is a workhorse, and he's quite robust, which is interesting because a lot of these, the forwards, brittle ankles.
Right.
Right? They go in, especially in the Prem where the challenges are
Robust. I like that.
hard. Oh yeah.
I was sad that Roma lost Europa there.
Yeah, and the Roma fans like almost
Murdered that referee, I
You
heard.
saw that? They
I
met
thought
him
the
at the
referee was
airport.
throwing the
They
chairs.
went to the airport to get him. They were throwing chairs at him. The police
the
had to
problem
protect
there? Wasn't it
Yeah,
just-
they didn't like the calls.
Yeah, well, of course.
That's Anthony Taylor. He's a good Premier League referee,
You know
bald-headed
that-
individual.
You know that
in
my
case you're
kid,
looking for
well,
that.
you don't know, so I didn't tell you the
Hey.
story. He was playing, so I was at Little League coaching. We won 14-13 yesterday.
There it is. Sorry.
I like the bang and the awesomeness there. So we took that down. That was a tight one. And then my boy was at soccer because he plays soccer with
Okay.
my park as well.
Yep.
And anyways.
I think we're curling up here, Sean. I just want to let you know.
No, we don't curl.
Yeah.
Well, we curl in the winter.
Yeah, okay.
No, anyways,
Curling.
I get it. I phone him because we're on our way home, and they actually both games ended at 8. So call the wife, blah, blah, blah. How was everything? Yada, yada, yada. And then I go, so how was your game? And he goes, oh, it was great, but we didn't have a good referee, and he got fired after the game. I'm like, no, he didn't. But
That's great. Yeah, fire the referee you don't like. I'd be
Apparently,
like,
my
yeah.
wife was just like, nah, but it was really cute because everybody,
nice.
he's 11, So everybody on the team was like, "Oh man, that referee was giving the other team all these calls." But I've seen the games, dude. It's not.
It's not that way.
It's not like that. Like,
Okay.
There's like no diving.
But they
or
feel
anything.
aggrieved. They genuinely feel aggrieved.
And then you
know?
told me an example where there was a handball that wasn't called, and I'm like, okay, welcome to life.
Yeah,
Because,
yeah.
Now that you're a sports fan,
We need VAR in the
like when
house
Des
league,
Bryant
baby.
didn't catch that ball, for example.
Yeah, you know we caught that ball, Sean.
Did he?
He
Let
did
me
catch that
check
ball.
the record
Hold
books.
on. Apparently under the because
New rules, fine.
The variation was varied right after that. So the new rule apparently it's a catch.
Sharif, do you
that
play with
only-
the current rules or the rules that are going to get invented 10 years
It
later?
should have been that way to begin with,
Probably
Sean.
right, probably
it's a
right.
drop on the NFL.
Do you know how many
corporate
hockey
part.
players used to get concussions because the goalie never wore a mask?
It's kind of like
Goalie.
Yeah. Remember what's his
Goalie.
name? What's his name? The Toronto goalie.
Bauer?
Was it Eddie
They're
Bauer?
all- no,
Eddie Bauer.
Johnny Bauer.
Johnny Bauer. That's it.
No, Ed Belfour.
Ed Belfour, yeah.
Actually, well,
Ron
Ed Belfour
Hextall.
was a great Maple Leaf, but a much better Blackhawk. For those of you that may or may not know that.
Okay, we're curling up here. Here comes 14-6 possibly on the
Slow
NQ
day, Mike.
as the big tech names
it's
all
my
start to
show.
curl up. Meta, Apple, Tesla, Amazon, they're all curling up. And here comes the 14-6 test. We've been
Watch out
holding
for
below
HKD
it.
here,
You know,
by the way.
do you take 14-6 break here? I know
already
you're not
long
about
everything, so
You're
yes.
long everything, so the answer to that is yes. Okay, so we were trading the
I mean, let's
the
find
ES.
something that we want that's going to break longer. That's all.
Yeah, I know,
I
but
don't-
if I'm basing my levels on the future, I think it just makes more sense for me to take it so I don't have to deal with the individual nuances of each equity.
It's funny.
That's where the problem for me lies.
Shout out to Grateful Bitcoin. First of all, someone's saying, "Oh, a slow day in the market." I mean, first of all, we're 70 cents in the money on Amazon. We just gave that trade to you. Other than that, I mean, we're doing everything we possibly can here to try to make some money. So I feel like we're doing good right now. But Felix Pavin, what's up to Grateful Bitcoin right here? Felix Pavin, one of my favorite.
The cat.
You didn't know I was going to do that? I was going to say first person to give his nickname, which was
Oh,
Felix
yeah,
the
of
Cat
course I remember
Hotman.
that. Yeah,
so a lot
yeah.
of people know that.
Hey.
Drafted, I believe, 29th overall. I think it was maybe the
Okay.
only Maple Leaf goaltender ever taken in the first round. That may not be
Really?
correct, but I'm going to go with it because it makes me sound smarter, and maybe that is right. So we'll wait to see if that's right. Maybe not the first, but like the best first-round goalie. I think we had one that we took in like the last 15 years.
Yeah.
That was on Team Canada that never worked out. I'm going to find out about that one. Okay, so see, this is what I'm talking about for the Amazon. Like, you want some trades? Look, during lunchtime, we got to make some trades. We're 50 cents in the money here on Microsoft. Could have that been bought when we bought Amazon at 12.17? Yes, and that one probably would be just as good, and it is just as good off of some nice dip buys. But you hit the nail right on the head.
Yeah.
Here's 14.6. We're taking
Yeah, I'm
it out
watching
right
it like
now.
a hawk, baby.
We're trying to go in hot on that.
Yeah.
And are you in anything
No,
yet?
I'm watching how it
Has
trades
the
around
futures showed up
14.6.
there? Have you taken one yet since
Yeah,
the
yeah.
show?
Oh.
And does it? Don't take one now. But does it show-
No. I got out of before the show. So I was in the
Okay, so
ES
we'll
position. Yeah, not yet. So now I'm watching what we're doing here. We're already breaking out on the ES. The ES has made new highs. Here's 42.90. We're talking about that 4,300 incoming. 14,600 now on the NQ. So we are at that level. Let's see how we trade here. We were up here before a bunch of times. We rejected. We had an initial decisive break earlier in the day at around that 9:45, 9:30 opening print. Getting up to 14,627. We're above 14.6 now. What's the look here? All right, so let's think about this, Sean. So, what time is it? 12:45. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So I think it is time to go long. The out has to be at VWAP. That's the thing, right? So I think we're waking up here on some of these positions. So let's go ahead and punch. And we'll see what happens there, Sean. So where are we long
about
here?
A- what
yes,
about AIM?
we're at 04.75. So there we go. Out of the money already as we dance at this level. So we'll continue to watch and see.
I'll take one more piece out here as Amazon just ripped above 125 and stopped. So we do have VWAP up here at 125.20, and then we have the 200 period at 125.10 as well. So hopefully, there we go. Did we just get that 97?
Oh, retrace.
Yes, we did. Okay, so that was a good one right there. So we're putting in our pocket now 70 cents on this trade, but I did want to look for another one. First of all, this part sucks because right now HKD, the highest it got there was 750. This is just one of those like Luca trades, really, where you just kind of hope that something's going to work out
Punch
for
and
you.
pray.
What did he used to call it?
Punch and pray.
Yeah, exactly. And I punched a 780 there. I could have got out immediately, but it's not, like I told you, like, even now, after getting out of everything on Amazon, I still have more shares on Amazon than I do on HKD. That's not true. Actually, I now have more on HKD. But we're just going to wait to see what happens. We're out of the money now, 70 cents, and we're just going to see if it wants 50 cents. Sorry, not even 70 cents. We'll wait to see where it goes. We're going to get out at this 7 bottom. This is where the volume came in, obviously initially right there. So around this area, 7, 750. So we're right here right now. Let's just see if it gets another bump. Like we said, there's probably no reason for this thing to do anything, so we'll wait on that. Why am I making money here? Oh, it's AMD. So this is not why am I making money. I know why, but how right now. So AMD's been pretty weak. It's only up 0.2 against a very, very strong NASDAQ that's at 0.8 right now, right? 0.9. So now you're starting to break out. That was probably a missed opportunity right here. But if we zoom in just a little bit more, I mean, we're just starting to break now, I guess. It's just, I don't want to hold this all the way back to VWAP right now. So maybe let this come down. Let's just check out NVIDIA. Because we want to be long chip names, don't we? Maybe not today, right? NVIDIA down. Does this not look like it's setting up for a break lower on NVIDIA? What do you think about, have you traded NVIDIA today?
Pardon me?
Have you traded NVIDIA today?
Yeah, I did, but
Doesn't this look like 395 should be shorted? Or not?
Well, what is NVIDIA? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, a rejection of VWAP, but it has a higher low. That's the thing right now at 395. The earlier low is at 392. So I'd like, ideally for it to make a lower low, but yeah, I hear you on that. I mean, looks weak at this moment.
We could trust the teal.
Trust the teal, Max would say, baby. 14.6 dance happening as we speak. Do we see continuation? We made a newer high on the ES, but not so on the NQ. Let's see if we do get continuation there with 0125 right at that 14.6, 0125. We'll see if we get that buying at this level. We're seeing, some good curls showing up here on some of these big tech names. So we'll have to see if we get continuation. 14.627, 75. High of day on the NQ up 0.89, but the truth has to be said that the ES stronger on the day, no question, up 1.47%, now up to 42.91 high. So we'll see how that one ends up resolving. 14.6, a bit of an issue here on the NQ as we're not able to take it decisively, dancing with it as we have, quite frankly, all morning. Do we resolve above it or not?
We took the short. I don't know.
Took the short?
Yeah,
on
NVIDIA.
On NVIDIA. Okay, yeah. I'm like, no, against the
That's
futures.
flat. No,
Yeah,
it's flat. Not against the futures. This is not. Obviously, with NVIDIA being down 0.7, the thing about it is that this is the way I like to play when we talk about relative strength and weakness. And it really hasn't been working out too much lately because the market just gets blasting every day. So what's been weak has just turned strong. But, if this market, there it is, see, like right now, like this is what I'm saying. Why do people say, like, hey, give us some trade ideas? Like, okay, we're now, like, we just put this on. It's now 35 cents in the money. And it's not like it's a huge trade. It's a $395 stock. We want it to go lower, but it's the idea generation, right?
Yes, sir.
This is what we're trying to do, is trying to find out some names that we like. Where's the idea generation coming from? And with that being said, I got to get out some. There it is. We'll get some out right now on AMD in case this market does go down, and this could still be a loser, but it's just about making sure that you look at something. We had AMD, noticed it wasn't super strong. So then we were like, let's go over to the chip name, and there it is right there. We just shorted 96. So there, 30 cents, 40 cents now, right there. So whatever shares you have, there it is, and I'm going to say congratulations. Because we're cooking up some more profits for you now. Well, I mean,
there it is.
We're here. We're in the building.
We moved
We
our
are
cars.
in the building now. The cars have been moved.
Meta moving up. What else moving up? Tesla having trouble at 216.5. Google moving up though now. Google, can you believe this? Up
Let's just take 50 damn cents right now.
Where are you? What are you on? What are you? NVIDIA.
What am I on? I'm on one.
No, not on that. But I thought, like, what stock? Yes, very nice
NVIDIA,
trade.
man,
Yeah,
what are you talking
NVIDIA. Yeah, you're on that. Yeah, I'm just fixated looking at this futures trade, hoping it will resolve in the direction of the trend. We are holding at key levels, so we'll see how they resolve. 14.6
still acting as a resistance level. Meta coming into highs. It's got a nice peak there that could act as resistance at $274.50. It's at 274.25, so that's incoming on Meta. Apple looking to take 181. It's at 180.90. It's showing some decent strength. Holding VWAP, looking to make a higher high. Tesla holding 216.50. It's looking to stay up there as well. So we'll see what the future brings and whether these big cappers can kind of lift the NQ. The NQ lagging behind the ES down. Only up 0.89.
So I'm going to have, yesterday we talked about Playmaker and how special family is and everything to everybody.
Sure.
And, these are my girls right here. This is these are 4 members of the Diamonds, the High Park Diamonds. This is my daughter right here. They're at Blue Jays camp today.
Love them. Oh my God.
So there we go, man. They're representing. They're getting their game going, and they're getting it right.
Hey.
So right there, shout out to the Blue Jays organization. These are apparently really great shirts, great hats, and everything. But they're there on their day off. And hey, when I make money, this is where it goes.
Hey.
It goes right back into them. Pay for these camps. Get the kids out there. Get some exercise. Shout out to everybody that's out there today. It's a gorgeous day.
Yes,
in
sir.
downtown Toronto, and I think just in the GTA in general. It's 32. Woo! Look at my kids in the background there. 32 here. So that's 32 degrees Celsius, feeling like 94 or something Fahrenheit. Let me see what it feels like here right now. It says it feels like 33. Okay. So not bad. 33 degrees Celsius, 90 and change Fahrenheit here. And, I always feel like I have to defend Canada and Toronto a little bit because we always get like, oh my God, it's so cold here all the time, which it is. But that's in different month. In the summertime, it's very gorgeous here. It is humid. We have the lake effect. We have everything right there with lovely Lake Ontario. And by the way, I heard you talking before because we had a hot mic. You're going running on the Humber today?
No, that's going to be next week.
That's
I'm
where I
going
live.
to run at Woodbine Beach like I usually do. Humber is on table for next week. I actually haven't done Humber in a while.
West Side.
I'm starting to worry about this 14.6 here on the NQ, so I think I'm going to be out 5s. If it breaks down, what the hell just happened there?
It's not 62 degrees Fahrenheit in San Diego. Is it? 33, that can't be right. 33 Celsius to Fahrenheit. I'm going to Google this right now. Yeah,
Hey
92.
guys, it's on him.
92. Yo, what's up, Fabian? It's 92 here, Fahrenheit. And it was there yesterday, and it was there the day before. But I told you it's going down to like the 80s today, tomorrow.
Yep.
Of course, just in time for the weekend. Like, it can't be gorgeous weather on the weekend, but still, I'll take 80s. I'll take 80s all day, baby. It's 86 degrees Fahrenheit in North Texas. There we go. Yeah, so HKD, what's up, Paul B? Yeah, HKD there. Just drops below $7. We already talked about what that trade was. I feel fine about it. That was definitely a shout out to Luca there, a punch and pray trade, and it just didn't work. Broke 7, we took a risk there. So we're going to be down on HKD today. Fine, Some stuff is dirt on your shoulder. If you don't trade these names all the time, and me and Neil talk about this on the show, it's not, I feel horrible losing a significant amount of money on some sort of a style that you don't normally trade.
Yeah, well, that's the thing.
So like when IPOs are there, I'm all about IPOs. How many times we had that Kenview, which was an amazing IPO trade. We knew exactly what we wanted. We took $2 or $3 on that by the time it was over. We have the plan of action. We know what we're doing. And if I lose on an IPO, so be it. We've taken so much money off of IPOs. Coinbase was like $50. Like there's been so many. DWAC.
Yeah.
I mean, DWAC wasn't an IPO, it was a SPAC, but like we know those plays,
Exactly.
When it's a first day kind of a play, there's big news. IPOs are so easy because you just put the market on open order in, right? So what I'm getting at here is it's definitely a loser. Where's the flush down the toilet? And I don't, we talk about this all the time on the show, our losers and our winners.
Yeah, I'm not.
So
Transparency.
nothing wrong with that. And I mean, we did take a hit there on that play. And, meanwhile, make more. We have the Amazon long. We have this NVIDIA short. And by the way, like, HKD, LOL, HKD, that's hilarious, right? I mean, right now, NVIDIA is 90 cents.
There you go.
And look,
I mean, yeah.
Look at the direction. What's happening? What is
heading
happening right
southward,
now?
baby.
What's up now, NVIDIA?
NVIDIA's flunking.
You know, I don't want to
Yeah, you
trash
shouldn't
talk
have
it or
listened to
anything,
me
like-
because I didn't think that, you know, look.
I mean, there's a dollar. There's a
fantastic
dollar.
Short. Yeah, fantastic
I
short.
mean,
It's
there's a
bringing down
dollar
some of
on
these
stuff that
markets.
I do. So yeah, I mean, will I lose sometimes on
trade, yeah.
HKD and punch and pray and what's up with that? But there it is right now. Good move to the downside as we go. But I think the purpose of the midday show is also to find the best opportunities possible.
Yeah, and get
do a
ready.
little bit banter back and forth. I mean, that's
Exactly.
what makes the show the best. I feel like is
Well, you're getting this NVIDIA trade. You can't complain about that. That's a solid trade to the south side.
I'm gonna send that image to my mom.
What image? Oh,
The
yeah,
one of the kids,
girls.
man.
Yeah, I got it. All right. Where are we at here? Finding a bit of a top, 274.25 on Meta. A bit of a top also on Tesla at that
Yo, where's Max?
216 and a
I'm done.
half. That 216 and a half, that is holding for the moment on Tesla. Out of this futures
Max
trade,
Million.
got in for the 14.6 break. Gave it 5 points, broke below 595. I'll try again
Look
after
at this
it
trade.
gears up and goes to the high side, but not in this one yet. We'll let this
What level
one
are you looking at?
brew.
That
14.6.
Trusting the teal? 14.6. Okay.
14.6. We made
You're
another
waiting for a
attempt
break there.
above there.
Would you
I
go
feel like
short?
we're. I think it's. I don't want to stand in front of a long
Right.
day, right? It's a counter trend, so I'm going to be looking for the long if there is one to be had here. Out for the moment on it, but I feel like we get another 14.6 retest incoming quite
So
soon.
do you remember how many minutes ago we talked about NVIDIA going short?
Like 10, 15 minutes ago.
Yeah, it's 8. And now we are $1.50 in the money.
Woo! Okay. Okay.
All right, so
HKD LOL.
yeah.
Yeah, that's the point of that. the
Oh
NVIDIA
yeah.
has to say.
No, that's fine. Whatever.
HKD
No,
LOL,
we're gonna take L's, and that's
normal.
fine. I mean, I don't, you know, I mean, the only person that I care that thinks I'm perfect would be my wife, and she is far from thinking that right now. So yeah, no, and that's part about being real.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
it, right? It's like, you know, I screwed up that HKD, and I don't even think I screwed it up. It went perfectly according to plan. We got out. We averaged in where we wanted to. It just dropped off.
Yeah, no.
That's why I said Max, like to
we
stage
asked
left.
Mad Max,
because
too.
Mad Max.
He wasn't down.
He
I asked him,
exactly.
he wasn't down.
That's the point.
Yeah,
We got to
I
get
asked
people
him.
sitting here that actually know what they're doing. So here we go. Max is going to come in right now.
Yes,
I mean,
sir.
we're only $1.50 in the money on this trade.
That's it?
That's it. It's a small one right now. This is the biggest trade of the day. I mean, I have other. I don't know if Neil, myself, or you right now.
Yeah.
We've taken more than $1.80 on a position.
I have not.
I don't know, but I mean, it's happening right now, right? So that's good.
Well, bang.
We had some good trades on Amazon earlier, so that could be maybe. We had some really good trades on Amazon earlier, but that's only 125 to 126. That's $1, I guess. So that's pretty good as well. This is 125.30. That's 126.30. So we got back-to-back dollar jacks on Amazon.
Jacks.
But then we got right now. This is a $2 one for NVIDIA. So let's get out of here. It's Max. It's getting ready to go, and yeah, we're ready. So thanks again for allowing me on the show. Much
Appreciate
respect
you,
on that. Every time we do that, we got to do this.
Yes, move here on the NQ. Okay, guys, let's look at this because
NVIDIA is now breaking 393.
Yeah, well, I
I'm outta
think
here.
NVIDIA is bringing down the NQ because the NQ came down quite hard from that another 14.6 rejection, gave it 5 points, got out of Dodge, and it made its way all the way down to 78s there as it finds a little bit of support now. The big names curling off their highs. I'm talking about Meta curling off that 274.25, Apple off that 181 rejection, and Tesla off that 216.5. It hasn't broken that quite yet. I'm wondering if a VWAP dip on Apple is warranted here at 180.50. It's been a money level going back to about, I want to say 11:30 this morning. So that is incoming in about 20 cents or so. We'll see if we get a continuation here on the move down or whether we start getting bought back up. So we shall see as Max gets ready. Next to me here, some buying coming in, at least for the moment, on some of these names. All right, MMM. We talked about this one this morning. I just wanted to let you know that this one might be settling a lawsuit. We're talking about 3M up big on the day, 8 1/3%. Made that big move on that algo spike earlier
breaking through that 100 level, 96.25 it had been at, got all the way up to 104.55, now trading at 102.13 is 3M. So I'm going to continue to while we got bamboozled on that 14.6 initial test, but usually first bamboozlement, second go. So I'm still bullish. Hey, you dig that? Yeah. Okay, well, we'll see. Send it over to Max's screen. He's going to show you his Tesla trade. Oh, no, he's still logging in.
I'm not
All
logged
right.
in yet. I'm not
so
logged
I don't know if I'm going to jump into this quite yet. You know, you always get tempted by dip trades, but, you know, let it resolve in the direction of the trend. You have a good degree of upside above 14.6, so it's not like we're looking for 5 or 6 points here. If I miss out on 5 or 6, that's just fine. I think we have a good move above 14.6, especially if we get really going here on the ES. Could propel some of these NQ names. But yeah, dancing with a 14.950 right now on the NQ. That's what I'm fixated on. But I'm looking also at these big cap names. Oh, here comes Amazon looking to test 125 again. It's been below that level the majority of the morning since that 11 a.m. breakdown. It's been trading below 125, looking to take that again. So that could be an interesting little catalyst here to keep an eye on as some of these other big tech names get bought up again and may be looking to head to the north side. So we shall see what happens with that, Max.
Yeah, what's going on? How's it going? You trading NASDAQ?
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, I feel like we get that move through the high. It's Friday. Things like to trend Friday afternoon, right?
See?
We'll see. I'm long Tesla at the moment at 215-ish, looking for that move through high of day. 217.60 is it? Was the recent high since long ago. Obviously, like the what is it? Like that 250-ish level would be like the ultimate level on Tesla, but I think that 217.50 is pretty important as this NASDAQ gets back above 14.6. So we're looking pretty good here, I feel.
Well, we'll see. We'll continue to run. We'll check like nothing. We've been rejecting that level multiple times, so, you know, don't count anything here. We'll have to actually let it continue, but we'll see. We'll coming in on 14.6. Meta getting a bit of a bounce. That stress low, where's your in on that stress low? Because that 216.5 has been interesting.
Yeah, I was in like quite a number of times today. If you guys come to my chart here, you know, tried. Where did I hold this all the way down to here? I feel like no. Oh no, that was a try and a fail. And then so I get in here off like the 210, 211 kind of area. It was really holding there really nicely earlier this morning. So tried it once, didn't feel like it was working. Market looked like it was breaking down, so I bailed on that. But then I did it again. Get a pretty good move out of it up to the highs, and then I tried these breakouts. Once here, and the breakouts don't work, but the dip buys are working. So the dip buys at the teal, at these key even levels, for whatever reason, Tesla was doing breakouts today, and then pulling, like failing the breakout, pulling back to the next even dollar, stopping, and then starting the move back up again. So I recognized the pattern and start playing the pattern. I thought the 215 could be a good breakout, so I did take that. But for whatever reason, we just break out, fail the level, and then come back. So yeah, I held this one from like 214 all the way up, all the way back down, got out, and then it holds 215 pretty money. So I'm back in off 215, looking for that 217 test. I still have 60% left out of this trade. So really looking for like 217 or higher. I think, you know, Tesla loves those round even levels. And if we feel like squeezing on a Friday, 220.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the ultimate target here. So going for 220.
Yeah, well,
we'll see what happens there.
Setting up, looking.
Somebody really wants to sell this 216.50 though.
Yeah, here we go on the NQ. Looking to, back at 600 again, 14,600. We haven't really resolved above it with any form of decision making here. It's always been quite indecisive, either rejecting it to the downside or, you know,
not staying above there too long. Technically, the high on the day is 14,627 3/4. We're going to let this one run. We're 10 points plus in the money. I'm looking for a new high a day above, not local high, sorry, 14,612. We can get continuation here. We're getting good continuation on Meta. We are above 125 on Amazon. We're looking maybe here for another 181 touch on Apple. We'll see if that resolves above that level today. Even Stressla here above 216.5. Now it's in the 60s. So Stressla looking to curl up. Microsoft is like the lone loser that's like asleep here. Microsoft has done bupkis all day at 334.5.
Yeah, Microsoft kind of sucks lately. Eh?
Yeah, Microsoft's been doing nothing. Even Google's awake 1.3, 1.33%.
Google's
the high
awake?
side. Yeah, Google's up above 125.
Surprising.
Yeah. So here we go, curling back up here on the Future.
Oh, yeah.
But it's not time to ring. I mean, like, look, it may retrace and stop me out, and I was 14 points in the money there. But the point is to let this trade resolve the right way and not to paper hand the trade. 14 points is not a joke, but, I got to let this resolve. Otherwise, fund the trade. Let's go.
Fund the trade.
Let's go ahead and put in our outs. I'm going to send it back to you just so I can put in my stops.
It's some Toronto slang right there.
Send it back to him, Bradley.
Things are going nuts over there in the
Send it to
the
him,
production
Max?
area. So looking for this breakout on Tesla. There's a seller on
Wrong guys.
216.70. There's a seller there on 216.70, so 50 lots on multiple gateways. So we'll see when they get filled and they get run over. Expecting fully a test of high a day here. Why won't this zoom for me? There we go. Yeah, expecting that 217 test. Tesla doesn't like to go to levels and not break them to bamboozle everybody. So I'm chilling on this one. Looking at Amazon as well, trying to hold that 125. Amazon was a pain for me this morning. Oh, is this not going to load? Come on. All right. Well, Amazon's trying to hold this 125 area. VWAP is somewhere around 125.20. We see Amazon holding over 125 into that 125.20 area. That could be a decent long into the afternoon. NASDAQ is kind of high and Amazon's kind of high up, but I do like that 125 level quite a lot. So looking for potentially a hold there. What? Brad's loving the chart here. I don't know what's going on there. Not working at all. But yeah, what else we got here? Where's NVIDIA at? All right, nothing wants to load for me today, so fantastic. As long as my Tesla chart loads, we're good. Tesla chart is loading. That's all we need. Tesla hanging out. What are you guys trading today? PLTR? Is PLTR going? What's going on over there? Oh, it's a good look. It's a good look. They're chirping my shorts and dress shirt look. The shirt's just for the act. I usually wear a t-shirt back there, but yeah, man, shorts and a dress shirt, come on. It's a good look. It's a good look. Somebody said they're trading Palantir. What's going on with Palantir? That is on New York. Come on. Come on. Okay. That 15 fade on Palantir today was pretty money. Where do you see the seller at 216.70? I will show you if we get up there. They're back at 216.50 again. So basically what happened when we got up to here at 216.70 is about 50 lots popped up on the offer on multiple gateways. So it was like 50, 50, 50, 50. And that you have to assume is just one person, given that it's kind of a random price and multiple and the same size on multiple gateways. It looks like someone trying to spread their order and make it look not so big, trying to get a fill, I guess. But yeah, I mean, maybe it's multiple people trying to get the fill, but that's what I saw. It's not there right now, but once we get up there, sometimes things pop up. So we'll see there. See, it's something like that that's on 38 right now. There's a seller there trying to get filled on 38 on multiple gateways there. You assume that that's one person. That's the same kind of thing that was popping up at 216.70 there. So yeah, what else? Oh yeah, that Palantir. So back to Palantir. 15 reject. Love that today. That I should have had that. I didn't think that we had gapped up again on Palantir. So that was a failure on my part, but if we can get back above 15. Yesterday the high was 15.22, I want to say, and I think that we could definitely get through that if we start trading back above 15 today. I got nothing on it until we get there. You could theoretically structure like some kind of VWAP long. Maybe you take a failed breakout of this 1480 level, but really, like, you don't know where you're wrong on Palantir until it gets to that 15. Of course. So, you know.
Stopped out again.
You're stopped out?
Of course.
Are you stopping it too tight on those futures?
No. Just give it. Look how many times 14.6 is rejected today.
Yeah.
And just like a whole bunch of times. Yeah, you could make that argument. I could give it 25 points, but that's not my plan.
Yeah, and like if you're trying to get high of day,
I'm like breaking even here. So I held it 14 points for me. Comes back down 14 points, right back in. I stop out, break even.
Yeah.
I just got up to do something and come back, stopped out, which is fine, right? That was the whole plan. But the 14.6 not incoming yet, but I'll keep dancing with it because eventually, one paper cut will lead to a big win here. So.
Well, exactly. Like the futures wins, when you win, it's quite a bit, and when you lose, as long as you stop it tight, you're really not losing a whole lot. So.
Someone's asking why not short 14.6 then? That's a good question. I mean, you saw Sean do that with success on the Apple 180 level yesterday, where he knew likely it was eventually going to break, but on the way to breaking, it was going to give him a lot of opportunities for the rejections, and so that was the play he took. To me, that's just not my game. I'm looking to run it through. So, yeah, it's a fair point. You could play the range. It's rejecting off 14.6. Get in until it stops working. By that time, you've made your money and you're running. So, I hear what you're saying on that, but that ain't gonna be.
I think that also goes to what you were saying. Like, if you're trying to get the big win and you think that eventually 14.6 is gonna break, then scalping it back down on the short side that's not really the play though. If you
not for me, you want
that bigger win, then yes, like scalping off 14.6, you could do that. But if your idea is that it's going to break, I mean,
someone wants you to look at PANW, excuse me.
PANW.
PANDub.
Smoked PANW on earnings day. Oh wow, we're at 220, eh?
Okay.
Interesting. What these are the kinds of names where you trade it on earnings day, you trade it on news day, but other than that, you're never trading a PANW from day to day. As a day trader, maybe as a swing trader, you could be trading this. Good earnings move. I think we had the 200 breakout on earnings day, so clearly never looked back. Like hasn't made a lower, print below that earnings day. Basically, 207 is basically held. And now 210 holding, so 220 break incoming on PANW soon enough. One of these days, that looks pretty solid for a breakout there on PANW. Good move today, up another 1%. I mean, this people like this company. Obviously, they're obviously buying it up. But 2 million shares of volume. It's kind of spready. There's not a whole lot of liquidity to get in and out, and not something that I would usually trade, but decent move up today.
What's the volume on that?
PANW. The volume's only 2 million.
Yeah.
Which, it's a $200 stock, so that's still a decent amount of money, but to get in and out the way that we like to get in and out, it just doesn't really, it doesn't work for our, or at least my style of trading. There are people around here who do trade that kind of intraday swing kind of idea, and I like to execute, like once I get into a position, then I have a portion of it for that swing, which is like what I tend to do with Tesla when I trade it. But yeah, not like, that's not the whole position. I get in based on like a minute thing, and then if the trend continues, then we turn it into an intraday swing versus like the intent of that being the entire trade. So that's seller at 216.50 on Tesla is not letting up, but we are trading above 216.50 now. So now that we're holding above a little bit, let's see if this person or multiple people or whatever algorithm does get run over here. Maybe it's just, it's not necessarily a trade that's happening. It could just be someone who genuinely wants to sell a large, investment position at this 216.50 and are just reloading it. I think that a lot of people are placing bets right now. We're in about like a 70 penny range. When this breaks out, we probably do $1.50. That's my thought. If it's a fail breakout, it's a fail breakout, and I get out, my stop's in. I'm chilling on this one. What else is exciting today?
There's been some stuff. I don't know if you noticed 3M moved up big on news that it was settling some sort of lawsuit. That came in, popped it up. HKD, obviously, was running today. That's kind of cooled down since then. I haven't been looking at it. But there have been some, there's UCAR as well. It was a small cap capper from the morning. It was running, I think it's given up the ghost again. I'm back in this NQ trade trying to get the bottom end of the range. That's my target here to kind of get filled in the lower end of the 80s and kind of have a better approach into 600 so that I can take some out at 600 then try to ride it through. But the ES looking strong. It's up back at 42.90 and 3/4, looking to take 42.91. So it's showing its relative strength while the NQ still has not awoken yet. Let's go ahead and put our, what did I do here? There we go. Let's go ahead and put our dip trade in. Yes, I'm going to go here. And that's where I'll sit for that dip trade. We'll see if we can get a better cost basis that way. What else is being discussed here? Tesla long or short? I think, Max, you were thinking long. I don't know how you're feeling anymore, though.
I'm still feeling good about the long. I think, it depends on the market move, obviously, but Tesla loves to trend and loves to make big moves into the end of the day. So that's why I wanted to be net long Tesla if we were holding above 210 today, because I thought that we could get the move into 220. I still think that that's possible. I think that if we get a fail break of 217 right now, you could look short for sure. There's definitely a lot of sellers in this region, but if you're assuming that that's somebody placing a bet right now, then if we do break that 217 and we do break high of day, those people who have placed their bets here, then they're getting run over. So they're probably covering their positions and sending it even higher. And then you get the options rally on top of that to squeeze it into that 220. I imagine there is a decent amount of interest in keeping this stock below 215 today by the end of the day. So, we'll see. We'll see what happens. I think I'm in the right spot on this. Yeah. I think that shorting high of day is not a terrible idea, but I would want to wait to see it fail high of day first, then just try to get in ahead of it. I think that's a higher probability move. But yeah, somebody asked about SoFi.
Oh yeah, okay.
It didn't take out that 725.
Been a good look lately.
But yeah, it's been trending. This is kind of the same. My charts are really acting up here. I don't know what Neil and Sean did to this computer, but
yeah, they complained about the same thing.
Yeah, they were.
Yeah. You're not on.
Maybe they went to your Instagram profile, but
what? What does that have to do with it? Acting up? I don't.
Got a couple of viruses from there, but anyway, doesn't get to that 725 from yesterday. I think that we can keep trending on SoFi. This dip gets bought up pretty nicely today. So, it dips into 670. We come back to $7. You take out that
chart, guys.
That 725 level from yesterday, and what's next? Obviously, the next obvious would be 750, and then we got this 820 left. I think SoFi's got some room to run for sure. I don't know what 11% short, so that's a decent short interest to kind of add some fuel to the fire on this one.
No question.
And they got good news, elevated volume. The question is, do we sustain this breakout on SoFi? So I think if we get back below $6, that's pretty much a, forget about it on the swing side of things. But
You got to have a 4,300 incoming here, possibly on the ES.
see
New
that.
high
I
a
see
day.
that.
The NQ also trying to curl back up into 14.6. Again, it's getting maybe another second attempt. 14.6 feels like 180 yesterday on Apple, where it's just like, you know, you're breaking it. It's not the same thing per se, right? Where like you don't really rely on the tape and the book as much on the future. At least I don't.
I really sized up on that 180 breakout when I went back to my desk, and that was a little painful yesterday.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Well, it was definitely a bang. It was a bang. It like wicked up 11 cents and then right down below 180.
I heard there was bamboozlement
Yeah,
involved there.
a lot of bamboozlement. I was
Yeah.
able to get out like 93, so it wasn't the end of the world. But yeah,
Neil had the same fill, he says.
yeah, I had 9.5 long, 93 out. It was brutal, but it was like a third of my daily stop, so it wasn't the end of the world.
There you go.
But yeah, I mean, also like you lose 20 cents, you're looking for $2 or like $1.
Well, that's the thing, right? The whole point is the risk to reward
Yeah.
ratio, like you talk about, right?
Yeah.
Like so. Yeah, 14.6 back in focus. 42.94 HOD on the ES. The ES up 1.5%. The NQ up 0.86. Guess which one I took long? I'll give you one. NQ, the weaker of the two. Surprise, surprise. I just like that 14.6 better. I thought that might be a nice level to like kind of break through, especially we had been dancing around it all morning. You know, we're strong on tech lately, excuse me. Not so the case, continuing to find resistance at that level. But some of these big cappers, Tesla looking good, Meta
Yeah,
curling
here we
above.
go, Tesla.
Amazon back above 125. But Apple and is my Microsoft chart okay? Yeah, it's okay, it's moving. Because I really can't believe
it's
the
not
fact that
doing
it's not
anything?
moving
Yeah,
at all.
yeah.
Like I'm like, did I move it back at the previous like location and it's just not moving because I have it back there? No, it's fine, guys. Reclaiming VWAP 334.55 at the moment. Yeah, that's basically it. I'm just looking for this 14.6 break. I'm holding 91s and a quarter, as you can see there. That ain't it for me. 10 points, 15 points. That ain't the move.
That ain't the move. No,
that ain't
we're
the move for
blasting
me.
off here. We're blasting off. Tesla's gonna pull this market for us.
That's what I want to hear.
Yeah,
what I
yeah.
want.
I mean, we're holding above that 216.50 seller. We're holding above the 216.70 seller. So just waiting on this breakout. Like, let's go.
Yeah. Here we go.
I got 10% out, by the way, at 75 there.
So I'm taking. So here we go. I'm just gonna put one out here on our friend. Okay, so we're not getting back up there. We'll have to get back up there. If we get, I'm gonna put one out at 1600. And then around, you know, I'll sit at 99s and change. If we get up there, and then we'll have another piece continuation for the breakout. You know, that was my issue earlier, not taking anything out. So they end up with nothing once it retraces into your entry. In this way, you give up a little bit to the top, but at least you're secured some profits at these levels. Into 98.5. We'll see if what we get into 99s. We'll take some out.
I don't like that clicking.
Oh, sorry about that. Apparently the clicking is displeasing some people here. So I don't even know. Sharif, click. Oh, Renata's displeased with the clicking.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. There we go. 16 break comes in there. So then we get out of a little piece there on our friend, the NQ. We're going to continue to, oh no, I just got out of everything. That's not good.
Oopsie.
Hit the wrong button, Max.
I've done that before.
Hit the wrong button. So we get out of everything there accidentally at 16.01.5. Oopsie. Fat finger mistake. That's disappointing. I want to hold a piece here for the 1600 continuation, but we'll see. Oh, I just started clicking again because I was displeased with myself. Yeah, no, 16. Instead of hitting the half out, guys, I hit the full out. So that was on me. That's a boo-boo on me. But hey, it's still a profitable trade, and we'll continue to see whether
Somebody likes the clicking.
I like the clicking Saskatchewan. I like it.
Saskatchewan.
Okay, that's cool. Hey, Judd says that is costly. Yes, it is costly, sadly. But you know what? The good thing about this is that, you know, I can get back in, especially if it shows me its real intent to stay above 14.6, and so far it hasn't. Dancing at 14.601, 2, 3. Give me a couple more here. Show me your intent to stay above 42.94. The ES, we're at 93s, so not 4,300 yet on the ES Max.
Yes, we have some explosiveness to go. We just waiting on that 4,300 test. You know, I thought that we would be at some bigger levels on some of these large caps if we were at that 4,300 by the end of today and that 14.6. But like, a lot of it is muted. Like Amazon did nothing off of 125. I mean, it did, but then it pulled back. Tesla, I mean, we're getting a decent move on Tesla. Apple, nothing. Nvidia pulled back today. So like, what's pulling the market up? Is it just Tesla by itself today? I feel like, yeah, like what? Where
you're
are
talking
we?
about
Like
the ES
Apple,
or the
Amazon,
NQ? Because
Nvidia?
energy is very strong.
Energy?
Airlines are flying.
But we're at-
cruise lines, banking is flying. Consumer defensive is strong. Nat gas is even pouring. So all the other S&P sectors other than tech are really lifting S&P. That's why
But
the S&P
NASDAQ is
doing
up
better.
1%.
Yeah, but look at the S&P, 1.54.
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
then you got like the extra momentum coming from those sectors. Everything on my value, like energy, airlines, cruise, banking, defensive, nat gas, they're all green. Everything in their mother's cousin is green here on this watch list. I don't bring it down because we're not sponsored by these buggers. Therefore, we're not promoting their stuff. But yeah, you know. Shout out to Search Trader, by the way. I want to put that on there. We'll get to more of that later. What else we got here?
Well, now we have a buyer on 216.50 on Tesla where we had those sellers before. So you wonder if some people, they did get filled there. So we'll see if they show up again. We'll see if that seller shows up again. I think if that 216.50 seller shows up again, I may just get out of this Tesla trade because, yeah, because then they're winning, right? Somebody with big size was shorting or selling at least a lot of shares at 216.50. So if we're holding below there, that would mean that that person is winning. And, you know, if they have a lot of size and they're winning, you don't want to be on the other side of that trade. So we'll see what happens here. If we hold below 216.50, I'll probably get out like
you have a landline?
A landline?
Yeah. You have a landline, right? Like, I mean, I don't know anybody anymore who has a landline.
No.
Offices and stuff have landline. Rogers is sending me a message to add a landline. Why would I want a landline?
To add a landline?
I don't want a landline.
Who would want to add a landline?
Yeah, I mean, who's at home enough to have a landline? Personally, I'm not, and nor do I want one. I like my cell phone and the convenience, and it's so reliable. They really trying. I bet you they make tons of money on people who have landlines. Bet you it's a great business.
Yeah, there's no cost.
Yeah.
They already built the system. And
Yeah,
nobody
right?
uses
So
it,
I think they're using VoIP anyway, right? It's all over voice over
they
internet
probably are
protocol.
now.
Yeah.
Somebody asked me to check
Palantir
out Meta.
CEO is a clown. Says, cake. You really think so? I think
What was
his
his
hair
name?
maybe
Was
is a
it the
little.
Palantir guy?
I forget his name. He's the dude with the
No
hair.
dough. No dough or something?
What's
Who's
the
guy
name
who's
of
no
Palantir
dough?
CEO? The dude with the hair. Alex Karp. Alex Karp. Yeah, I think it's Karp. Something Karp. Yeah, Alex Karp says proudly.
Who was the one who was no dough or something like
Oh
that?
no, but I don't think Alex Karp is stupid. I don't think he's a clown either. he's really smart. You know, he's just off-putting a little bit. Most smart people a little bit are, right? I mean, can you say Elon is eloquent?
Elon is not eloquent.
Yeah,
That's
nice
not how
try,
you would,
Pradley.
put it.
Nice try, Pradley. Pradley, always doing the most, aren't you, Pradley? No, but do you find
Oh, it's
Elon to be
SoFi.
eloquent?
SoFi is the no dough. Shout out
I
to
see.
Hog Rider there. We were talking about him yesterday.
MMV. Okay, we'll have a look quickly, and then we'll talk about Elon's lack of eloquence.
Yeah, Elon not
despite the
eloquent.
fact that he's a genius and everybody loves what he has to
Yeah.
say. MMV, yes. Have a look at the chart. Come to the chart, guys. Oops. Come to the chart, guys. There we go. MMV, and I believe it is on the NQ. Sure. I put this up for the people, Max. So people need to know what we're
For
trading
the
over here.
people.
Yeah, breakout above $1, sub $1 to start the day. Yeah, a lot of volume there at 8:35 starting. It continues after the bell, but the majority of the action subsequent to the bell, sadly, has been below VWAP. and therefore not a long for me. In fact, when it did retrace to VWAP here at around 11:50, right lunchtime, it was met with renewed selling right back into the 50 period. And it's been kind of creating higher lows. Yeah, maybe curling up or steady stair stepping up. There we go. Good job, Sharif. Stair stepping up to 3, maybe for a 3:15 breakout through VWAP. It's not my cup of tea. It's a good one. It's done volume. I think it has a headline as well. And, ideally on a normal day, I'd be into this. But today, I'm going to stick to the futures and the big tech names. But, yeah, hell of a stock. And if we can make this observation, because we've talked about this a lot.
Yeah.
Talked about small caps being in certain cycles. We're seeing them less, are we not? And when we're seeing them, we're not really seeing that vigorous continuation that we were seeing before, where you could take high day breakouts consistently.
Yeah, it's been really tough to execute on them recently, and it's hard to pick the right one. I just haven't had any success with them since January, probably. So yeah, I haven't. I mean, I've taken some shots, but none of them have really paid off. So I've been kind of off the small caps for a while. You know, when they're good, they trend in pre-market, and then you can hold it into the open and then see what happens on the open, and you have a chance when it opens. Versus nowadays, it'll make a move pre-market, you hold that into the open, it just quadrunks right away.
Yeah.
You're like, I don't know, there's nothing great. And then the ones that do go are these ones that just halt a million times, and you can't even execute on them because the tape is just flying around.
Well, that's the thing.
And there's no way to structure risk. So it's kind of hard. It's been definitely not the best of times for small caps. But,
it was the best of times.
Little small cap summer, maybe.
Then it was the worst of times. Oh, yeah, small cap summer.
Small cap summer.
That would be awesome. 2020 and 2021 remind me of small cap summer.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's
get it going again. Let's get it going again. Russell's lagging. It's time for Russell to pick up.
The Russ has been absolutely beat up in 2023. It started the year out real good with a positive January, and then it just did not do well subsequent to that. The Dow been flat. The NQ here, we're in a range. There's no question about that. With the bottom end of the range being this 82.80 area, if you've been buying these lower ends, you've been rewarded with 10 to 15 point moves to the high side. How many times is that going to last, though? While we keep our eyes on the NQ, you got to keep whatever other pair of eyes, or you got to simultaneously keep looking at the big tech names, because they're curling down a little bit here, and they tend to lead the NQ as they are more heavily weighted there. The ES also rejecting off that 42.94, not quite making it up to 4,300, trading at 42.89 now. So we shall see. Icky 22 MB says long nat gas UNG 595 needs to get some legs. Yeah, man. Nat gas has just been.
Did they say
you've seen what happened.
You need to get some legs?
No, I got legs.
Yeah, I mean.
I think he's talking about.
Oh, UNG. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, nat gas, not something that I've ever played personally, but.
It's been beautiful to look at, though. You keep thinking it's going to bounce. I mean, a cold European winter. Oh, baby. We're flying on that thing. So, yeah, look out for that. I'm kidding, guys. Could you look at LVTX says, sure.
I saw that one earlier today.
How'd it look?
Oh, we're breaking out, baby.
Okay, go to Max's chart.
What is
LVTX?
NASDAQ? LVT.
Ooh, okay. Yeah,
NASDAQ.
big moves coming here.
Oh, come on.
On our friend, Lava
right, we got
Therapeutics. In case you're wondering what this good company does, they were formed as a provider of biotechnology research and development services based in the Netherlands. Don't know what they do. What do you got over there, Max?
That $4 on the daily chart is looking pretty spicy. Look at this. $4 consolidated below for quite some time. What is that, a couple of months? December into February, 2-month consolidation there, basically. $4. I kind of like the idea of a breakout and potential halt up into $5-6 here. What's the volume on the day? 22 million. That's not the worst I've ever seen. Yeah, Yeah, we'll see what happens when we get up there. I might just take a $4 breakout on this one.
Alex Davis. Is Sharif on trend? No, I'm not on trend.
Trend, that's
It's an anabolic steroid
yeah, steroids, right?
called trenbolone and acetate. No.
So what steroids are you on?
Well, everything but that. Let's just put it that way. No, come on now. Bradley's asking if I'm selling any. I think he might be interested.
Yeah, Brad needs some steroids.
274 liver. Oh my goodness, bro. I'm trying to do a show here, man. You're making me crack up. Like, come on.
Brad's over here asking this guy for a sample of his blood.
Yeah. Oh, I'll absolutely do that. I have no problem doing that. If someone wants to pay for it, I'll do it. 274.50 on Meta. How many times are we going to get to this level, Max? 274.50 on the day.
Yeah,
Three
yeah.
touches here after that initial range breakout where we just, wicked above it, then closed below it. That's been a
tried
level on
the
the day.
275 this morning, and I took quite a bit of shares, and I didn't lose too bad. I think I punched out like 70s or something, so it wasn't the end of the world. But yeah,
Okay.
I was looking for that move into 280 on Meta today. I thought we could get it based on like the strength on the NASDAQ, especially off the open there.
Yeah.
But or was that off the open? Yeah, that was off the open. Yeah, we shot up. Meta's going up. I'm like, all right, here we go for the breakout. I took 270 yesterday, which worked for $1. I was looking for that 275 to just kind of blast off, and it was just kind of lackadaisical, maybe a word that you would use. And yeah, end up punching out. What was that? 85. Oh, so that was a pretty decent trade there on Meta. Pretty good risk management. Lost 30 cents and was looking for $5. So what is that? A 15 to 1? Pretty good. That's pretty good. That's what you want to see.
What you got locked in for the weekend? Kind of a nice
For the
one.
weekend, yeah, not much. Chill weekend. I got at least one tee time.
Oh, nice.
So we'll be golfing.
Golf? Yeah, beautiful weekend for golf too.
Yeah.
It's not even that hot. It's like 23, 25 tomorrow.
Really?
Yeah,
Oh,
it's not
perfect.
you're not gonna have humidity tomorrow.
Yeah.
Today it's a scorcher by Toronto standards, and for this time of the year, we can get like some high 30-degree days, and by 30 degrees, I'm talking about Celsius. You got to figure that out now.
We get into the 90s.
Yeah, because of the humidity here. It's not what is advertised. You always got to add on the humidex in Toronto, much like New York.
Yeah.
I feel it's like very much similar like to New York weather. I think they might actually have it a bit worse because they're actually coastal, whereas the humidex coming in from the Atlantic. Yeah, I remember you at
I don't know about temperature.
Yeah, they're on
humidity.
the water.
But wouldn't you
that's
get that like ocean breeze that might kind of cool
Here's
you
the
off?
thing. Okay, so coastal cities are known for their humidity.
Yeah.
However, Los Angeles seems to be completely different because it's just like a little green strip backed by a huge desert. So all the humidity coming in from the Pacific just gets sucked up by the dry desert. And so that's kind of like how I see things, guys. Here, meteorologist Sharif. Here we go. Do you play golf, Sharif? No, I don't play golf. I don't. My elitist sport is tennis. I play tennis, but I don't actually play golf.
Based on what I've seen from you playing pool, I don't think that golf would be your sport.
Bro, come on, man. That's actually so mean. I was like, that was not me playing pool that day. That was whatever, But we had a good
That
time.
was the drinks.
Yeah, we had a good time that day. There's a local bar.
I remember.
What's it called?
The Firkin.
Yeah, okay.
We were on the same team, and I was like, Sharif, this is a finesse sport, not a muscle sport. And then you proceed to hit the ball so hard that it flies off the table, like into the feet of some people who are having a nice meal behind us. But no, that was a fun day. That was a good day.
Good times. Guys are talking up a storm back here. All right. Let's try to stay focused. 274.5 rejects again.
Does it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I got a bill out of this Tesla at some point. I don't know how much 70 cents is great, but I'm looking for the move. So do I just hold back down to my 215 price? Something that I'll have to consider in the next couple minutes. But yeah, I think if we give up 215.50, I'll just bail on Tesla. Might as well just take the win.
Not true.
They're just roasting Sharif in the back.
MongoDB. Someone keeps asking us to look at MongoDB.
Oh,
What's
I looked
the
at this
ticker?
one this morning.
MDB. Okay,
Yeah,
so
this
let's have
one
a
was
look at
nuts.
it because Super Chat, thank you very much for that. I think they were mentioning it before. MDB. MongoDB. What's this stock all about? Let's get the deets on it first. Is a developer data platform company. Its developer data platform is an integrated set of databases and related services that allow development teams to address the growing variety of modern application requirements. Great. Daily chart. Let's go to that first and foremost. What do we got on the daily? Ooh, okay. Bit of a bottom here in December, so moving up with the overall market, creating a series of higher lows and higher highs. Definitely off the tops that it made in November 2021 when Papa Powell went on the mic and talked about inflation not being transitory. Made a 588 high there. 397.98 high, essentially 400 high on the day. This was a level I would have said, you know, that sticks out to me right away. That 390, we wick above it, we get to 400, but we're not there. We're at 373 right now. So haven't been able to close above that resistance level. So that resistance level still in play. Now, if we break above that, you're looking obviously at 400 plus. Now, where are you looking here? I say 475, 450, 475, a bit of a sell area as those peaks take us back to April and February 2022 respectively. So some resistance in and around there. Don't know the reason for this move. Let's have a look real quick here, Max, see if we can get an indicator. Outperform by RBC. Is it an earnings winner? Keep going down on the blotter here to take us back into yesterday. Pre-market gainers. Okay, so a lot of these are all price target increases. So it looks like it got an upgrade today. Pretty sure that's what it was.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a decent stock.
I was looking at this one, and I like the idea of like that 382 kind of breakout, but I think it did it pre-market. Where's the 930 candle? This is the 930. Yeah, so it did it pre-market. So then I stopped looking, but that 390 was clean. That 390 gave you $6 in 30 seconds there, which that would have been a nice little payout. I don't know what the spread would have been like. Probably, I mean, right now it's 50, 60 cents, so not really something that you can necessarily play with right now, but the volume was there in the morning. Yeah, that would have been something interesting for sure.
Sorry about that, Tanya. Tanya displeased with my charts because it doesn't show the ticker. I try to add them always, but sometimes, I forget. I always try to add them. Like, for example, this one right here. See, I put LVTX.
It says in the top.
Yeah, you're
top
not going to
left
see
corner.
it there. That's why I put it for them there. Yeah, there isn't a watermark. It's a pathetic program. What can I tell you about?
Pathetic program.
So I have to actually do it by hand every single time. But here is what it does. It's allowed you to use these trading view charts. Look at this. So advanced chart, Max. Have a look. We shall. Oh, maybe I'll do it in a second. It's not loading. We'll have a look at that. Yeah, I can use trading view charts here. But I'm still looking here at the future. Really rejecting that 14.6. So I'm going to stay away from that one now because we're moving down into 14.5.7 territory here, looking to maybe even take the 5.75 area. Yeah. So it looks like we're gonna hold 14.6 for the moment. Maybe we break it in the more liquid time of day. If you stick with us on the close between 2 to 4. Something tells me we'll probably have another couple of attempts at that level, 14.6 level. Now we've broken it.
I mean, if you look at all these like wick bottoms on the 5-minute chart, right? Like, you guys come to my screen here, like all these 5-minute candles are just wick bottoms on the NASDAQ. So it feels like there's buying in this region. It's just, once we get up here, it doesn't want to push through. So
that's the thing.
I mean, it's not even 2 o'clock yet. So yeah, 2:30, 3 o'clock, that's when things start to get spicy. So maybe, as you say, on the closing show, we just trend up and start breaking some levels.
Yeah.
But I mean, we're at crazy spots on NASDAQ right now. Like, if I told you we were going to be at almost 15K on June 2nd, like a month ago, you would have told me that I'm insane.
No.
Yeah.
I mean, but look, dude, I was pounding the desk here about the technical breakout on the NDX, man, on the beginning of the year. And we had the higher low and the lower high, and we made that. And I told my buddy Alfred, I'm like, you're going to miss out. And he's like, no, the technicals don't, the fundamentals don't make sense. I'm like, I don't think the technicals care. and he didn't buy, and he missed out. But, you know, we got in that Meta thing, and now we're watching as Meta continues to make new or recent highs.
Yeah.
Looking to take that 290 area. That's the area we identified as the gap fill.
The gap fill, yeah. I
And
feel
we're not
like,
far away from
this
that.
afternoon we could get that move to like 277. Although Meta, is Meta like an afternoon trender? I feel like no.
Animal. Meta's an animal.
I don't know. I feel like Meta just kind of does its own
You know what I
thing.
haven't been hearing a lot
Dance
about
around.
lately? These TikTok bans.
No, I
Where'd
haven't
they
heard
go?
anything.
They fell out of favor.
Maybe
all
that's
of a
what we
sudden.
need to get to that 290 price.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, has the TikTok tailwind gone away? I mean, we've stopped talking about it for the moment, right? But does that mean it's gone? And we know it to be one of the only bipartisan issues. Literally, their you know, angst and displeasure that China is, you know, infiltrating their social media sphere and stuff. It seems to be a bipartisan issue. Usually you can get something done in that regard. So I don't think the TikTok tailwind is gone for our friend Meta.
No.
And any new headline in that regard,
Yeah.
a senator here, a congressperson there, all of a sudden you've got another 5-6% move.
Clearly, this VR headset was not
Oh, yeah.
a good enough catalyst to get us through that 275 decisively this morning. I was hoping it would be,
No.
but no.
You see
Although,
the
like,
new headset coming out with Apple? It's supposed to be like 3-4 grand, bro.
yeah, who's paying for that?
Yeah, I mean, it's
Who
going to
could
be a
afford that?
specialty item. They're saying, okay, so they sell 250 million iPhones a year.
Yeah.
Okay, which is an insane amount. They're talking about this being a specialty item where they may sell 250,000 to 500,000 max per year for their learning experience, where it's a high margin product and
Yeah.
it's not like easily afforded by everybody. And then you know how they do.
Yeah,
They come in with that lower tier. They've perfected it. They come in with that lower tier, and like just like the iPhone SE and the iPhone non-Max, or you know exactly what I'm talking about. So.
And the Apple fanboys will buy
Oh,
anything.
yeah.
I assume that Apple fanboys remain. I'm not I'm not tapped into the tech market at the moment, but you know.
I'm an Apple fanboy, but I mean I'm only gonna splurge on this once every 2 years.
Yeah,
I'll
yeah.
upgrade this bad boy every couple of years, but other than that, I'm not splurging.
Yeah.
Unless
exactly.
you're really gonna have a new product innovation. When's the last time they came out with something real novel, man?
the
The
iPad.
the iPad, the watch came. The watch was quite novel. The first one
The wa-
sucked.
They already had like GPS watches and stuff though. It's
Yeah,
not like
yeah.
Apple came up with that themselves.
The AirPods,
The AirPods
yeah,
were-
but those were they go back. Yeah. Virtual, yeah, but we were talking about that, Bradley. You're not listening to the conversation. We were talking about PR. This guy chimes in. Love it.
Nicole
yeah.
Harris sent a super chat.
Sure. Nicole, shout out Hot Lana.
Can you look at SAIC and GME for earnings, please? Yes, we can. The
Love you
GME
too,
has
Nicole.
earnings. GME.
What do we got on that front, Max?
GameStop. I don't know when the earnings are. Oh, it says June 7 post market. What's the date today? The 2nd. So GameStop up 4% today or 2% today. You know, doing some volume. I don't know if GameStop really still. I mean, people are still so excited about GameStop. Every time, there's always some comments about GameStop every day. So I guess people still trade this. At 25 level, looking like the inflection point right now. Here we are, 25 right there. So yeah, we seem to just trade below 25 when we're trading below. Then over here it was supportive. So yeah, you're looking at that like 25 level as your kind of inflection point. If we start trading above there, that would look pretty bullish. I mean, I don't know anything about the business model anymore. I mean, I never really did. This was always just a squeeze stock, but you know, the short float remains at 22%. It's not the 120% that it was when it squeezed the first time, but you know, GameStop's always interesting. If they report some kind of surprise profit, you don't know where we could go. If we get over that 25, start trading a little bit, some people get squeezed out. Who knows? But yeah, not the same as it once was for the the trading.
No,
But,
the volume's definitely dried up on that one lately as well.
SAIC, I don't really know what that is. Pull that up on Trade Ideas. Science Applications International, small cap-ish. 53 million float. $100 name.
Goodness. What's the ticker? SAIC?
SAIC.
Okay. SAIC.
Let's see what they do.
Okay, what they do, I'll read it.
Provider of technical engineering and enterprise information, so an IT company of some kind.
Bigger float, 53.5 million shares.
Yep.
What's the short on that? Oh, negligible, 1.81.
Negligible.
Yeah, okay, not a biggie.
They report Monday, I guess it is. Wait, what's the date today?
Today is the second.
Friday.
Yeah.
So,
It
Monday,
is
they
32
report.
degrees outside right now. Hey Siri, what's 32 degrees Celsius in Fahrenheit? 89.6. Okay, so yeah, I mean, for some American cities, that's nothing. 90 degrees is like, okay, it's a nice day. Ironically enough, I don't know if you ever go to the Los Angeles area that much.
No.
My sister lives in Orange County. And so the water, by the water,
Yeah.
is one thing, and then you go inland,
And it's like
it's completely
sweltering.
Oh, it's the high desert too, because you're going inland and you're going uphill the entire time. So yeah, it's very different if you're coastal versus inland in SoCal. Big difference. Not so much is the case here. You're gonna get pretty much consistent wherever you go. It's
Yeah.
gonna be 90 degrees everywhere.
I mean, you know, you go a little bit further north off the lake. Sometimes it's a little bit warmer,
Yeah.
but yeah, pretty consistent right now.
Max, do we get a curl up here on the NQ to touch 14.6, or are we stair-stepping down? Because we've been consolidating sideways for a while here, and it's making me really like this entry, because that would give me almost 20 points to 14.6 touch again. We're down to 14.8. We've been dancing here. The only thing is we've been making lower highs and lower lows for a little bit here on the NQ. But we've been holding 14.75 for quite a while. Do we hold it? That's the thing. Having a look, I should say, at big tech names, and you know they don't look very bullish right now. Apple curling down right below VWAP, looking to take that 180.10 again. That was yesterday's close, 180.10, 180.09, whatever. It's curling back down. Tesla breaking down below 216. Looking possibly to curl back down. You have a V neckline there at 215. And now Amazon also back below 125. So if you're looking for a signal from these big tech names that we're going to have a 14.6 touch or a 14.6 curl, I'm not seeing it at the moment. But, you know, these are micro levels on a bigger time frame. So make of that what you will. Sharif, check Russell Fuchs. Any better setup levels? I haven't traded the Russell Fuchs ever in my life, but I do have it up here under the futures, and it's RTY. That's what it is, RTY, June 16th. So let's load it up here and look at the Fuchs, RTY. The Russell, we're going to go to the futures, and we're going to go to the June contract. I don't even know. Oh, that's a daily. So daily, great move up on the Russ today. Low 1771, current price action, or I should say we're almost at highs, 1829. So nice move up on the Russ, coming right back to that 200 period on the daily, reclaiming 50. I know it's been a good day for the S&P, but the Russ, like, you know, the Russ has been beat up. It has just not gotten going at all this year period. The exception, again, of January. Up 3.25% on the day. The Russell 2000 futures June contract having a hell of a day, Max. Look at that. Up and to the right, looking to knock on 1830 here. Great look.
Is this like a tradable thing? Like we
it
have
is, yeah.
this
It's a
to trade?
fuge, baby.
Interesting.
So we'll put that for everyone. RUS June 16. So that the people in the chat don't get upset.
IWM?
Yeah. So the ETF to the futures, if you don't want to trade the futures and you want to trade the ETF on the Amex, it is IWM. That is the ETF, similar to SPY, SPY, right? Or what's the equivalent, or the triple Qs?
Yeah, triple Qs.
Triple Qs.
Yeah.
Why are you laughing, Sean? Yeah, exactly. Cube is Mo 85. I don't know how to say your name. What is that? 20? Is that the
NOK.
Is that? I don't know what that is.
Norwegian
We're
currency?
going to have to Google that. Planet is doomed and we trade digital numbers. Well, I don't like to be so bleak in my outlook on life. Let's find out quickly what NOK is. NOK currency. Get out of here, proudly. Proudly saying currency. Norwegian kroners.
Norwegian.
Okay, because
that
we've
what I
got
said?
Swedish kroners before. This is the Norwegian krone.
Good guess by me. I don't know if you heard
did-
that.
did
I
you
said,
actually say
I
that?
said Norway. I said Norway.
Mad Max.
Roll the tape back.
Yeah, no, we believe you because everything is recorded here. I told you about my experience with Bard, right? How it misquoted me. I was very displeased with that, how it was misquoted by Bard.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a little narcissistic.
No, it's
looking
not.
yourself
It's
up
just
with
I want accurate. It didn't actually come up. I didn't come up with the idea. It was David Sachs on the All In podcast, and it misquoted him too. So he was as displeased as I am. Max, we have about 45 seconds left on the show. It is Friday, and it's a great day outside. So I'm sure you're probably going to get some sun once we're all done here. I can see you're already sporting the shorts. Y'all can't see it, but he is wearing those summer shorts. So stand up, Max says.
I ain't standing up.
Says proudly, Tony Price, Sharif. This is showing that breadth is coming back into the market. Absolutely. I like the fact that the Russell is actually moving and not just the big seven, as we call them, lifting up the NQ and the ES. But we're going to get a move in some of these mid caps and get a more balanced market move. Max.
That would be fun.
We're overtime. Thanks for coming on. We'll see you guys again, same bat time, same bat channel on Monday. Brendo's at the big desk.
Hey guys, welcome in. Yeah, a couple hours left on a Friday afternoon as we head towards the weekend here. The market overall is still marching to the upside, led by the S&P 500 right now, 1.5% versus 0.77 right now for the NASDAQ. If you missed it this morning, it was all about the May non-farm payrolls number. Comes out at 8:30. Comes out way higher than expected. 339,000 versus 190, 195 expected, depending on where you were looking. But you can see 3 in a row here to the upside as far as these prints are concerned. If you remember earlier in the week, we got the JOLTS jobs listings number back on Wednesday. That was also to the upside, and then the ADP print yesterday also to the upside. We were having that conversation about this time yesterday with Frank Caberna from IG over in Chicago, talking a little bit about the fact that all signs were kind of pointing to this coming, and then it was just a matter of how is the overall market going to respond to potentially a print coming way to the upside. And here's your answer. 1.5% for the S&P right now, shrugging off that number and then some. Overall, it was a tiny dip. When you look back now at 8:30, it was right here. When you look back at 8:30, the move that we had only got us back to essentially where the market closed yesterday, and then it's been nothing but upside ever since. So maybe, I mean, tons of jobs out there. Everyone gets a job. And if you don't like that one, there's probably another one there that you can switch to. And the market's finally taking that as a positive sign. So here's a very green S&P 500 sector board, 1.5% for the S&P. It's industrials right now. Top left corner here leading the way as far as gainers are concerned. That positive headline on 3M right when Sharif and Neil were on this morning at 11. A court case got settled in their favor, so the amount they're going to have to pay a little bit less than initially expected. Caterpillar here as well in that Chinese headline. China's going to put more resources and more money back into their building and housing market. So good news for CAT if they're going to start building new buildings, obviously. Financials, consumer discretionary, material stocks, even energy names back to the upside in a big way. These big movers down here, T-Mobile, AT&T, and Verizon, downside on that Amazon rumor this morning, Dish having a big day, 17% upside. But remember, Amazon comes out after the fact and says they're not talking to anyone as far as wireless is concerned. Typically, that means on Monday, we'll probably get a headline suggesting that they actually are talking to someone about wireless. But that remains to be seen. Let's get into a few things we were discussing if you were with us early on this morning. Ton to look at as far as earnings were concerned. Right across the board, it was a pretty impressive morning to start things off as well. I mean, we'll talk about Lulu here. It has been a bit of a tricky trade as far as the data or as far as the move was concerned out of the gate this morning. But overall, guys, maybe just comment on the market because, wow, it's been impressive right since that 8:30 print this morning.
I mean, the market, it's weird. I feel like it's a bit weird because I think the first thing out of our mouths was, wow, that was a pretty big jobs number. I guess they're going to have to raise rates. And you saw the Fed funds tool kind of reiterate that, and it looked like it was going to be a pretty strong day, and weekday potentially, but it's been the opposite, and it's been across the board strength. Now, I happen to have this chart up. That probably doesn't show you strength, but that's NVIDIA. Yeah, so it's been a strong day. This is the NASDAQ, and it's been holding the top end of the range. A lot of names have been strong. You saw that board. Everything was green except for like 3 communication names and a healthcare company that I've never heard of. So everything has been to the upside, a bit of an acceleration to the downside right now. I happen to be in an NVIDIA short because, quite frankly, I saw what happened at 95 because you were trading it, Sean. Yeah. And then when I saw the same thing happen at 94, I was like, that reminds me of Apple at 180. It's just, I don't know, like, it just starts going sideways for half an hour, and it's like, why wouldn't you just be shorted? Because it's trending down, so every stair step just get the short. Now, I think you could still see a bid at 391 where it was earlier, but overall, the market had been strong. It's still holding the top end of the range, could be rolling over. I have 2 shorts and still some Palantir from earlier, but yeah, it was a tricky one. And when Lululemon's concerned this morning, I thought the Alamo was 362. I was wrong about that because it decided to bounce off of 360. It was about 366. You can call it 365 if you want to round to it. But yeah, decent day in terms of holding gains on Lululemon. It failed breakout early. I just thought the dip buy was a little bit of a different place. So I'm disappointed in myself because I did want to try and grab a bottom on Lululemon. I'm not sure there's a trade here this afternoon because there's big tech moving. And when big tech moves, we trade big tech.
Exactly. We're $3 right now. Money.
It's the only thing moving.
We are now $3.30 in the money right now with NVIDIA as it is continuing to make the move to the downside right here. So yeah, we're pretty damn happy with it. So we're gonna go like this. Nope, that's the fruit salad one. So hold on a second. Oh, this one. No, both fruit salads. Probably not. But there's the fruit salad. We'll double check that for you. But right now, there goes NVIDIA cranking lower.
Mike.
Oh no. $3.50. Why doesn't anybody? Nobody catches that, eh?
I just.
All right. Right now, $3.50 in the money for NVIDIA to the downside as we keep on going down right now. This would be a big trade. We put this on with Max, I was going to say, with Sharif right there. We loaded it up again. There it goes to the downside. NVIDIA's cranking lower. Let's put a bid and get something out right there. So here we go. We're going to go diamond hands. I feel like for this one right now. As down goes NVIDIA, man. So that's good, man. We're all right here, ready to rock and roll. Let's go.
All right, let's talk some big tech right across the board. Pretty impressive as far as this move in the overall market is concerned. We were discussing a few different angles this morning. Apple